those present. All members are present except Mayor Brown, Mayor Crombie away on other municipal business, Councillor Fonseca, Councillor Fortini. Oh, Councillor Fonseca just walked in. Welcome. Councillor Sato, who's walked in as well. And that's that. Declarations of conflict of interest. Are there any declarations of conflict of interest? Seeing none. Approval of the minutes from February 14. It's been moved by Councillor McFadden, seconded by Councillor Mahoney. All those in favour? That is carried. Approval of the agenda. And Madam Clerk, we've got just a couple of additions. The agenda for February 28, 2019 Regional Council meeting included delegation from Glenn Schnarr, Principal, Glenn Schnarr and Associates, Inc. regarding Growth Plan Amendment 1 to be dealt with under delegation item 7.2, and further that the agenda for the February 28, 2019 meeting include a communication from Glenn Schnarr and Associates, Inc. on behalf of Mayfield West Expansion Area, Aloha landowners regarding proposed amendments to the growth plan to be dealt with under items relating to planning and growth management, items 12.3, and further that the agenda for February 28, 2019 meeting include a communication from Glenn Schnarr and Associates Incorporated on behalf of a group of landowners in option 3 Bolton Residential Expansion Study Area regarding proposed amendments to the growth plan to be dealt with under items relating to planning and growth matters, items 12.4. And further, that the Commissioner of Health Services provide a quick update on the recent announcements regarding healthcare. And further, that the agenda for the February 28th Regional Council meeting be approved as amended. You've heard the motion. It's been moved by Councillor Starr and Mayor Thompson. All those in favour? That is that. Public announcements sponsored by a member of council. Are there any announcements on the part of members of council? I'll just say one. We had the opportunity with Black History Month ending today to have a marvelous event at PAMA, and I had the privilege of giving a few words. I know Councillor Downey was there as well, and our CAO. A marvelous exhibit if you get to see it. Very well done. And then the very next morning here at 9 o'clock, we had a little bit of a symposium with our staff on Black culture, history, acceptance, diversity. That was very, very well done as well. So thanks to all that were part of that. With that, the consent agenda. So with the clerk's help, we will start and knock these off one at a time. Certainly the delegates will be dealt with. Staff presentation. Option 2, 8.2, public awareness campaign is here for information. So would item 2 be something? There is a presentation. So we go to item 9, items related to human services. Item 9.1. Do I have consent? Consent. Item 11, items related to planning. Item 11.1 is the growth management that we're holding as part of the report and the presentations. Item 11.2, consent. Item 12.1, communication. Consent, to be held. Item 12.1 to be held. Councillor Parrish, thank you. Item 12.2, consent to be held. Councillor Vicente. Going to item 13, items related to enterprise programs and services. Item 13.1, consent. Item 13.2, legislative requirements, any declaration of conflict. Consent. I have consent. Item 13.3, consent. 13.4, to be held. Thank you. 13.5, water main and sanitary sewer replacements, contract to Streetsville.
Communications.
Oh, sorry, you were okay with 13.5 though, Councillor? Okay, very good. We're on item 14. 14.1, communications. Consent. 14.2. Hold. Councillor Parrish. 15, items related to public works. 15.1. Hold. 15.2. Consent. 15.3. Consent. The communication item 16.1, consent. Off to health. 17.1, update on provincial dispatch report. 17.2, Peel paramedics for information. Consent. 17.3, update post-legalization of recreational cannabis. To be held. 18, communications. 18.1, consent. Item 19.1, the presentation that we're going to have for the statutory standard of care for safe drinking water. I am suggesting we move that to the very end of the council meeting once we've dealt with in camera and put our agenda to bed, and then we will carry on with that for the remainder of the day. Notices of motion have to be dealt with at the appropriate time, and then we have the in camera. So, Madam Clerk, I think that does it. Okay, so I need a recorded vote now in favor of the agenda as amendment with consents. If you could demonstrate your votes at this time, please. And that carries. Thank you. Which brings us to the heart of our agenda. Delegations, item 1, Don Given, Land Use Planning Consultant, Brook Valley Homes regarding intensification and density targets in the Mayfield West Settlement Area expansion related to item 11.1. Mr. Givens, welcome.
How do I turn this on? Thank you. I've spoken about the growth plan before, many of you, and I think there are some new ones, so I may be going over a little bit of old news for some of you that heard it before. I intend to be very brief. The growth plan that you are being asked to comment on today is a vast improvement over the plan that we had in 2017. My reading of it is that the government is listening to councils, listening to staff that are out there trying to implement the growth, and providing you with an ability to do it in a way that is more suited to your communities than having it dictated from the center, as we used to call it, the Premier's office. What I want to do is just comment on a few aspects that I'd like you to consider when you receive your staff report today that I think would help in moving this forward. I'm not sure how I advance this. I thought I had it under control. That one? Thank you. What I'm going to ask you to do at the end of this meeting, when you deal with your staff report, is look at the intensification target that has been suggested by the province of 60% of all growth goes to intensification, and considering adjustment down to 45 to 50%. I will explain why that is helpful. The second thing I will ask you to consider is an adjustment to the built boundary. The built boundary is a line that was drawn in 2006 around those areas that were already built. You've certainly experienced a lot of construction since then. An adjustment in that line is an important aspect of how you'll manage future growth, and I'll explain that. The horizon of 2041 is no longer a 25-year horizon as the plan had intended. It's time to look at extending that horizon so that we have a framework for growth that extends beyond the 19 years that they're talking about today with a 2041 horizon. And in calculating future land requirements, you're well aware of the situation in Mayfield that I've spoken to you before, where we have an illogical boundary. We're looking for flexibility to adjust that boundary. I'm having trouble again. Must be my age. I'm not good with these things. There we are. Thank you. The adjustment of the intensification target is a very important part of the consideration of how you're going to allocate growth in the future. At 60% of all new growth going into the built boundary, you will be asking your staff to consider ultimately a no-growth plan. That is a no settlement boundary expansion. Because if you take and ramp up from the 40% that you've been administering to 60%, you'll find that in doing so, you effectively use up all of the capacity of the lands that you have for intensification. And that happens in two ways. First, you're taking 60% out of the allocation you have of a couple 100,000 people, putting it all into your built boundary. And secondly, if you have to apply 60 persons and jobs to new greenfields, which is higher than the 50 you used to use, you take the 60 and apply it to those built greenfields, and effectively in doing so, you're parking that number. The result is you have very little flexibility left to grow. So I would like you to consider an alternative target. York Region today will be looking at 50%. I'm confident that they will do that. Yesterday, Durham Region went to 45%. I'm not asking you to do something unusual. In looking at how that target would be achieved, the 60 persons and jobs that we're talking about, we think that in greenfield densities for Mayfield West, just speaking to that, that would allow for about 28,000 persons to be allocated to Mayfield West. I want you to keep in mind that number because there's a much bigger number we're talking about, and we're trying to find room to complete Mayfield West, which is one of the priority areas that Caledon has. Now, the built boundary is the sort of the purpley, the lighter purple area that you see in the middle. That's what the province drew in 2006 with the assistance of your staff. It represented where development had occurred up to the end of 2006, or actually July of 2006. Since then, you see the dark purple areas have been added, and those areas are all built out. It's not reasonable to expect that intensification will occur there, but it's also not reasonable to expect that you should be taking a portion of the greenfield number that you have and applying it to those lands because they've recently been built and they will not be able to absorb any further change. So the logic of applying a new built boundary is that you clearly know where your intensification area is versus your new areas for development. And extending the horizon is a very important step in trying to create a framework for long-term growth. It takes us a tremendous amount of time, unfortunately, or fortunately for us as consultants, to get something into the ground. And I think what we're experiencing is that your infrastructure planning goes much beyond that. It's helpful to have the planning and the infrastructure planned in sync so that you're harmonizing your expectations for costs and managing those in a financially prudent way. By doing the extension to, say, to 2046 or 2051, you effectively bring yourselves closer to having an infrastructure horizon that matches your planning horizon, and it truly gets you back to having a long-range plan. Logical boundaries have plagued this Mayfield area for some time when the light blue area was set as the boundary for the extension of Mayfield Phase 2. It shouldn't have happened that way. It's a mistake. Everybody admits that it was a product of just trying to manage numbers without having any kind of recognition that there's logical boundaries that would complete the community. We're asking for a process that would allow that to happen. I believe your staff report is trying to help with that. The way I've read it and in talking to staff, my understanding is that they're supportive of this. I'd just like to have that reinforced so that when the message gets down to the province, we have that kind of support. So in summary, Mr. Chairman, members of council, intensification target 45 to 50%, change the built boundary, extend the horizon, and let us have the flexibility to do some logical planning to boundaries that make sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentations. Question at this time, Councillor Thompson. Sorry, Mayor Thompson.
Thank you. If you can go back to slide 6, if you could, please. Thank you. And I think this really identifies where we're wanting to go. The dark purple where we have here is Mayfield West Phase 1. And the light purple underneath is the first development that took place back in the 90s, and that was built at about 40 people per hectare. Where the dark purple is there now, you see we've had to, because at that point we were tied to employment, we had to build at 65 and 67 people per hectare. I encourage everybody, if you really want to understand this, drive it today to see where the snowbanks are, the challenges we have with parking. It doesn't work. And here's the other thing, the formulas don't work. The school boards have not caught up. We had to build an extra Peel District school. We have a Catholic school in there as well. And they're all at full capacity. And the challenge is trying to move people safely, quickly, and efficiently. And what I'm going to say is the infrastructure doesn't service with what we're trying to do to meet those targets. So when you're saying 45 to 50%, we're roughly talking about that people per hectare, correct?
There's two numbers that often get merged together in the discussion. The 45 to 50% is the portion of your growth that would go to intensification. The number that I think you are addressing is the 60 persons and jobs per hectare that is a density for greenfields. The community that you have in Mayfield West Phase 2 is actually at 70 or somewhere in that range. It's very dense. And it's a result of the direction that we have from the government on how to plan for more efficient use of our land. But unfortunately, we're putting these densities on the outer edge of our regions where there's no transit support. And it seems like we're trying to make up for lost ground of previous years, but we can't do it by adding to the edges with such densities. Those densities belong on the arteries and where you've got the transit planned, and we certainly support that. But the intensification number is a minimum. And if this region goes higher, that's a bonus, but don't set it too high so that it impacts other areas. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, so I wanted to get it clarified. So when we're talking 45 to 50%, where you're looking at, what are the densities going to look like if it's not on an arterial route? Because this is what we've done through the whole community, and it just doesn't work. And I think that's the thing, is insanity is doing the same thing over again.
And yes, that's Einstein's famous quote. Yes, again, the intensification target is directed to what I would call the built boundary, or everybody calls the built boundary. And it's just what portion of your total growth, the 200,000 or so population you're going to have, and how would you spread it out? Well, the bulk of it that goes to intensification goes to defined areas that are supportive of transit. Usually they're the arteries, they're the major transit stations. The greenfield density at 70 or 60 or 50 is what you do with new communities. And my suggestion to you and the rest of council is that those communities on the edge should be not required to go to the intensification levels or density levels that are anticipating transit in the future, when we know that it may not happen in the near term, because it is creating communities that are very dense, that don't have the ability to support the density because the transit won't be there in the near term.
Okay. Well, thank you. One more question I have for you. What's your suggestion? Like, I know you said 45 to 50. What do you think works good for people? You're a planner, and I'm not. I'm just living with the reality of what development looks like.
My request to you is to consider 45 to 50, but I would suggest that you wait until your work is done in your comprehensive review before you pick a number, so you know what the outcome is. We're not trading here with, well, I'll take $5, I'll take $3. You have to know where this is leading you. And these intensification numbers need to be played out intelligently with proper research, not made on this basis that, well, it looks like it's a lower number, so it might be better. So let your municipal comprehensive review proceed. Take a number that's low, that's safe, and then if you want to go higher, it's your choice. Your choice when you know what the implications are, but set a minimum that you can feel you're comfortable with.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Innes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Gibbon, for your presentation today. So for the colleagues around the table that aren't as familiar with Mayfield West, it is a community right now that's been planned by numbers, which is not the best way to build a community. We want to build complete communities. So with regards to that, I think it's really important for everybody to understand the built boundary a little bit more. If you can go into a little bit more of an explanation and perhaps the logical boundaries. Some of us were around this table when we talked about the MCR being done and then pulling back those numbers, planning by numbers, so that we could assist our other municipalities in reaching their growth targets. So if you could maybe explain that a little bit more for some of us to have a better understanding, that would be appreciated.
Right. The evolution of the built boundary is when the growth plan in 06 was created, it had general wording that all intensification should be, proceeding on the basis of some number, and they had 40% of your total growth. And it was a draft document. We said, well, where are we talking about? Where's this intensification going to go? So the response was, well, we'll draw a boundary where that will be going, and we'll call it the built boundary because it'll go within that area. We said, okay, how long is that going to take to draw? Well, it took a year, as it turned out, to draw a built boundary. I know your staff don't want to see time wasted drawing another built boundary, so we've drawn one. And it basically is easy to do now with the kind of technologies we have. We've been monitoring the land supply throughout the GTAH for many years now, and it's very easy for us on an annual basis to update it. And so we have created a built boundary as a contribution to facilitating the implementation of it. Here's the problem we have with the built boundary as a tool, though. I personally have worked in Mississauga, I've worked in Brampton, I've worked in Caledon. Let's take Brampton as an example. I did the secondary plan for the area that is up in the northwest quadrant. It's a secondary plan that I did on behalf of the municipality. Our plan there was at 50 persons and jobs to the hectare. I did the Bram West secondary plan. It's at 50 persons and jobs to the hectare. So if you take Mount Pleasant, which is the northwest community, or Bram West, those are very significant areas, and you have to add another 10 persons and jobs to the hectare to achieve the 60 instead of the 50. It's a significant chunk of what you could use for greenfield expansion that gets parked and can't be accessed because those communities are not going to be opened up to receive that number. You're just going to freeze a portion of your population that you receive that you could be using for settlement boundary expansion. Not a lot of people understand that. I was in downtown Toronto meeting with the Growth Secretariat staff yesterday. It's still confusing for them. They don't get out of Queen's Park very often. They don't come up here to try to figure it out. But that's the problem we're getting into, is that that number has to be made available truly for greenfield expansion, not as an abstract that you can say we're going to assign it to that area and someday they may use it.
Thank you. And living, representing wards 3 and 4, and the newest community that was built, established right across from Town Hall, I think it's around 65 people per hectare. And I can tell you the number of complaints that we get from the residents because the infrastructure is not there to support it. It's not it's not just the community that lives in there, but the community surrounding it. It doesn't match the rest of the community that it is part of. And we continue to have issues with parking and snow removal and all those types of issues. So the density targets are not just an issue for planning, but it's also an issue for the residents that are living in those areas and the communities that they're choosing to live within. So I can see why there is the need to pull it back. I think that was a big conversation that we had around this table in the last term about pulling back those numbers. They had the 60-40 ratio and they completely flipped them. So that makes sense to me. And with regards to the planning horizon to 2046, I think something that we always say around this table is that we're behind in planning. So we had the 2031 numbers, and then we were discussing 2031B because we were behind. Now we started talking about 2041. Planning takes a long time. The processes are long. The applications take a long time, and before those houses are built, we've well surpassed that 25-year planning horizon, which seems to be the pattern that we're making. So. I appreciate the fact that you're suggesting maybe going a little bit further than the 25 years, because by the time we get through this process here, it will be this term of council by the time everything is fully completed with DC charges and all those types of things. So looking to that, I also would support the planning horizon. Do you have a preference between 2046 or 2051 with regards to the timelines and the processes that you see projected for the future?
I would prefer the 2051, and there's several reasons for it. You're obliged by the province to complete your municipal comprehensive review by 2022. And that will result in an official plan amendment at the regional level. The process then moves down to the local level. They have to amend their official plans. Then we have to go through block plans, secondary plans, block plans, draft plans, and site plans. All of that is a very time-consuming process. In addition to get there, we have to do sub-watershed studies. We have to do traffic studies. There's so much friction in the process that we go through here that we can't get things done quickly. The reality is it takes us 20 years to get the planning done on a community, even the draft plan. Bram West, I started 15 years ago, and it's not built out yet. When I started working in Oshawa, for example, it was 1986 that we started, and it's still not built out. The realities are that you go through market ups and downs, you go through planning changes. We're on to this growth plan, Amendment 1 to Amendment 3 of the growth plan. It's silliness. Governments change, the rules change. If you get a longer horizon, you get some certainty that you can look forward to and try to protect yourself against those vagaries. So yes, I do think a longer horizon's better.
Okay, and just a note for staff, when the report does come forward, I will be asking about the planning horizon and financial implications as well for the municipalities. Thank you, Mr. Given.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Santos. Oh, I apologize. I skipped right over. I apologize, Councillor Downey. Councillor Downey.
Thank you, through Chair, and thanks for your presentation, Don. I appreciate it. Obviously, this is my ward, my area. Mayfield West is a growing community, as Councillor Innes mentioned, and Councillor Thompson. We have quite a few challenges with our residents as it stands, and as we continue to build out and really completing that community, and some of the things, at the ground level that we look to completing in terms of spine roads and things that we need to all have put in place in terms of servicing the situation becomes fairly frustrating. But I'm wondering if you could expand a little bit on that 40 to 50%. I think around the table, sometimes people get confused with the numbers and where they're coming from. And in terms of that intensification, by completing those projects and completing Bolton and completing Mayfield West, where does that leave the rest of Peel? Are we losing a population? Can you expand on that a little bit?
Yes, the 40, 45, 50% intensification, whichever number, is going to go to Mississauga primarily and Brampton because they have basically planned to their edges already. So that it's going to be mainly directed to those communities. And I think it's probably an achievable number in those communities. It's certainly not achievable for your community. You don't have the support. So it's a minimum number spread across the region. What the effect will be is that Mississauga and Brampton will have to go higher than that number, whatever that number is, whether it's 40, 45, or 50%, to make up for what you can't do. So that's the way the number plays out. With respect to what it means to go forward with that number, it's a minimum. If the market is with you, you're supposed to achieve it every year, not on an average basis, if you achieve every year. So set the minimum at something that's realistic. Don't push too far, because all it does is it freezes this opportunity for settlement boundary expansion, because you've taken away from that opportunity. Say you have 200,000, which is the number we're talking about. So at 50%, we'll say 100,000 is going to intensification, 100,000 to greenfield expansion. But if you set it higher, you're down to, say you set it 60%, like the province said, so we're down to 80,000 left for settlement boundary expansion. The balance goes in, but you can't use it all. That's a huge amount of intensification to take into an area that at this point, take Brampton, for example, doesn't have a lot of experience with these kind of higher density communities in the recent years. So, thank you.
Councillor Downey, thank you. Councillor Santos.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, just some questions about the numbers. So 60 people per hectare, as per what Mayor Thompson has suggested, is what was built in the past, and it's not working. 65, 67. So how many houses per hectare does that equate to on average?
About 17.
17 houses. So if there's, that's not all that, not necessarily a lot of houses, but I'm wondering if that takes, because we have similar problems in Brampton, where we have a certain number of houses that are built, we have parking issues, we have congestion issues, we have issues related to schools, and sometimes it's due to the increase of basement apartments. And so I'm wondering whether or not, numbers are right, and we're planning by numbers, but do those numbers actually take into account the increase of basement, illegal or legal apartments within those 17 houses per hectare? And perhaps that may be the issue related to the lack of spaces in schools and parking on streets, et cetera.
They don't really take that into account, and I think that's almost a unique problem to this region. In the other regions we work in, you don't have nearly the same level of occupancy in a house that you have here in this region. It is unusual, and I'm well aware of it. What it's doing is it's giving you more density per hectare in persons, but not in units. And that's a strange anomaly for this region. We usually work at a single family, for example, about 3.1 or 2 persons to the unit. You have much more than that in Brampton.
So keeping that in mind, and as we go into the discussion in the report, I am curious to know whether or not those numbers that we have, whether that's per hectare or as an intensification number as a whole, whether or not those targets also reflect and maybe how we can capture the basement apartment issue that we're all experiencing in all of our municipalities. Thank you.
It is something your staff are very familiar with. I know I've talked to your staff in the past about this consideration, and I think you probably end up, if you're trying to translate population to units, looking at a density of less than 17 units per hectare to match the population that you're getting per acre or per hectare.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Santos. Councillor Sato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your presentation. I wanted to respond, first of all, to Mayor Thompson, to some of your comments, because as Councillor Santos said, we have those same issues in Mississauga that you're talking about with the difficulty of clearing snow, the parking. I have a lot of areas in my ward where we have to have on-street 15-hour parking. It's been in place for 40 years because townhouse units were built without enough parking. And that creates a lot of problems on the roads and complaints, especially when it snows, and especially this year. So, you know, I have one of the higher density areas, not like the downtown core with the apartments, but I have one of the higher densities with single-family homes and semis, small lot singles, et cetera. So, you know, my residents are facing those. Quite frankly, I think 80 was way too high a number when the growth plan came out, and I've said that all along. Councillor Downey and I attended on behalf of our respective communities the large mayors forum that Hazel McCallion held, I think it was about 3 years ago. And we heard loud and clear from the mayors around the table, and we spoke to it as well, that the targets that the province was bringing forward were not realistic, and it was like they reached into a hat and drew a number out and said that's what it's going to be. Almost every mayor, I think except for, I think it was probably Durham,
No, Steve
was
Parrish.
probably the one.
Steve Parrish.
Steve, yes, I think it was Steve, who liked those target numbers. The rest of us actually didn't. And the main problem was that you're packing a lot of people into areas, especially with infill, where the infrastructure just cannot support it. And in relation to the other municipalities, and Caledon would fit into this, the transportation network is not there. And of course, there were no plans by the province to provide any funding to build roads and other transportation networks like bus lines and et cetera to get people in and out of these growth areas. So not much planning was done by the province when they came out with the growth plan. And I'm pleased that the regional staff are recommending the 60% because I think the 80% was unreasonable. And our city staff don't agree with me. They agree with the 80%. Yes, some of our communities in the Northwest are planned to the 80%, but I've thought it was too high all along, and I still think it's too high, or the 80, not 80%, the 80 PPJ, because there aren't going to be much of the J in those numbers, so it's going to be all the people. So I support the 60. I do understand where Caledon's coming from because I'm seeing it right now with my infill. And unfortunately, the developers, and no offense, the developers are using the growth plan to pack as much more intensification in as they possibly can, and citing the fact that, you know, there's a GO station or there's this or there's that, without recognizing that, one, the GO station they refer to in my case doesn't have all-day service, so it really doesn't apply, and that the other infrastructure that they speak of are packed and overpacked. It's just the fact they say it's there. I want to make a suggestion to Mayor Thompson that with regard to the schools, I think you were on council when, you might not have been. Many years ago, I brought a motion to Mississauga Council, which was endorsed, that we put phasing. It was for the Churchill Meadows community in particular, but it has worked all around the city. We still apply this. And this gave the school board more than commenting authority on development moving forward. And we're still, I think, the only municipality that has ever put that in place. Our planning staff spoke against it. Council supported my motion. And it has been in place for, I would say, at least 15 years since we started building Churchill Meadows, which was I'm trying to remember now, late 1990s. So probably for about 15 years or more. And it has worked really well, because what it meant was developers, if they wanted to move ahead, they had to put money in advance to build schools. And the school boards, the fear was that school boards were going to interfere in planning decisions of the municipality. That has not happened. Both the Peel District School Board and the Dufferin Peel District School Board have used this new authority we gave them very judiciously, and they have commented very practically on everything. It helped us get rid of all the portables in the area. It helped build schools almost before people moved in. And, you know, there are things like that you can do in your municipality if you're going to get the development, especially in the greenfields. And I've lived 27 years doing greenfield development. So, you know, that was, I think I became a specialist in greenfield development. So, I mean, there are things that you can do. But I do support the Region 60. I don't support our City of Mississauga staff saying 80. Whether or not 40-45 is appropriate for your area, I don't know. That's, I think what you're asking for is to lower it to the deputy to below the 60. But I personally I'm content with looking at the 60, and I don't know if we can massage it later on as we're moving through. As Councillor Innes said, it's a long process, not going to happen next week.
Thank you. Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you. Through you, to Mr. Givens. On slide 2, you mentioned logical boundaries, and the study area for Mayfield West was put in the Caledon official plan as a study area in 1979. So here we are 40 years later, and there were no thinking at the time saying, well, there's a bunch of valley lands there that would make connectivity a problem within a community or anything like that. So what do you think logical boundaries should be done? What is a logical boundary, and how would you get there?
For me, a logical boundary is you work towards the concession lot lines that were put in place over 100 years ago. They have for years been the way we would look at a block. That's why we call it block planning, because you look from edge to edge of a block. And that way you know how to tie into the boundary roads, you know how to organize within it. And incremental growth used to occur from block to block. So that's how I look at it, sir. Those would be the logical boundaries. In some cases, it becomes a natural heritage features like a major river. But in this case, I think it's been in place since '97. When the OMB approved it as the settlement area boundary that you'd expect in the future.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Groves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I echo the comments made by Councillor Innes with regards to Caledon and the intensification targets, and the concerns raised also by Mayor Thompson and Councillor Innes. Mr. Givens, I wonder if you can just explain to us why the 50% intensification would benefit the region, the flexibility that it gives the region.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Chairman, the 50% intensification level, I think, properly reflects an ability to accommodate the demographics that you face. We are still creating families at the same pace over the next 20 years, 30 years that we have in the past. And families' preferences for ground-related housing. When you build intensification, you don't create the same kind of opportunity. It costs twice as much to build in concrete and steel as it does with sticks. So if you wanted, say, a 2,000 square foot apartment for a family, you would be paying twice as much as you would if you were buying it in a normal subdivision type of condition. And families want backyards. So the idea that the province had of one size is going to fit all, we're all going to live like they did in communist Russia or someplace like that, doesn't make sense here. People want choice, and the choice that they're having to make when you set that number too high is not to live in this region, but to live in Barrie or to commute from someplace else north of the Greenbelt. They're leaping over the Greenbelt. There's no environmental benefit in that. They're driving much further distances. That's a recent study that was put out by CMHC, I think on Monday, talked about that problem. So I think you've got to be realistic about what your needs are, and that's the way the provincial policy used to direct us to plan. It was only since a growth plan that came in that just said, no, you plan by these numbers. But the provincial policy still in place for the balance of the province says you plan for the needs of your community in the future. And that takes into account all types of products. And if you do follow this, and Councillor Goh has asked what the benefit to the region is, you've been, it seems like forever, in this tug-of-war with Caledon about what's going to happen there and what's going to happen within Caledon. If you are able to see yourselves accommodating a growth of intensification of 50%, basically what you do is you create a bank of opportunity to be dispersed from a land point of view within Caledon that would stop the warring that's going on between Bolton versus Mayfield versus other areas. It's going to free up about 1,500 to 2,000 hectares of land. That should be more than sufficient. And I'm only looking at to the 2041 horizon. If you add the longer horizon, it takes you out even further. Then you've got a framework for planning for this area of Caledon, which is all white belt, which is inevitably going to grow, that sort of takes into account what the infrastructure is going to be in the longer term, the transportation requirements are going to be. It helps you settle where this infamous Highway 413 is going to go. All of those things can be dealt with in your hands. So that's the benefit to your region.
Thank you, Mr. Givens. You're a wise man and a good planner. And I recall around this table when the province changed the growth plan the last time. I think the region sent that up, or I know Caledon sent it and said exactly what you said. One size doesn't fit all. And certainly, I am in total agreement with you. We need to stop the warring in Caledon. And if we can look at this logically, as you suggested, everybody wins. So thank you for explaining that and for explaining the benefits this would have to the whole region of PL. And certainly I'd like to see things moving in Bolton as well. And I think there is enough to go around if we do what you just asked. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could, Mr. Chairman, just one last observation on that. It's not to any disadvantage to the rest of the region because the intensification levels will be minimums. And if you have opportunities either for market reasons or because you've advanced new infrastructure, new transit or something, you can do better than that, but you're not taking away from the greenfield. The intensification level is a minimum.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Raz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Given, for coming today. I think you took a very practical approach to this and spoke to us in a real way for those of us who aren't planners. One thing that really spoke to me was flexibility. We've sitting around this table for the last 4+ years. There's a lot of different interests that are butting heads, and it seems like we were going to the OMB all the time. Would building in this flexibility kind of relieve some of those ongoing legal battles that end up at the now LPAT?
If I could, Mr. Chairman, that's my hope. I've worked through, I've started my business in '71 as a consultant. I've been before the board many times. I prefer not to go there. I don't think it's a productive waste of productive use of my time or your money. And the solutions that we come up with on the floor like this are usually the ones that make the most sense because you know your community's best and we try to work within that. So I think the flexibility is very important because everybody right now is trying to grab a piece of a small number and take it and try to make some sense of it from a business point of view. Get a bigger number. You can divide it up, eat more evenly, more fairly, and you'll take away all of that kind of fighting that's going on.
Okay. And if we set the numbers, whether it's the people and jobs per hectare or the percent intensification, you said we can set a minimum, but we can always build that up as an option, correct?
The growth plan talks about the intensification target as a minimum. I'm not suggesting that. It is already the growth plan policy. I'm just saying, don't set it so high that you constrain other opportunities.
And because we can't go the opposite way. We can't massage down. Right, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Parrish.
Thank you, Mr. Given. You have such a soothing way of describing things that I actually could call you once in a while I'm really stressed, and we could just chat on the phone.
My wife might answer, though.
And I assume she requires soothing as well. Opposites attract. I'm not impressed, I shouldn't say this out loud. I'm not impressed with our last minute. No, I am impressed with you. I'm not impressed with our last minute recommendations for our own staff. And they had an opportunity to talk to us yesterday. And I would suggest in future, when it's really important, come to the Mississauga meeting the day before. And we could maybe work it through so our staff understands your point of view a little better. I agree with Councillor Rass, and I thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I may, I have a question for Mr. Givens, because you're right, you've couched it so well. And my question is this: so much of the conversation, and I've been around the table 30 years, almost seems to devolve to the conversation that I've heard here, and you hear it more from our constituents. Yes, we know we need to take growth. Yes, we know, forget the numbers and the percentages. The fact of the matter is, in the next 40 to 50 years, we are adding Vancouver and Montreal to the greater metropolitan Toronto, Hamilton area. So those people are coming and they have to go somewhere. A lot of the conversation is 40 is better than 60. I get that. A lot of the conversation is no, it doesn't belong here and it certainly doesn't belong there. I get that. A lot of the conversation is the OMB's gone. We've got the LPAT. So whereas before with the OMB, and it's the last newsletter I wrote to my constituents, it was either or. So the OMB was going to decide whether it went here or there. Some people are under the false assumption now that under the LPAT we can say neither nor. The fact is we have to find a home for 600,000 people. So my question to you is, because I tend to agree with you, you'd better figure out where your nodes are, and I think Bolton is one. I think Mayfield West logically is another one. I think the area I represented, downtown Mississauga and the Highway 10 corridor, is another one. I think Lakeview is another one because, and this is my very specific question, I think you've touched upon the fundamental point. If you continue to develop now at somewhat lesser than the 40, the 60, if you still want the greenfield development, you've sterilized that land for 50 years. You can't go back there and build townhomes and build medium density. So what it means is the nodes where you also don't seem to want it, you're not getting 20, 30-story buildings now. You need 50-story buildings. You've got to give it up at some end unless the province decides that it's not going to carry on anymore. So my frustration with these conversations is they always seem to be, here's what we don't want to do, and it certainly doesn't belong here, and this number's, what do you want to do? And so with regards to that, again, I thank you for the preamble. My question is, are you not concerned that if we don't seize these opportunities for nodes and put the appropriate amount of development where it belongs, which I also think stops a lot of fighting, that we're not going to have an opportunity otherwise, and you'll have to revisit these nodes anyway?
It's a very good question. I think the authors of the growth plan that we had back in the Liberal regime really were trying to laudably, deal with the concerns about climate change, and their message was very simple: make everything tighter, more compact, without understanding the implications. When you deal on the land like I do, you know that patterns of growth are shaped by market conditions and by policy, and there's always a blend of each that determines the outcome. If you're talking about what the implications are for accommodating that growth that we have to accommodate, Toronto's this region is one of the standout regions in the world. It's a gateway city that we're talking about here. People want to come here for a lot of good reasons. Built form is a part of that. They love the kind of quality of housing that we have here. They love the kind of job opportunities, but you can organize them so that they're more efficiently. And the challenge we have is when you talk about a community like your own, is we have these stable communities. Nobody wants to touch them, but you can manage that by just focusing on the arteries. Don't talk about a radius of walking distance where everybody has to get ready to change because you can walk to a train station or a bus. you can intensify the arteries. You know, change takes place on the edge. It always has, it always will. It's the edges where, if you're on a lake, it's where it gets gray. It starts to change from blue to dark. So do it on the edges. You can do that just by taking a lot of those areas where you've got transit and putting the density along them. That's where you're going to see the most effect that responds to the market. With respect to the Caledon areas, they've got some arteries that they can plan for intensification in the future. Right along Mayfield, for example, you've already got a plan for a 6-lane road there. You can have higher densities there, but not too much more than that works in the near term. So inevitably, it's going to be the bedroom communities of future generations that I want to move to this region will go there. They'll choose it because of the proximity to the jobs here. And it's a wonderful place to live. I think that, you know, you should be very proud of your region, that people want to live here. And you've done it without the benefit of growth plan. You've done it because you've managed growth on your own without the oversight of the province.
Well said. Thank you very much for your presentation. Next up, I have Glenn Schnarr. I'm going to do it all at once. Yeah. Thank you. Welcome, Glenn.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of Regional Council. I must say, Mr. Chairman, it's an honor for me to have spoken to every chair since the beginning of the Region Appeal. It's a reflection of age as well. I remember John White and our own Premier Davis appointing Lou Parsons in 1974. And we've had a long line of illustrious chairmen providing great leadership to the region. So congratulations and good luck, Mr. Chairman. I can say personally, and I can say it on behalf of my family, my 2 boys, their wives, my 4 grandchildren, 25 people who work for me in my office, and all their families that live in the Region Appeal, that we feel very lucky, very fortunate, very blessed. We have a great location, and we have very caring government at 2 levels. And it's why, as Don said, so many people have elected to want to live here. Your job, as you know, my job, as you know, is to continue that and bring it forward. My comments today, because Don did such a wonderful job, will be very brief, obviously, regarding the growth plan. And I want you to know that my company represents, as the group planner, Mayfield West Phase 2, which includes Stage 1 and Stage 2. And I have a comment about Stage 1 and Stage 2 in the context of previous questions. Our clients also include BREZ Option 3 in Bolton, as well as what we've generally referred to as ALOA, or the Mayfield West Extension. I'd like to start by saying that we have the growth plan. It came out in 2006. It was amended in 2017 by the previous government. This government recognized that the policies in the growth plan were not tenable. We couldn't build a kind of livable communities that we were looking to build if we were going to implement that growth plan. So I congratulate this government on taking the initiative of involving us in proposed revisions to the growth plan. I'd also like to commend your staff, who are incredibly well-versed with regard to provincial policy. There's so many provincial policy changes, it seems like every week, certainly every month, every year, that it's almost a full-time job studying those policy changes and staying abreast of them. We met with Adrian and your staff yesterday and discussed the staff report, which is coming today, and those changes that are proposed to the 2017 growth plan. And so I don't repeat what Don said, just a couple of points that are important points, is your staff have always advocated that the regional official plan amendment process could happen in tiers or sections, and it didn't require an MCR where every little bit of regional business needed to be integrated into an OP. You remember your staff came back and said, whoa, with this 2017 policy, here's how much it's going to delay AROPA. Here's how much it's going to delay your opportunity in a municipality to adopt conformity plans. And here's how much it's going to delay housing getting on the street, getting on with business. And your staff have been progressive in that regard. They're advocating that the growth management ROPA should be able to proceed on its own, and it doesn't necessarily need to proceed with the environment ROPA and with the housing ROPA and health ROPA, that all of those ROPAs will consider each other. As a matter of fact, what you call it here, and which is a much more understandable way of thinking about it, is integrated planning. And that was born as a result of really wishing to incorporate your financial planning into your growth planning as best as you possibly could. Peel is doing it right. You have the right attitude with the province. That is one of the most critical areas, is that we don't get frozen into an MCR process that's going to push your ROPA out for a long period of time. So I thank staff for having that position. In the context of Mayfield West, there was a couple of questions, and Mayfield West is a special study area, but it's also a development area. Mayfield West Phase 2 is in the process of planning, but because of the growth plan and because of limits on greenfield development with absolutely no flexibility, a very logical property boundary, which is Highway 10, Chinguacousy Road, Mayfield Road, and Etobicoke Creek, logical boundary for planning a Mayfield West, couldn't be used because there was too many people going into a greenfield area. So an artificial boundary was drawn. And now, with the new population that comes in, that artificial boundary gets removed, that gets built out. The community centers, the schools, the roads, everything that's required to make a complete community can happen. And the way that you're moving forward today will allow that to happen, and it should happen. One other point that I wanted to make, because really our question or reason for being here today is to support the phased ROPA program and to ask council to understand the benefits of maintaining an intensification rate of 50. 45 would be even better, because as Don says, you can go up. Maintaining 50, not going to 60, and certainly not going to 80 as the last government's growth plan suggested. Maintaining 50. It reduces the amount of population that is required to go into intensification and allows that to go into greenfield. If you look at the province's projections from 2031 to 2041, you'll see that the province, and as reflected in your draft OP and all your planning, is proposing an additional 200,000 people coming to Peel between 2031 and 2041. So if we reduced the intensification by 10%, that would be 20,000 people that wouldn't be required to go into intensification that could go into greenfield. And when you think of 20,000 people, then you can think about, the friction that's been happening at the region of Peel because of the value of land and the competition for getting to development earlier than later or sometime. You'll see that 20,000 people, that's a lot of people. Can that solve the friction in Bolton? It is my opinion that those 6 options in there virtually all get an opportunity, and that the ROPA 30 hearing, which, if you excuse my expression, is destined to be the mother of all hearings in the history of the region of Peel, with 24 applicants to it, can be resolved through a little bit of mediation and a lot of discussion between staff and between the players. I sincerely believe it can, because then there will be enough population. If the region continues its split between Mayfield West and Bolton, and we have the intensification rate at 50 instead of 60, and we maintain the density of development, so there's intensification and density of development at 50, plenty of population to solve the Bolton problem, plenty of population to address Aloha which is the community opportunity in Peel, in Caledon, which is closest to transit and which unquestionably is the most economic land in all appeal to service, which means a lot to you with the servicing debt that's been accumulated over the course of time. Not a lot of different message, just maybe a little bit of different context. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you'll stay in place, there are questions. Councillor Downey.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thanks for your presentation, Glenn. I actually don't have questions, but when you bring the motion or the report forward, I'm happy to, I have a motion to move some amendments to the
Very
staff
good.
recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Groves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Schnarr, for your presentation. I have one question and then a comment. On one of your handouts, you were talking about undertaking settlement boundary expansion outside of an MCR process. I guess I have a little bit of a problem with that. Maybe you can explain it, and then I'd like to hear from our staff what sort of an impact and how that would work, because as I understand it, through an MCR, we look at everything, environmental, financial, all of those things, and so I guess I just want to hear from you.
Thank you. That's a very good question, Councillor Groves. I didn't have any handouts, and I'm not sure what you're referring to. Oh, I see. In our letter, the clerk handed that out. I should have referenced, thank you, that you all have a copy of our letter to the province providing our comments on the proposed amendments to the 2017 growth plan, and that's what Councillor Groves is referring to, and I'm sorry about that. It's only terminology. As I was saying, we support the staff position. And the staff position is that an amendment to the Region Appeal Official Plan should be able to occur to provide for growth management before an amendment to the Region Official Plan for any one of the other. In the staff presentation, you'll see 15 wheels, 15 themes that are all going to be addressed to update your regional official plan. In the province's previous thinking, while it wasn't contained in the growth plan, it was contained in a policy statement to assist in implementing the growth plan, said you only do one amendment to your official plan as a region. Everything comes together. Integrated, they don't understand what integrated planning is, so where you're bringing financing in, you're bringing cost of servicing in, you're bringing affordable housing in, into your growth plan discussion. It is a comprehensive official plan amendment, but they coined this term municipal comprehensive review, and that's the difference. So you get to move forward with a comprehensive amendment to your ROPA. It's not a situation where there's not a regional official plan amendment required to amend the boundary for a new community like Bolton, like Aloha. There is. The region would be required to go through the process and adopt a ROPA to allow for that. And the region's program is that in order to get in conformity with the revisions to the growth plan and the 2017 growth plan that they never even got to before these revisions came along, thank God, address that. They address the distribution of population to various municipalities, and they intend to address this time, for the very first time, the geographic distribution or geographic location of where that population is going to go. So it's very comprehensive and very Peel-led.
Okay, thank you. Well, I guess I'll probably hear from our staff after, but that was my concern, is that we wouldn't be just going and taking lands and moving boundaries without doing any studies, without doing any financial analysis on it, and then that's what I'm trying to, I think that's what I was interpreting from what you've got here. So that would be my concern, is that you don't just go and bring.
I wouldn't support that either, thank you.
Okay, good. I'm also in agreement with you and glad to hear you talk about ROPA 30, because I'll tell you something, Bolton hasn't seen any growth in 20 years. And I sound like a broken record, but all of our businesses in Bolton continue to close. They come in, they stay for a year, maybe less, and they leave. We just can't keep up. Our downtown core is dead. and continues to die slowly. So I hope, Mr. Schnarr, that you will speak to your developers and your clients in there that, yeah, let's come to an understanding and everybody can win here. And so, and from what I've heard from you and Mr. Givens, if we reduce that density target to 45, 50%, I think 45 would be better myself, that allows us all to win and to benefit.
In conjunction with not driving greenfield population densities higher, those two things work together. But reducing the intensification target and maintaining from the previous growth plan a density of 50 jobs and people per hectare, which is incredibly dense. I don't mind saying we're on the ground trying to implement that in Councillor Downey's ward, and she's not the only person pulling her hair out. It's a very, very difficult thing in such suburban locations to get it done. So
Yes, it
we
is.
agree.
It's probably better in Toronto or somewhere. Yeah, thank you.
And if I can, Mr. Chairman, one further comment to Councillor Gross is, yes, I have not just been talking to my clients or my company's clients. I have been talking to every landowner that's there with the intention of making ROPA 30 hearing just a bad dream. So every landowner, not just my clients, we're trying to come together to get a resolution.
Yeah, well, it's a nightmare right now, so, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Innes.
Thank you, and I'm going to ask the chair to give me a little bit of leeway because I don't exactly have a question, but I do have a comment based on the comments that you have made, Mr. Schnarr. So thank you for your presentation. I'm concerned that as a Caledon resident that would be listening today and hearing the comments, that it looks like Caledon's going to blow up for growth. Right? You sat here and you talked about finding a solution that would be a compromise for all the land options. That's a lot of land. That's a lot of growth for a municipality to handle. So I want to be very clear to those in our community that are listening and watching this process that that's not exactly what I am asking for. I'm asking for the ability to have flexibility to build complete communities. I don't want rampant, fast growth. I want planned, logical, smart growth. And I will continue as the councillor for wards 3 and 4, where all of the growth we are talking about in Bolton is not actually in Bolton, it's in my ward surrounding Bolton. I will continue to advocate for the position that was determined by council and most importantly, by our community as to where they wanted planning to occur. That has been very clear. I will continue to support that. And as I know it's not the wishes of this council. This council voted differently, and that is why we are at ROPA. That's why ROPA 30 is at the OMB and LPAT. But I want to be very clear to our residents that they understand why I am advocating for what looks to be like the same thing you're advocating for. Because the reality is right now, with the projections proposed, we don't have the ability to plan communities. And we're watching various communities have extreme challenges based on that fact. And so that is why I'm supporting the 50%, and hopefully that's, I'm assuming that's what's in the motion that's coming forward today. And I want our residents to know that this is not a signal that we're opening up the floodgates. This is us saying we need to be smarter about how we plan, and we need to do it cohesively and long-term, and that as their councillor for that area, I will continue to advocate for the decision that they chose, the decision that was, very strongly supported, that was peer-reviewed, that actually had strong planning support for, and I will continue to advocate for that into the future. Thank you.
You heard, in response to that question, you heard Mr. Given allude to maybe the changes that are being requested might total into 1,500 or 2,000 acres. Nobody has been here today and advocated a planning process that is less comprehensive in the context of whether it's financial, whether it's servicing, whether it's health, climate, environment, certainly public involvement. There's no return advocated to the Wild West. What has been advocated is the opportunity to be able to move forward, to build communities that people will want to live in, that will be livable communities, more ground-related communities.
Understood. Thank you. Carrying on, Councillor Rass.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Glenn. Nice to see you. Mr. Given had touched on it, and I wonder if you have any more information. So there was a motions that were passed at Durham, and they're being also considered at York today. I'm just wondering, can you shed a little light on that? And I think if we have three major regional municipalities that are aligned in their thinking, I think that helps when we go back to the province with what our ask is.
Great question. Thank you, Councillor Rass. Well, if I was providing evidence in a court of law, the other lawyer had stopped me and said, that's hearsay. But this is my hearsay, that yesterday Durham adopted intensification rate of 45%. And I believe that's true. And from what I understand, I guess the best I can say is York is seriously considering that today for the same reasons that you're considering it today. And furthermore, interestingly, the province, in their wisdom, which I feel there's a little bit more of today with the amendment to the growth plan, but the province in their wisdom said, all right, Peel, you can, after 2031, you're going to develop at a minimum density in greenfields of 60 jobs and people per acre. Next door, Halton, 50. Why did Halton get 50? Like, what's the magic between 60 and 50, and who got to pick that, and why did they pick that? Because that's a better place for executive housing, and we're a better place to cram back-to-back stacked townhouses? It's in relation to your question. I hope that helps.
And certainly we've taken our fair share of growth over the last 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Groves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to go back, and in no way was I even suggesting going like gangbusters in Bolton. So I'm just going to go back before the growth plan came into effect, which is somewhere, I think it was around 2005, 2006. We dealt with Northwest Brampton here, and Brampton was actually quite smart in coming forward and bringing this into urban boundaries before this growth plan. And I think there was about 6,000 acres that we took in for Northwest Brampton. And all the developers there wanted to go first. Everybody wanted to be first. But really, what happened is there was a phased approach in Northwest Brampton, and I think that worked very well. And certainly, I don't see, to your point, Mr. Schnarr, when you talk about taking in all those lands, all the options, I'm sure we have the tools to phase those, and so that everybody isn't going all at once. And that would actually something that I would like to see if this is the road we're heading down, is that we have the phased approach like Northwest Brampton did.
Yes, and we certainly agree. And phasing makes sense in the context of developing livable communities, in the context of good financing and integration of new growth into the community. Nobody's suggesting that we don't have phasing. My company prepared in 1986 the Bram West Urban Expansion Study, advocating the official plan amendment to bring those lands in. Lands came in. There's a very substantial part of those lands that are still being planned because of phasing, because it needs to be logical. Well, for starters, in the old days, you waited till a pipe got to your doorstep and then you built. We've come a long way since then. Pipe and water, we need more than pipe, water, road. We need all of the community facilities. Phasing's an absolute requirement, I agree.
Absolutely, and I'm going to tell you, hopefully the province will do away with the growth plan, because when they brought that in, that's where all the problems started, it's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That exhausts my list. Thank you for your presentation, Glenn. Take care.
Thank you, Mr.
That
Chairman.
brings me back to council. My first speaker, I believe, is Joanna Downey. And what I was going to do is, as a holistic motion, when Councillor Downey gives me hers, she'll move 7.1, receipt of Don Given, 7.2, receipt of Glenn Schnarr, and we're also bringing forward 11.1. Councillor Downey, over to you.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I appreciate the presentations and comments of our guests this morning. As it's been mentioned around the table, this is my area that we're speaking of, but on a greater plane, we're looking at the region as a whole and how we grow and grow together, and how we build complete communities for the people that choose to live in Peel. So the motion that I'm putting forward, and it's been kindly seconded by Councillor McFadden, would you like me to read it in whole, or do you want to? put it up on the board.
Can we get it on the
It's
board,
long.
please? And as everybody continues to read, I confirm it has been seconded by Councillor McFadden, and at the appropriate time, should staff wish to comment, I'd welcome that as well. Councillor Downey, you still have the floor.
I think the discussion this morning has been very fulsome, and I'm a little bit under the weather, so thank you for understanding that. I think if there are any of my colleagues have any questions, but I think that this is a good approach, and I think that it's been mentioned many times that these numbers are minimums, and we can always move up if the situation arises, but it gives us the flexibility to be able to build and complete our communities in a holistic way. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Innes.
Thank you. And I'd like to propose an amendment to add a change to the planning horizon.
Good stuff. Okay.
And I'm going to ask, before I discuss 2046 versus 2051, I'd just like to get staff's comments on the planning horizon. And I feel, I said it earlier around this table, that the planning process is really long. And by the time we get to the actual development, we've quite often surpassed that planning horizon, and it doesn't quite fit the community. I also feel that when we're planning, to the 25-year planning mark, that at least, I think that there are some cost benefits and financial benefits to the region when we're planning our infrastructure to support that growth. So I just wanted to get your comments as to the planning horizon number being 2046 versus 2051.
So through you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, we've been working for some time doing our growth allocation work under the, the direction from Regional Council to be proactively planning for 2041 and integrating that work on the planning side with the infrastructure and financial planning side. And that work's been based on the 2041 horizon. So at this point, making a shift to a different planning horizon could have implications for Peel in terms of stepping us back and having to revisit some of that work. Although we recognize that being proactive and looking out to a further horizon, as we have been doing for 2041, the benefits of that, and that's sort of inherent in the integrated approach, having to sort of step back and revisit, wait for new forecasts from the province to a different planning horizon, and then redo some of that work would be problematic.
What would the timelines be if you were to step back to 2046?
It would depend on sort of how the province handled it, but typically, it takes them some time to actually produce and distribute a forecast, and then there's lots of detailed technical work that's been done over several years to plan for the 2041 horizon. So it would be a significant delay.
Okay, so then with that, I'm not going to bring forward the amendment, but I'm just going to say, I know that we're going to be around this table saying, let's talk about a 2041B, and we'll probably be doing it in the next couple of years, which is unfortunate because I think that puts us a step behind. And maybe that should be comments that we give back to the province, is that the 25-year planning horizon that they've provided us with the ability to do is not sufficient. They've allowed us to designate employment lands beyond 20 years now. I think that looking at a 25-year time limit for the planning horizon is not good planning. It's short-sighted. 25 years goes by really, really fast.
And that is certainly something that we have been discussing with provincial staff and can continue to bring to those tables, that flavor of discussion, certainly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So the 50 people per hectare by 2041, how many people does that equate per household?
So through you, Mr. Chairman, so in Peel, we have quite a I guess a distribution over the region in terms of the people per unit. Some of our neighborhoods have quite low people per unit, and some quite high, and it also depends on the type of unit. Obviously, an apartment unit versus a new unit. Typically, for the new planning areas, we're seeing about 3.8 people per unit, but across the whole region, the average is about 3.2 people per unit.
And are those, the 3.8 people per unit, is that based on numbers that are calculated before people move in or after people move in?
So that's calculated based on the census, so the actual census results, which and including the census undercount. So we're reasonably confident, although there.
Okay, so the census count doesn't include basement apartments, people living in basement apartments, and perhaps families who have over and above 3.8 who aren't reported on the census. Is that correct?
Well, that's a matter of some debate. The census goes out to any known household that on the provincial and federal records. So in some cases, many basement apartments would be identified and would get a copy of the census, but there are others that may not be, known, that may or may not get captured when that household actually fills in the census.
So I bring up these questions because usually in Greenfield area with density of 50 people per hectare, we're talking about homes, not necessarily mid or high rise buildings. If that's the case, then, and we are going to assume more growth, and if it's 50 jobs per hectare, we're going to be assuming that a lot of people are going to be wanting to live in those areas if there's going to be jobs there. So the motion to me just doesn't capture that extra, I'm getting distracted, doesn't capture that extra amount of people who will be moving into these areas, which in fact contribute to the growth targets that the province wants us to reach. So I bring this back. I don't know how we're going to be able to capture those numbers, but for Brampton, for example, even though our population is 600 and change, we think that really the population with basement apartments is about 700,000, but we can't capture that. So, for Caledon's sake, in your developments, even though it's likely going to be townhouses or single detached houses, as we've normally done in this region, chances are they're going to have more than 3.8 people living in those houses.
So through you, Mr. Chairman, maybe I should step back a little bit and just let you know that in terms of what staff have recommended on the density and intensification targets, we have brought forward our recommendations based on that comprehensive planning work that we've done around, and it has wrestled with all of these issues that we're talking about today. In terms of the census results, the densities, what it means on the ground, and the specific one you're talking about 50 people and jobs per hectare. You may recall that in the previous growth plan, that was the target, 50 people and jobs per hectare, but that included employment lands in the equation. And the planning that we've been doing here at the region and at the local municipalities for over the last decade has been based on that 50 people and jobs per hectare. And with the recent growth plan, they've eliminated the employment lands and brought forward the 60 people and jobs per hectare, and even so far as 80 people and jobs per hectare. What we've recommended is the 60 people and jobs per hectare based on that, and we're continuing to do that work. The resolution, proposed resolution today at 50 people and jobs per hectare would be a minimum, there would be an opportunity, of course, for the region as the more detailed work comes forward to exceed that minimum.
Okay, so I'm only bringing this up, I'm not sure how to deal with it in the resolution, but in speaking with Councillor Sato, just on a side conversation, we were talking about the fact that when these houses are built, we don't find out until after the fact that they're built that our schools are overcrowded. And so if we're planning at 50 people per hectare and anticipate that there will be more than 3.8 people living in the households in the future. And we're planning based on 50 people per hectare and schools and roads and, width of streets, then we're going to face the same problems, or Caledon will face the same problems that Brampton, Mississauga are facing now. So I'm just bringing that up. And on top of that, we are underestimating or underreporting where we really are as a region on intensification and our targets. And I don't know how to solve that.
Thank you. Councillor Starr.
I need a little clarification here. Looking at the motion, and we kept talking about 2046 and 51, yet the motion is 2041. And just going back to Councillor Innes's point, what are we looking at? Are we looking to go to 2046? Because the discussion went back and forth between 2046 and 51. And this motion stays at 2041? Well, so we seem to have wasted a lot of time on talking about what should be done. I mean, 2041 is 22 years away. And by the time we get through that, that's 20 years. Frankly, I don't see why we're not moving this to 2046 as a minimum and work with that. Maybe I missed something here, but what was the discussion all about?
Why don't I go to staff, then I'll put you back on the list to respond again to the challenges in terms of the framework that we have from the province.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, in 2013, the province amended the provincial growth plan to put in the allocations for all the regions to the 2041 planning horizon. And the work that we've been doing at the region here for the last number of years on our growth management work, our allocation work, and the way the current growth plan is structured, it deals with the 2041 planning horizon. And so these discussions we're having about the policies and the targets are kind of around that 2041 horizon. And I guess another part of the discussion today has been about potentially asking the province to expand that horizon out to 2046 or 2051 even. And the merits of that, and what we were saying as staff is that one of the challenges would be with changing that horizon now, with the planning that's been going on for the last couple of years or so, to do that growth management work, and having to revisit that to add on the additional years could be a challenge. Although in principle, the idea of kind of bringing that longer planning horizon is something that we would be looking for, but in terms of actually recommending a change now and having to go back to the books and revisit that would be problematic.
Well, it's problematic because it took so long to get to the original horizon. And to me, we seem to be going backwards if we say, well, let's not address that now and let's keep working on this. And all of a sudden, we're going to be here 2-3 years from now, and then we're only at a 17 or 18-year horizon. But we haven't changed anything. And I guess the other part of that sidebar is what happens if the province says, okay, no, we're happy with 2046, 51. You're going to have to do that anyway.
One of the recommendations that we have in our letter to the province that's attached to the staff report is that recognizing there has been some discussion about the province potentially changing the forecasts, is that if they do change the forecast, that they give some flexibility to municipalities who already are well down the road in using the existing numbers to be able to use those and bring in the new numbers so that you could stage in your addressing of any new numbers that might come in from the province. And that's there's a little bit of that in our staff report.
Councillor Starr, you still have the floor. I think the commissioners might have some additional thoughts before I come back to you, perhaps finance and Janet as well.
Yet.
But you still have the floor.
Yeah.
On behalf of Stephen, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Just to add some clarification to that, the other piece that we have to think about is the development charge background study. That comes out of all of the growth management work, and we are working on our updating of our bylaw here at the region for Q2 of 2020 based on the 2041 numbers. And additionally, those numbers are what are being focused on within your background studies in your communities. So right now, Mississauga, Caledon, and Brampton are all passing background studies this year, which will be using the 2041 numbers. So if we were to change that horizon, it could delay our background study. And we do have a deadline of October 2020 to get that done. And we would be out of alignment with your studies then as well.
Okay, so the quick question is that if this council decided to go to 2046, what's the impact? I mean, having been involved a little bit with DCs and whatever over the years, it's just adding another layer of information. And hello? Oh, I thought it was somebody calling me. It was just my pal Sinclair here. But I just say that I think we're missing, the point is that we need a little bit extra time. And by the time we get all through this, we're going to be at less than 22 years. We're going to be sitting here in another couple, 3 years. We're going to say, how come we didn't change this to 2046 and put that in place now? I just, logically, it seems to me that we're, almost moving sideways or backwards on this.
Jeanette, Commissioner Smith, if you wanted to speak to that as well.
Yeah, through the chair. So in speaking to staff, I mean, in terms of infrastructure planning, water and wastewater and transportation, which they need for the DC background study, to go and extend, although it feels like 5 years doesn't seem that length of time, it's quite a bit more work. And so our biggest fear is we wouldn't have that work done for finance to be able to do the DC bylaw by the time it expires 2020, right?
Okay, I'm going to finish up, but I just think that we're missing an opportunity to work to the future rather than get caught up where this is being brought back. And I'm trying to look at it as a global situation, to look back on it a couple, 3, 4 years from now and say, well, we should have moved ahead, and there's not enough time frame. And I totally understand the 25-year situation, and you had that back there. Now we're at the juncture where now we're at 22 years or 21 and a half years. So I don't know. I mean, to me, I'd be putting in a friendly amendment to the movers and say, let's change that to 2046 and see if it flies. I mean, I don't want to put extra work on all of us going through the whole thing again 2, 3 years from now.
Councillor Starr, the CAO may have a thought on that point as well. David?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The struggle that we're having is that we've, in the last number of years, we have worked very closely with the development industry, with the local municipalities, our finance and public works staff and planning staff to do comprehensive planning. I think Mr. Given referred to that, or maybe Mr. Schnauer. Well, we work together and do comprehensive. We don't layer it. We do it all. So, for example, when we get the 2041 numbers, we take a look at, say, I think it was 13 different planning scenarios and planned out everything related to those scenarios, financing, planning, engineering, all of those pieces. And then based on that work, and working with developers, come up with our plan that then informs the DC back study. That's the work I think staff is referring to that would suddenly be thrown to the side should we suddenly change the planning horizon numbers. But perhaps the compromise that council could consider is that we continue to work now to the 2041 numbers, but we encourage the province to, as quickly as possible, come out with the next 2051 numbers so we can start that work immediately following this work, so that we don't waste the time and money we've done on working with the municipalities to get the next DC study complete and planning study done, but then we're able, because we'll have the new numbers, to move into the next phase of planning, and hopefully with amended intensification and density targets. If I'm speaking through my hat, staff, please speak now and tell me.
Yes. Again, Steve, Jocks, please.
So, and that's what, through you, Mr. Chair, that's what Adrian had alluded to early on in this conversation, is that within our report, we've requested through the province, or in this letter on the amendment, that if they do change the planning horizons and growth allocations in the short term, that they allow us to continue to use the work that we have and build off of that to plan to the rest. So we don't actually have to put everything to the side. We can continue on, we can get our DC bylaw in place, we can get all the other work, we can use all the research we've done, and we can apply that to putting it forward to the whatever new time horizon that the province either puts forward to us. And then that would, coincide with the conversations that we've had and build on the work that we've had with the building community, our stakeholders, and local area municipalities.
Councillor Starr, last chance. Anything further before I carry on? Go ahead.
Sorry, got to have help here from my friends. I was going to suggest that, I'm glad you spoke up, David, but somehow, I don't know how to, let's call it a sidebar, that we work towards the next 5 years after that, because it's going to happen. We're halfway there now. And by the time we finish all of this, and by the time the DCs come in, we're going to be at the 20-year horizon. So why aren't we doing that, the preliminary work now, keep on going with it, and tell the province this is what we're doing? Because I just have a feeling we're going to get caught, and you don't know what this government's going to do. And so I like your suggestion, Jeanette, that maybe just keep on going with it and say, okay, almost do a what if. What if it was changed? And keep working that way. So that's my suggestion. I don't think the 2046 will fly now unless it does, but I just say that keep on working with it, because it's going to happen. And I don't want to be one of the people sitting here saying, well, we should have done it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Starr. Councillor Innes.
Just to follow up on that, and I understand, and that's why I asked the question of staff. I understand the implications now of going back, and I don't want to delay the process anymore, because quite frankly, that's what it's going to do. And we're already behind, in my opinion. And I think, and maybe if this is council direction, while we've made those recommendations in the report to the province that we would like them to look at expanding the planning horizon, I really do think that it's an issue that the Government Relations Committee should continue to advocate for in the future, even when the growth plan amendments are passed. I have a suspicion that this may not be in it. And if it's not in it, I think that it is something that we should continue to advocate for, because it makes planning sense. It's financial sense, and I think it's just good planning. So I think that that's something we should continue to advocate for, and I'm presuming that could just be council direction based on the outcomes of what's approved by the province. With regards to the motion that is before us, because I didn't speak to that when I spoke the first time, my apologies. I do support the 50%, and the reason is it allows flexibility in planning. There are areas in Brampton and Mississauga that I've dealt with various councillors who don't want to reach the maximum intensification that they are being told they must take by their area municipalities. This allows for that flexibility. It also allows and ensures that communities that I represent in my ward, for example, Caledon East, they don't want intensification. But because of our SAV planning, they have the infrastructure to actually be able to take more intensification than what they're currently permitted. They don't want it. The community doesn't want any more growth than it's already experiencing. They don't want the infill. It's built on hills and sandy slopes. It's in the Oak Ridges Moraine. There's all kinds of issues with it. But based on the targets that staff are presenting to us, those areas will be prime for intensification. The areas that already have existing infrastructure to support that intensification. My community doesn't want it. That's one village that doesn't want it, and I know that there are many other villages across Caledon who have that capacity, who don't want it. So I think that this is a compromise to being able to plan smartly, build in the flexibility to build the communities that our communities want and deserve, that are viable and sustainable moving forward, and build complete communities. And it's a good solution for all three municipalities working together in the region, and a compromise so that we do have a strong region moving forward. So I do support the recommendations that is before us today. Thank you.
Very good. Good discussion. That exhausts my list. You have the motion before you. It's on the screen. The chair will take it as read. It's been duly moved by Councillor Downey, seconded by Councillor McFadden. This is a recorded vote. If you'd vote at this time, please. Yep, Madam Clerk, seems to be working, we're close. Oh. Councillor McFadden, I see you've properly voted according. Oh. Madam Clerk?
Doesn't come up till the end. Doesn't come up till the end. It's on your small screen. Doesn't come up till the end.
And I think we have every vote counted, is that correct? And
Now, it'll come up here now.
very good. So that carries. Thank you. And with that, as I said, that means we've also dealt with receipt of the 2 deputations and report 11.1, which brings me to staff presentations. Item 8.1, update on PL 2041 regional, is that, we still need the presentation from Steve Jock. Strategy Works for information was 11.1 and 12.1, but we need the presentation from Steve Jock, Chief Planner and Director, Regional Planning and Growth Management. Steve, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Regional Council. As you know, my name is Steve Jakes. I'm the Director of Regional Planning and Growth Management. Today, I want to bring to you an update on the ROPA 2041 Peel Regional Official Plan Review and a Growth Management Strategy. But before I do that, I'd also like to put it in a little bit of context in what the environment we've been working with. What's going on here? All right. As you know, the region has a corporate strategic plan to 2035, and the vision for that is community for life. There are a number of goals under each of the theme areas. Planning is used as one of the many tools to implement the region's vision. The Peel 2041 Official Plan Review and the Growth Management Work Plan aim to achieve the region's vision. I think it's also important to put in context the planning environment in which we've been working since we initiated Peel 2041. These are some of the key provincial land use planning framework changes that have taken place since the start of our official plan review and the introduction of our growth management plans. These changes have made it challenging to work through our work plans, but we continue to build in flexibility so we can keep our technical work moving. I would also like to point out that in today's agenda, through the correspondence area, the Minister has suggested that municipalities bring a pause to their planning work. However, we still plan to move forward with our technical work, so we are in a position to respond quickly when the process is finalized by the province. We're also anticipating further changes to the various planning frameworks, and as we continue to anticipate these changes, we will work with the province to ensure we are advocating for the region's positions, as noted in the slide. In fact, as the conversation we just had around item 11.1 on the agenda, the regional comments to the Amendment 1 of the proposed growth plan, we've listed our top areas of concern, and we've also included very detailed comments back to the province, as well as suggested wording for the legislation. As a higher level view of that, we've requested a staged approach, which you've heard from Mr. Given as well. That staged approach to the MCR process. We just have addressed the targets area and intensification and density, and we've proposed other options for the settlement boundary expansions. I'd like to just give you now just a slight overview of the growth management strategy for those who aren't very familiar with the strategy itself. The strategy has a work plan where the outcome is to develop integrated plans at the region. There are 4 main deliverables we are currently focused on: official plan amendments, capital plans for transportation, water, and wastewater, as well as our DC bylaw update. The goal of these integrated deliverables is that we're supporting growth from all perspectives, from planning, from engineering, finance, as well as our stakeholders. In addition, we also have integrated teams within the region that consist of planners, engineers, and our finance staff, which means we have expertise at the table planning for growth. In addition, we work with our key partners through 2 main work groups, the Intermunicipal Working Group as well as the Development Industry Working Group. We also host a number of technical working groups that focus on technical aspects of transportation, planning, and DC-related issues. This provides the opportunity to discuss at sometimes the minutiae of the proposed policies with our key internal and external stakeholders. The purpose of all of these work groups is to have strategic conversations related to potential land use planning, capital planning, or finance approaches that the region may be contemplating to prepare for growth. The goal here is to get insight early on in the process so that when we go through our official, for example, our official plan amendment, we have taken into consideration all the views of the stakeholders of the region of Peel. So let's move on to our work plan. So the Planning Act requires that the region update its official plan every 5 to 10 years to ensure it conforms to provincial plans and policies. The Peel 2041 Regional Official Plan Review is currently underway to fulfill this obligation. What you see before you is the original work plan that was proceeding in a staged manner, with multiple official plan amendments implementing the various policy focus areas. The first was ROPA 27, which came into effect in 2017 and included policies relating to age-friendly planning, health, and the built environment. The next two segments were growth management and transportation. These ROPAs were brought forward for public consultation in 2018. The remainder of the work plan was to proceed in an orderly fashion upon the approval of the previous. That was until March 2018. When the province released the draft municipal comprehensive review guidelines, which required one single amendment and didn't allow us to proceed in a phased approach. What we are currently hearing through our consultations with the province over the last few weeks is that this guidance may remain in effect. What that means is that all of the remaining focus areas in the black box, with possibly the exception of the aggregate resource, would be required to be implemented in one amendment. This comprehensive ROPA would not be able to proceed to council adoption until early 2021. We continue to advocate to the province that a staged approach be reconsidered in order to advance key planning initiatives at both the regional and the local levels. So where are we in our official plan review process? To date, we have kicked off, we have our kickoff phase, which included statutory public meetings and open houses. Our work plan has been approved by council, and we've begun detailed focus area work. Staff continue to make progress on technical studies that support our policies, including draft policies, as well as conducting important engagement efforts. The work plan has resulted in various updates to reflect the new provincial requirements or changes, and we've adopted a flexible approach to our work while still moving this technical work forward. Our approach to growth management has allowed us to be more internally and externally collaborative, integrated, transparent, and agile when addressing these changes. We continue to manage the changes by adjusting our work plans, expanding the scopes of work to address new direction. We continue with our engagement with council members, local municipalities, the building industry, the public, as well as stakeholder agencies. So what can you expect in 2019? We have continued to make progress in Peel 2041. The one piece of the puzzle that's yet to land is the MCR process, decision by the province. But regardless of how that unfolds, Peel will continue to work towards completing its technical research. This work is required regardless of the direction that the province takes on planning matters. Peel will be in a sound position to move forward once this is finalized. In fact, in meetings with the province late last year, where we laid out our work to date, as well as our proposed work plans, the province indicated that we are in much better shape than most municipalities to move forward with planning matters in the region than most other municipalities. So now I'd like to just turn our attention to our growth management work plan. The impact of different growth scenarios in infrastructure and financial decisions were conducted between 2013, whoops, I think I went back. There we go. Between 2013 and 2018. This resulted in a council-endorsed growth scenario in October 2017. A subsequent endorsement in April 2018 allowed refinements to be made to the endorsed growth scenario as updated information became available, such as census and local area vision plans. Our growth management work completed to date is based on this work and has provided the foundation for key transportation, water, wastewater, and development charges work, as well as it has informed local plans and initiatives. So this provides you an overview of what our work plan looks like to bring us into compliance with the growth plan as it stands today. The first 7 colored areas show the Peel 2041 growth plan work. We're continuing to plan it and work at it in a phased approach. We are continuing to, again, impress upon the province that a phased approach to bringing these amendments forward is most judicious for planning in the region of Peel. If not, again, all of these pieces will come under one amendment, which we don't think is the right way to go for good planning in the region and in the province. The last two gray areas show the growth management strategy work plan. The region continues to move forward with its development of capital plans on transportation and wastewater, which support the updating of the DC development bylaw, which has been noted is due in 2020. Overall, from a work plan perspective, the region continues to make progress on its technical aspects of each plan and is in a sound position to respond to any guidance that comes from the province. Before I conclude, I just want to recognize staff in regional planning, growth management, our development services staff, transportation, water, wastewater, finance, and legal. They've been all key in keeping this work moving forward despite all the changes happened at the province. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Stephen. Thank you to staff. My list is Councillor Groves Sinclair. Councillor Groves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation, Steve and Adrian. Just a quick question. So the work that you've done, all the changes that we're anticipating coming down from the province, you're confident that you're able to move forward and with what you've done here, with some of those changes coming? I don't know what they are, but...
Well, everything we know to date, we've managed our work plan accordingly to adjust to those changes. We've had ongoing conversations with the province at various levels to get indications of potentially where certain decisions may be moving to or what the flavor of the day is. And we've adjusted our work plans accordingly to address those, but also with the eye on the ball of getting us to compliance. So the work that we've done, we haven't got ahead of ourselves. We're not writing official plan amendments per se. We're doing the technical work that's going to be required to support those. So employment allocations, delineating mass transit station area boundaries. So we're looking at all those pieces that are going to be required. We know that's work that needs to be done. If the province changes how we can bring that forward, we'll be ready for that.
Very good, thank you, and I have no doubt that you will be. And just a comment, Mr. Chair, and I wanted to thank Steve and his team for the work that you've done. I know that you've been working on this for a number of years now, and certainly I think that it's the good work that you do and the good planning that you do and all the things that you plan for, where it's not just roads, but you plan for everything else that comes with development. And I think this is why we're one of the best regions in Ontario when it comes to managing our growth and being fiscally responsible. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you. Through you, the chair, there was a listing of a vast number of provincial initiatives and planning and decision-making changes, all happening in a short period of time, or really amounts to chaos. And I guess what I wonder if, what would the Central Politburo of Queen's Park do if we started approving individual parts of the work plan?
What we intend to do, if it stays as a single amendment, what we intend to do is when pieces of our work, as you saw in our time chart there, when those are done, we're actually planning to bring those to council for endorsement. We wouldn't be able to pass them on to the province. They wouldn't deal with them individually. But what we can do to speed our process along, because it would be very onerous and time-consuming to bring one single amendment with every one of those pieces to council and walk through in a very methodical way so that everyone understands the decisions that we're making and that we're asking you to make. So we will be bringing those through to council for endorsement when they are completed, so that at the end of the process, it's a much simpler and quicker process to the province. But sorry, to answer your question, they probably wouldn't deal with it if we sent it to them.
Okay. The next question is, you mentioned something about aggregates. And the aggregate issue is huge to Ward 1, Town of Caledon. We have a continuous complex of strip mines extending 4.5 miles can be measured at one point at 3/4 of a mile wide, up to 1.5 miles wide in some locations. And it's been underway since about 1948. And when my last life on council, it spent my entire 9 years on council to bring through OPA 181. And it cost the town of Caledon and Region of Peel about $2 million. So I thought we had the best aggregate policies in the province. And I'm very nervous about the businesses involved in aggregate extraction simply saying, well, we want to make our lives better, so let's just change everything again. So what are you hearing about changes to the aggregates policies?
Maybe I'll ask Mark Head, who's more into the weeds on that than I am, to come down and speak to what he's hearing. He's liaising with the province on a regular basis on aggregate and agricultural issues.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the policy framework for mineral aggregate resources in the provincial policy statement has not changed substantively, so there are some updates that will be needed to the regional plan to address some changes that have been made regarding policy on aggregates recycling, and the province has also issued updated bedrock resource mapping that would have to be reflected in the regional plan. So we've outlined a work plan, a scope of work to address that, and we would be working collaboratively with the town of Caledon staff to investigate what would be required to be brought forward in that component.
Okay, thanks. Maybe I could get a copy of the bedrock resource mapping whenever it's convenient. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, that's my list. It's here for receipt. It's been moved by Councillors Groves and Sinclair. All in favor? That is carried. That brings me to our last presentation, 8.2, from Lisa Duarte, Director of Marketing and Communications. Options for a public awareness campaign on the provincial government's consideration to increase water utility rates to existing payers so it can eliminate development charges for new houses. And as Lisa's coming forward, I do want to make it clear to all of my colleagues that this is really the opening salvo of all the options that we have going forward, and you should be aware of them because it's a big issue. We still hope we can work convivially as well with our provincial friends to see if there's a meeting of the minds, but we're also ready to go for bear on this one because this is not a battle we can lose either. So from soup to nuts, we want to tell you what all the options are, but hope that a civil approach will ensue and the province will realize this is probably not good policy. So with that, Lisa, welcome. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of Regional Council. I'm here to present to you 3 approaches for a public awareness campaign regarding the potential impact on water utility rates if the provincial government eliminates development charges on new houses, and ask you to choose one of these approaches. So the goal of the campaign will be to reach as many residents as possible to make them aware of the issue and of the potential increase to their water bill. To do that, we will use both traditional and digital communication channels. As this issue is quite complex and most residents don't have a good understanding of development charges or how they work, we will ensure that the language of the campaign is simple, that the visuals are clear, and the messages are compelling, action-oriented, and factual. We have developed 3 approaches for your consideration that vary from a strong and direct call to action to a much softer informational approach. This slide depicts the tactics and channels we will be using regardless of the approach that's selected. You will see there is a variety of tactics using things like print material, digital and social media, video, and telephone messaging. We also plan to engage with ethnic media outlets on this issue to ensure reach to all audiences. I will now review the 3 options to consider on our approach, and the first one is the strong approach. As you'll see in the samples, the strong approach uses provocative headlines and images and has a direct call to action, which is for residents to email or call their MPPs and voice their concerns about a potential water rate increase. The approach is direct, attention-grabbing, and action-oriented, and is unlikely to be missed or ignored by many residents. The bold headlines and images are intended to evoke a strong emotional response to encourage residents to act. As a result, we anticipate a significant volume of emails and calls to MPPs, as well as calls and emails to the region and your offices about this issue. I will walk you through how the call to action for the strong approach will work. So links from all of these materials will bring residents to our website, and on it they will see a short description of the issue and a call to action to email their concerns to their MPP. Residents will be able to look up who their MPP is by entering their postal code. Once they know who their MPP is, they will select the name from a drop-down menu in an online form that will appear to them that will have a sample message of concern. Residents can send that message as it is, or they can edit it if they wish. Once they click send, the message will be emailed to their MPP. We will be able to track the total number of emails sent if residents choose this option. However, residents may also send their own email bypassing the online form, and we wouldn't be able to track those. The next approach is the moderate approach, and you'll notice that in the headlines and images, they're still impactful, but they're a little less bold than they are in the strong approach. The call to action in this approach is for residents to let us know if they are okay with their water bill going up. It's similar to how a petition would work. Again, residents would be directed to our website, and we would ask them to answer a yes or no question related to the increase in their water bill. This approach will provide us with data on whether the residents support a water bill increase, and we can then share that data with Regional Council and the provincial government. This approach will also allow us to create a list of engaged residents who could potentially be contacted again to take further action if necessary. And lastly, we have the soft approach, which is more of an informational and educational approach to the issue, which raises awareness, explains development charges, and indicates that the Region of Peel is working with the province to ensure that water rates do not go up. These are some of those examples of the softer approach. This approach does not have a call to action for residents other than to be informed, and will direct them to our website where we will house information on the issue. Pending council decision on the campaign option, we could start implementing tactics the week of March 4th and onward. The water bill insert would arrive in people's homes at the beginning of April. We will be monitoring to see how the campaign is performing and to ensure that the messages stay alive. And we can report back on the results of the campaign to council if requested. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I am seeking council's direction on which approach to take.
Lisa, thank you. We have questions. Councillor Innes.
Thank you, Lisa, for your presentation. Can you just refresh my memory as to how council or staff came to be made aware that this was something that the current government is undertaking?
I might defer that to you, to the CAO to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 points. One, you can't delegate up.
Oh, sorry. You told me that several times. I should know that by now.
It came to our attention through a report from the C.D. Howe Institute. So Steve Van Offlegen at the last council meeting reported on a C.D. Howe report written by a gentleman by the name of Ben Dacus, I believe, who is now has a position in the Premier's office. And that position of, the position of the C.D. Howe report was basically to eliminate DCs to eliminate the cost of infrastructure for new housing and new development from DCs and fund them through increased rates, water rates. So simply stated, you'd be asking the existing residents to pay the infrastructure costs for new development throughout Peel. So that it came to our attention that way, and there's been a lot of discussion at the municipal staff level across the province on the concerns about this.
So was that C.D. Howe report commissioned by the province?
No, I don't believe so.
Was he working for the province while it was written?
No.
No, I don't believe so.
So my concern is that we don't have confirmation or affirmation that the provincial government is taking this direction. we're speculating. We're spending a lot of time and resources on speculating. And while I appreciate the presentation, and I'm all for going the strong route, should we find out, in fact, that this is occurring, I would feel more comfortable before deploying more resources and sort of creating an enemy when maybe not necessary, that the chair be directed to write to the appropriate minister, and I believe it would be Minister Clerk, to confirm that this is their intentions and give them a deadline. Say, you know what, we want to notify our residents through our quarterly billing cycle, which happens April 1st. We would need a response from your ministry by X date and time. And I think that that's fair. We're giving them a chance to comment before we go out guns a-blazing, and should they respond back to us that they are planning, I think that we could give permission today. I think we'll have a council meeting before that, but we could give permission that we proceed with a plan. But it's a lot of speculation, right? It wasn't a report that was commissioned by the province. He wasn't working for the province at the time. It is a significant concern for all of us. Massive concern. That's a lot of resources, but I think that we should step back a little bit and just have a confirmation from the province before we proceed.
Thank you, and well said. Councillor Santos.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I agree with Councillor Innes that we should probably have a deadline and a timeline for them to give us an idea whether or not this is moving forward or not. I'd love to hear from staff if we think that there's a leaning in terms of it moving forward. And then I have another question in relation to this public awareness campaign, which is there are some townhouse condos where the water bill is part of their maintenance fee, and they don't necessarily see why maintenance fees are going up and how this will potentially impact maintenance fees. At the same time, because they don't receive water bills, they won't know about this public awareness campaign. So a question on how we're going to capture that. I speak personally because I am one of those condo townhouse owners who does not receive a water bill. It is in my maintenance fee.
Perhaps the CAO may have a thought on that, then I'll come right to you, Lisa, to the CAO.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair. Both of your questions. The first question is we don't have knowledge that the province is actually considering this as a policy change at this point. It is speculation on our part, but we wanted the council to be aware because when the province so far has been making changes, the consultation periods have been quite short. So we wanted to get the homework done. So directing the chair or asking the chair to speak with the minister or write to the minister beforehand is a prudent approach, I would think. There's no point firing your gun until you have a target. That's the first part of your question. And the second part is that pause would give us time to think about how we'd work with condominiums and also how we'll work with business, because we haven't targeted in this first 2-week attempt to get something before you business, and the impact on business is huge. I think we told you in our last report, our 5 largest consumers of water business, would see their first-year rates going up from 800,000 for one to 2.5 million to the other. So it will give us time to investigate how we take that out should we have to. Sorry.
Rowena, that's got it? That's good? Very good. Thank you. Councillor Dasko.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I echo what Councillor Innes said as well. I think we should find out exactly what their position is first, but being prepared is certainly, I think, the most prudent way to go because they seem to be, this government seems to be very expeditious once they make up their mind. So having things all lined up to go, should that be the case, I think is prudent planning.
Councillor Parrish.
Yes, I want to thank you. I think it's a good presentation. And I think what we could do in the interim is send it off to the other regions and make sure that they know we've done this, get their agreement to launch it when we need to. I'll tell you something, there's not too many senior political governments that set out trial balloons that they don't expect a reaction. So having something to shoot at CAO Schwark, could be the balloon. And it should be prepared. And if we agree with the program today, if something should come out between now and the next time we meet, we should prepare the gun and the trigger and give permission to fire. I think we need to be prepared immediately.
Thank you, Councillor Parrish. Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you. I thought the strategies were well prepared and very useful, but I agree we don't need to start them up right away. It may be that we'd have to start them up very quickly if we saw legislation hitting the floor of the House. The one thing that might be done is simply have staff prepare estimates of the cost impacts to the biggest water uses in Peel. Call them in and tell them all. And maybe they should take an interest on their own to contact the province as a means of moving things forward. Thank you.
Thank you. It just, when the province brought out its paper on housing reform and how to, housing supply, they did reference DCs and talk about DCs as an impediment to affordable housing. So that perhaps was the trial balloon that Councillor Parrish spoke about. And I'm sorry, I forgot that in my first round. So although they haven't come out and said they're going to get rid of DCs or do what the CD Howe report said, they have referenced the DCs in relation to affordable housing. So I think it's well for Council to be prepared.
Thank you. Great conversation, and I appreciate where you're coming from. And Councillor Dasko, you're right. The government has shown a proclivity to move real fast on stuff, and that's why when it was brought to me in here 2 weeks ago, let's get our powder ready to go, if not dry, and when we've got to ignite, we'd better, because you're not going to have a lot of time. The other point that was made, Councillor Innes, you're so right, especially on the corporate side. Could you imagine if your Pepsi or Coke or whichever one was there first, and over the years in a Mississauga, you would have paid your levies to build your entity. Well, your competitors coming in across the road, they need a pipe, you're paying for it. Why didn't they, well, you know, it's the new regime, you're going to, or the new subdivision that you don't want. Well, when we built ours, you paid for it in your levies, but the project you don't want next door is coming in and you will be paying for the pipes and everything. It's just abhorrent to most people. So it's a big issue, and the gut has to be ready, because what's coming at us could kill us. It's huge. So I really appreciate the conversation, and I think we're moving in the right direction. And I have Councillor Parrish on my list, but I think the direction is we're going to take this back and get a little bit more intel and proceed as discussed, but we're ready to go if need be. Councillor Parrish.
I was going to move we approve the program as presented, that we share it with other municipalities in case it hits, and we give the chair the power to order it to be shot if something happens before we meet again.
Soft, hard, or medium?
Thank you.
We'll word it more carefully.
The very good point, but is it the hard, the medium, or the soft strategy, or can we wait?
Strong.
So you're already telling, okay.
Oh, yeah.
I very good. See,
There's no
we're
wimps
all
in this
clear on
council.
that. Very good. I don't disagree. Councillor Innes.
I agree with Councillor Parrish except for one part, which is the circulation to the other regions. I'm concerned that we're crying wolf when we don't know 100%. And we use that tool to communicate with our regions so that we're all speaking from the same page. And we don't know that that's factual yet. So I'm concerned about jumping out to the other regions and saying this is a possibility without knowing that it actually is a possibility. So with that in it, I'm not quite sure I could support it. I support we are prepared to move strongly. I support that we give the chair the authority once he, in his best decision before that April, I guess it's April 1st deadline, whenever that mailer goes out to our residents, and that we include the information with regards to how to advocate towards businesses as well as condominiums. I think that that's really crucial. And I think that perhaps in your letter to the minister, you may want to add add some of those stats, in particular, the business, because this government keeps saying that we're here to move business forward and to help our economy grow. You're going to be hindering some of these businesses, 2.2 million, is that what you said, a year? 2.5 million a year. That's something that we need to show that we're advocating for, but I think that that's a strong message that they will be able to understand. So I will throw it back out there, but I'm not sure as to sending out to other regions. I would suggest if we do get confirmation that absolutely we send it out to other regions and they're ready to go. And perhaps as the chair, you could have, a telephone conversation with some of your counterparts across the region to show that there is some concern, but I don't want to make it quite public yet that we're advocating for something that may not actually be true.
So thank you. I have a list, but just so that we're always speaking to a motion, and I'm asking, I'm not telling, but I think they understand the motion before me or the direction is we are agreeing to the communication strategy in principle so that we're ready to go. And then this era of moral suasion and definitive understanding of what's coming will play out. And then we're ready to go if need be. Something along those lines is what and we don't necessarily need to officially directly communicate with the other regions, but perhaps informally that's something I can deal with as well. That's the flavor of what I'm getting coming back, just if somebody wants to formulate it more definitively, but I believe that's generally what we are speaking to. Councillor Fonseca.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I'm in support of the conversation as it's gone now, fully in support of as strong as possible, as bold as possible, to the point of, I think we do need to get clarification. At the same time, this provincial government has been moving very quickly, so I don't know if we could, perhaps we don't send a letter out to the other regions. The chair, as Councillor Innes was saying, perhaps can have the phone conversation. However, could we, to Councillor Sinclair's point, could we put an insert in to the largest users that would maybe push them to say, oh my God, if this happens? Because I believe with Bill 66, I believe part of the public campaign through the conservation authorities went out before the legislation was tabled. I'm not 100% on that, but that's what got some of the public perked up. So I'm not sure if we're able to put into, like, for the business community. I mean, if you could put an insert in, maybe wait till there's clarification, but at the same time, it's a huge hit to them. So I don't know if you could put something out sooner. It's hard to say. It's a hard call on that one.
CAO, do you have a thought on that?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I think council needs to decide, are we going to launch or we're not going to launch? We can't sort of half launch, and it would be, I don't think it would be the right thing to do to get the business community riled up again until we are sure that this is a real, an imminent threat.
And dare I say, to be discussed further, if it were to go forward for that 2 million plus crowd, the chair might play postman and deliver those in person and maybe with a word, because I think we want to get their attention and have them as advocates if this goes live. Carrying on, Councillor Groves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I agree with what's been said around the table, and I think, yes, we go with the strong position, but I'm just curious. I know that it was CD Howe that we received the correspondence from them, but I also we had in our package in Caledon at our last meeting a piece of correspondence with regards to this as well. Can't remember where it came from, but it was in our package. And so I'm just wondering, where is it really coming from? Because we had correspondence in Caledon as well.
So the report, I don't remember the date, and maybe staff can help me with the actual CD Howe report came out, but it did create quite a fervor amongst municipalities in Ontario. And I believe it was discussed at the Marco meeting that you attended. And I think following the Marco meeting, there was correspondence from the chair of Marco to the minister, and perhaps the premier, maybe the minister, stating or imploring that they do not change DCs. So that may have been the correspondence you saw. There is noise about this in the municipal sector, AMO is very concerned and has been writing about it, as have Marco and some other groups. But there has been no formal launch like the one that we're talking about today.
Right. Okay, and I agree that we should be prepared, and so if that does come to fruition, we're ready to go, because it does have a huge impact on us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Raz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The good conversation. I would like the idea of trying to get some clarification direct from the minister. I think what Councillor Groves was referring to was a missive that went to all municipalities from AMO on the importance of development charges, and I believe it was in our packages at the city. I don't know if it was in your packages here. So there's also an opportunity, and all the other municipalities should be aware of it, so there may not be a need to touch base with other regions, but it probably wouldn't hurt at some point just to say there might be an opportunity for a larger collaborative effort, and we've done all the work for you, so they can just easily adopt it. R&D means rip off and deploy. So I think I would like to get the clarification from the province. We would like to have guns blazing. Mr. Chair, I'll leave it in your hands to be able to pull the pin should it come in between meetings. And I believe you've heard loud and clear that we're looking for the strong approach. Thank you.
Mayor Brown.
Similar to Councillor Raz, I think that's the right approach. There's a provincial budget that will be coming soon, and with matters like this, it could be included in the budget, and it could be over with. So when they have asked for consultation, and if you don't give it, and you don't give it forcefully, it may be too late. And I view this campaign as an extension of the consultation. Not only are we going to provide input, we're going to make sure that residents have an opportunity to provide input as well. And so I would say to the chair, I think what you're hearing from regional council is if you believe it's coming in the budget, then don't hesitate to make sure that our opinion is heard as forcefully as possible. And I just add, the government very much views their brand as open for business. And as much as this is going to be a significant cost on families, this would also be a job-killing provision. And so I think as much as we can also reference, this is not just a hidden tax on, a hidden cost on families, it's a job killer, and it would be inconsistent with the other initiatives embarked upon for the government. And if you can use in your own vernacular, if you get rid of one tax and replace it with another, then all the efforts are to make Ontario open for business are lost. And so choose your language, but I think there's lots of pushback that could be used here that would articulate our position quite well.
Thank you. Councillor Sato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I agree with my colleagues who have said that we need to do something now, because too often we get caught, and once the province brings forward legislation and so-called consultation, it's way too late because they've made up their mind. So we need to do something. I was at our Meadowvale Rotary speaking a couple of weeks ago, and I raised this issue, and there were a fair number of realtors in the room. And I said, you know, with this chipping away at the development charges, municipalities like Mississauga and like Peel are going to have to look for new revenue. And I said, there's not very much we can do. There's the utility rates, but there's also the land transfer tax, and boy, did that get their attention. So it was also suggested that, I mean, we have no other options. Mm-hmm. And the land transfer tax would probably bring in enough money to balance off. Now that comes to the municipalities, but I'm not sure how we could work it out because this is water Peel, but they suggested that one of the other groups that we contact with regard to this would be the Mississauga and the Provincial Realtors Association. And so I would suggest that they also be contacted and ask them to get on side, because it's the resales that that would potentially and possibly, and I think we can hint at that. You know, I did a little more than hint. I said, you know, we probably will open it up and look at it again. Not that we're going to implement it necessarily, but I think they have to be aware of what our options are. And I think that is one of our very few options within the municipalities, because I'm sure that water, wastewater might be today. But we've had in the past, we've had parks, recreation, transit, we've had a lot of other things that were taken off or reduced in the development charges. So who knows what is going to be tomorrow? So I think we have to make our position very clear on the generic issue of the development charges and for them to leave it alone.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. It's very clear today that those of us around the table that know them the best are trust them the least. So I'll take that as good advice from my colleagues who are waving a flag of warning at least. And we should be prepared to move at a moment's notice to continue with the military analogies that are common this morning. That you know, no use waiting for the right moment to arrive. And this government, like all governments now, the new way of doing business in North America with government stuff is pretty blunt and pretty straightforward, and no time to prepare. So I would say, on a balance of probabilities, we're more likely to, or more happy if we were ready than not. So for that part, I'm in strong support of the tough message, because no use sending a cozy message to ratepayers. We have to send them something that really affects their pocketbook. Although I did notice that we ought to use $100 bills coming out of the tap, so that was a pretty good message. So anyway, thanks very much, Mr. Chair.
And thank you. And the only other point that I would add is, on top of the excellent conversation, remember, this is also the segment of society, the developers, that didn't get their greenfield and their whitefield expansion either. This might be the other goodie of the other shoe. Sorry, I couldn't help you out on this file, but I'm going to help you out on this file to my land development friends, of which I understand the Premier has many. So this is dangerous. There's a lot of moving parts to this, and I think a very wise counsel around the table, and I appreciate it. Madam Clerk, we're a lot of moving parts to it. If you wanted to be clear on what you understand the direction is going forward.
Thank you. I understand that it is that the chair inquire with the province and Minister Clark to determine the position on the elimination of DCs on new houses, and further that council approve the strong approach in principle, and further that if necessary, the chair shall implement the strong approach, and further that the chair shall communicate with other regional municipalities and include the campaign materials, and that the chair communicate with large water users for their information and potential action, and that the chair provide a copy of the campaign, if necessary, to AMO and to the Mississauga Realtors Association. Did I capture everybody? No. More? Not to the realtors.
Okay. So that more or less is the motion before me. Speakers to the motion. Councillor Fonseca, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with everything except to Councillor Innes's point about having a deadline. We need to include a deadline to the minister. So if you call up the minister or you send a letter to say we need an answer by the state.
Sorry. Yeah, understood. Councillor Innes?
Just to follow on Councillor Fonseca's comments, we've already heard that the bill is scheduled to go out in April. So we need enough time. And what's the turnaround time for staff if this needs to be added into that material? How much time do you need?
That's almost ready to print to get it out in time for April. I think we could probably, I'm just going to turn around. Can we hold a week, 2 weeks, or not at all? Probably 3 weeks. 3 weeks? So in case you couldn't hear Amy, it has to be printed a week before March 21st in order to get it to the houses on time. So it's a very tight timeline, and the next one doesn't go out until July.
So I think that maybe if we give the minister a timeline of a week, which is a little bit tight, but we have justification, right? So we have justification that that we require this so that we can meet our April deadline of mailing notification to our residents. I would strongly suggest that it is in writing, because we would like a written response from the minister, and don't hesitate to continue to follow up.
Perhaps before I go to Councillor Raz, the solicitor might like to speak to this. Do I see Patrick on my list?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. There was just one element of that the clerk read out that I would question perhaps, and that is that it be necessary for the chair to launch the campaign before he act. What I heard articulated on the floor, I think, was that the chair have the discretion, and necessity is a high standard. I think it's unrealistic possibly to expect a hard answer from the province on this. I think you'll get a response in all likelihood.
I had referenced the if necessary, depending on the response back from the province. So we can change the if necessary to in his discretion. Is that okay?
Carrying on, Councillor Ras.
Thank you, and I would just like to be clear that I don't want, if we're going to be communicating with our large users, that it shouldn't be the way of an insert, because those just go to their accounts payable people, and it should be to a higher level within their company. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Ras, I meant it sincerely. If anybody would be sending us 1 to 2 million more, I would make a call and I would deliver that in person. So you really need to be aware of this to whoever the highest authority on the property would be. So, because and I think we get their attention that way as well.
And I probably just a few of the councillors here, so probably a lot of those users would be in my South Down industrial area, and I'm sure in Councillor Parrish's area as well. So it's probably a fairly short list, and we're happy to jump on that bandwagon.
Very good. Thank you. Councillor Santos.
Through you, Chair, just one final note, because I just noticed that perhaps it's not covered in the strong approach, but if we have a signal that we're going to be launching this campaign, it'd be great to have this topic as an article option for regional councillor newsletters. Absolutely. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Demerla.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to follow up on what the solicitor said, which is I suspect the response from the minister will be no decisions have been made yet, which then leaves you in an ambiguous situation, because do you now press the button or trigger, all the different analogies that have been used? And I think there might be some merit to scoping those parameters as to when does the chair, in the absence of another council meeting, which is likely that you might have to make that decision, I feel like it's too ambiguous, because essentially then we're giving you carte blanche, because you're going to get the answer saying no decisions have been made.
Well said. Councillor Innes.
I'm okay with giving you that direction. I think if the answer is we don't have a definitive answer for you, that means it's a possibility. And if it's a possibility, then we need to start notifying our residents before the budget process starts at the province. I think we also need to add the fact that this information should also be sent to our MPP. I would add that your correspondence to the minister is also copied to all of the MPPs for Peel, so that they're notified that we're all watching and we're all expecting a response within a week's time. And I think a no response is an indication that it's up for consideration.
I would agree with that wholeheartedly. Councillor Parrish.
I agree with Jennifer 100%, and I'm just going to be funny now. And I'm going to say, could you inform us all when you pull the trigger? Thank you. That was funny.
Councillor Sinclair.
Yes, thank you. I have a hazy memory that there might be some group out there, loosely knit GTA Chairs Committee.
Yes.
Well, could you raise this with them? Do they have meetings?
Yes.
Do you talk to each other? Okay, good. Thanks.
Thank you. So I think we're clear. Madam Clerk, I think I'm going to ask for a recorded vote on this as you've enunciated it. And I'm in here at 8 o'clock tomorrow meeting our friends from the Good Road. So by tomorrow afternoon, I hope to have something out, just because of the timelines and working backwards when it needs to be printed. And I would be reporting back to all of you, I would hope, just in terms of an official response that I were to get. But I want to make you aware of the letter that I send out as well. But short of, I can tell you here and now, things are moving quick. Short of being strongly dissuaded that the information you've received is incorrect, we have no intention of going forward. That is not being considered at this time. Short of language like that, it's pull the trigger without question, it seems to me. I don't think we have a second choice. So with that.
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
please.
Can I just weigh in on I just learned that with the water bill inserts, we send 5,000 per day. So if you wanted to wait until the March 28th council meeting, we would miss some residents, but we could still catch some if you wanted to have that window. Okay, just.
Okay, with that excellent discussion and an excellent strategy, I think you have heard the motion. It requires a recorded, it has been moved by Councillors Innes and Councillors Parrish. You've heard the motion and you've already voted, I think, and I believe that's unanimous. Madam Clerk? Thank you. Well done. Thank you, everyone. Okay, with that, that concludes all of our delegations. I'm on to item 9, which is items related to human services. Chair Medeiros.
Thank you,
sorry.
Chair.
All right, I've already communications dealt with.
I thought you were testing me to see if I'm paying attention, but all good.
Very good. We'll go with that theory. Very good. Well handled, I might add. And item 11's been dealt with, as I understand it. It takes me all the way to item 13. So Councillor Paleshi, I don't require you either. Oh, sorry, 12. Item 12. With regards to item 11, yeah, that was brought forward. Yes. So I will hand it over to Councillor Paleshi at this time. Councillor Paleshi, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 11.1's been, did we bring that forward and support it as amended?
We brought it
Yes?
forward at the
Okay.
time. That was the point I was trying to make.
The communications, item 12.1 was held.
Yes.
By Councillor Parrish. Councillor Parrish.
Well, I'm stating the obvious. When they tell us to, in the letter, to hold on and don't do anything right away, it tells me there's a big change coming. Just like canceling the citizen legal advice at the end of June for LPATs, obviously they're going to shake that one up too. And also down under 14.2, if I could address it quickly, it's the same thing. They're just putting everything on pause, which really makes me nervous because they really don't care what we've got to say. But that was my only comment.
Thank you, Councillor Parrish. You'll move correspondence of the communications. All in favor? That carries. Recorded vote? No? No. Item 12.2, Todd Smith, Minister of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade, Steve Clark, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, letter held by Councillor Vincente. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff. I'd like to just, in the vein of items that the government is working on, and this letter addresses economic development and the potential opportunity for municipalities to provide suggestions for locations for potential job sites for automotive manufacturing. Does the Region Appeal have a role in getting the municipalities together on one page to identify potential sites? Because the ask is quite considerable, a location that has 500 to 1,500 acres. Obviously, probably not every municipality even has that, although I suspect from conversations with Mayor Thompson that there is a potential for that in Caledon. And looking at this as a regional opportunity, to what degree are we involved?
Mr. Schwartz.
Sorry, yes, thank you, through the chair. You may remember council may remember from some earlier conversations, I think, when the RIC Center was here, that we are not actively involved in economic development at the region. However, having said that, and your point about the large piece of land, I could certainly put in a call to the CAOs. We communicate regularly to my 3 colleague CAOs and talk about this particular issue, but we don't have a formal role in this. Doesn't mean that we can't step in and try and encourage discussion.
So would you require direction, or would you just take that on and?
I'll take that on.
All right.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, if council wants to give me the direction to reach out, I will certainly take that.
So then I'd like to put a motion forward that we do provide direction for the region to perhaps take a guiding role in speaking with the municipalities to see what opportunities there are in the region appeal, seeing that this letter was sent both to the municipalities and to the region. I think we have a responsibility here to bring them all to the table. And if they could report back on where those conversations are going. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vincente. I think everybody's clear on the motion. Seconded by Councillor Downey. All in favor? Recorded vote. And that carries. Our next item is, was 12.3 brought forward and it was received. The next item is also from Glenn Schnarr and Associates, also received. I pass it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and that brings us to items related to enterprise programs and services. Chair Fonseca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 13.4 was held by, I believe, Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Chair, to staff. So I noticed in the submission, a lot of the focus, and perhaps because of the actual plan itself, but the focus on this was on mostly on producers and consumers. I didn't really see anything related to development, and just wondering if the study itself includes anything on the development side. And I'm thinking of things around initiatives such as development, for example, the Lakeview Village that's coming up in item 15.1. As we are challenged with growth targets, I think we should, if we're supposed to be meeting a lot of these targets set out in this plan as well, there should be incentives and language around smart growth, around sustainable cities, etc. So just wondering to staff if that's included in this study, and if it's not, whether or not we have to include those recommendations in the submission.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the question, what we can do is the response will be going back to the government in a more fulsome way as a result of this discussion with council and the recommendation before you. So what we will do is we'll note that in the letter to the province to make sure that it's front and center. There's a lot of details in the background report and the submission as a draft that was sent in, but we can certainly, given the conversation, bring it to the forefront.
Thank you. And then my final question is on the producer and consumption side of things when it comes to recycling and compost and various programs. So the question is around condo development, whether that's existing condo development or future condo development, whether or not those environmental targets and plans put forward in this include things like retrofitting of existing condos to accommodate and encourage recycling and composting. And also looking at future condo developments to see if this plan acknowledges and encourages developers to incorporate these things to encourage composting and recycling.
Who on staff will speak to that? Jeanette? Yes?
Through the chair, the plan is pretty high level. And certainly, a lot of the details we're asking for further clarity. We know that there is a whole action plan around extended producer responsibility for picking up the blue bins and the type of packaging they put in. We know the province is working on things like targets for organics, for multi-res. We just don't have the detail yet on what that'll look like for both future builds and any retrofits. We certainly saw information from the previous government, but we just don't know how much is going to be adopted by the new government. But we'll be watching that extremely closely.
Great, because as we intensify, well, Mississauga is intensifying with condos significantly, Brampton will be eventually, it would be nice to have some clarity and incentives to signal to developers that they need to include this in their plans as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Parrish.
Yeah, one of the notes that keeps popping up in this is we keep saying without funding, without funding, without funding. And that's telling the province that unless you start piling money into this, we're not going to be able to do it. And I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that. It has a little bit too much emphasis through the report. I found as I was reading it, it kept popping up. On page 15, there should be a little bit of stress on organic waste from restaurants. So far, that is a massive amount of food if you ever watch what's thrown out in restaurants. And I think we've got to do something about that at our level, and the province has to do something about it. And I think stressing that in the report would help. And on the next page, when you talk about increased opportunities for Ontarians to participate, I think we should suggest they start applying a tax to companies that aren't producing recyclable plastics, that are over-plasticking things, that are putting 3 or 4 wrappers in something. I think that should be a direction to them. They'd be delighted, because that way they collect the tax, and it might help us do the organic stuff at the restaurant. There's a little bit of shifting of money here. But I think putting that suggestion in there is asking them to employ their power to tax on, do an analysis of the plastics, find out what is absolutely useless and has been used for a long time, and start taxing them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Parish. Councillor Innes.
Thank you, Councillor Fonseca. So being the previous Vice Chair of Waste and the current Vice Chair of Waste and also the previous Chair of Government Relations, one of the advocacy that we have worked a lot on is full producer responsibility. It's a $10 million operating cost to the region of Peel every year for our Blue Box program. We're pretty much at capacity for our MRF, and we have a 75% diversion target rate, which means that, you know, we're looking at the mixed waste processing and all those types of things, but we're ready to make a financial investment into the future of how we handle this program. And this is lingering out in the air without a decision from the province. So I think that while it's mentioned way back in the report, I think it's like item number 20, which is pretty far, it's a substantial investment for our region. And I think it's environmentally extremely important, because by moving to the full producer responsibility, it encourages and incentivizes those businesses to A, use less packaging, B, use better packaging, and will reduce the amount of plastics that we're starting to see in our streams, lakes, and rivers. So I think that I would like to see if that could be bumped up in the letter as a priority for us. This council has already spoken in the past about it being a priority. We continue to advocate. Councillor Pelletier and I had an opportunity to sit in a roundtable with the minister, with Minister Phillips, to discuss waste. And that was a topic that we both spoke to, because it is important for the region of Peel. And as I said, it's a $10 million operating cost, and we could use those funds to reach our diversion target through other means, whether it's anaerobic digestion and the full mixed waste processing facility. So if we could, through direction, ask that that be highlighted in the actual letter to the report and not buried so far back, I think that would be beneficial for the region.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Innes. And I'll just add a couple of comments with regards to, first of all, thank you for the very in-depth report, but I feel actually the sections on water, wastewater are buried too much within the report. I do feel that they should be there. When you read through the report, a lot of what is in the proposed plan says the plan intends when it's referring to water, whether that be protection of water sources, whether that be, and to me, I find it a little, I'm quite uncomfortable, or I'm disturbed by, and I'm glad that you put in here that there needs to be inclusion of facilities and accountability around sewage going into the lake, that type of thing. But I just don't think that it's highlighted enough as to the importance of this within our recommendations back to the province, and the protection of the Great Lakes and the protection of all of our watershed and waterways within the region of Peel. I think that somehow if we can highlight more. Also, just to the point that Councillor Parish was saying around financing, I think this opens the door to, say, well, we didn't have the financing to be able to provide that data further on down the road when it comes to addressing something like wastewater and sewage being dumped into, or not only into Lake Ontario, but into one of the waterways. So I would just want to point out that if we can highlight anything and the priority around our water, and we can't take it for granted. And I know that there are comments in here that say that we've learned, and we're not trying to take it for granted, but I just think the wording is strong enough, or maybe it's the placement within the document. The other thing is that the federal government has put in place around wastewater and wastewater, because there's reference to the importance of gathering data and having tools that gather that data on an ongoing basis. There is financing through the federal government around that for wastewater, and I don't know if there's a way to put that into the into this document here, that it's important that all levels of government are working together when it comes to protecting our watershed. And I see no one further on the board. So do we need to move this? We need to move this with recorded vote?
Yes, and I would suggest that, that the report as amended be endorsed. And
Okay.
we'll take all the comments as the amendments and a recorded vote.
Great. So we can vote now. And that passes. Thank you very much. And one other item was held under communications, 14.2. I believe it was held by a number of people. Councillor Sato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry. I have a question through you to the chair, or to staff, actually. The terms of reference for the committee that is doing the review states very clearly that they will consult directly and meet with members of upper tier councils. And when I asked, I had read initially consult with mayors and chairs and councils. It seems that when you look at the terms of reference, it only says upper tier councils. But I had asked our mayor about a week ago, when are they going to meet with us as members of council? Because I understand they have met with the mayors. And presumably, I don't know if they've met with the chair as well. And she said, oh, no, apparently they're not meeting with the councilors, just with the mayors. So I'm rather disturbed with that, and I think all of us should be. Meeting with the mayors and the chair gets one point of view. It doesn't get 22 or 23 or whatever number we are point of view. And reading the terms of reference, it very clearly is stated in two different places in the terms of reference that the group that's doing the review will meet with municipal councillors from the upper tier municipalities. So I would like to ask, Mr. Chair, I think this should come from you, that Mr. Clark be contacted directly and remind him and the team of their terms of reference, and ask when the consultation will be done with the members that are sitting around this table at the Region of Peel. And I think we have to really stress the fact that we expect that we personally, individually, whether it's in small groups or whatever it is, we will be contacted and directly consulted with.
If I could, through the chair, and I think the CAO may have a thought, I hear you completely, and I'm exactly aware of the passage that you're making reference to. As we discussed earlier, this government gives me the impression that they are moving very, very quickly
That's my
on a
concern.
whole bunch of files. So through to the CAO as well, I'm happy to send the letter out and say it was promised.
Well, it's in their terms of reference on the website.
My
I
regional
just went to it
colleagues
a
are
few minutes
reaffirming they are very much interested in that. Can you please provide dates and times, because some of my colleagues,
Exactly.
as was promised. I think that's how I will deal with that.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm not sure if we need a motion
Yeah,
for
do we
that or
do-
just
should-
direction.
Is that direction?
We'll do it in the form of a motion, actually.
Okay.
But did you want to hear the rest of the comments? Are there other?
There
There are
is no
other
one else on the
speakers.
board.
Okay, that can be the motion then.
Okay, so Councillor Sato, you put that motion
I'll
forward.
move that as a motion.
Okay, we-
Seconder is,
Counselor Ross? So can we take it as read, or do we need it on the screen? We don't need it on the screen. Okay.
Sorry, I haven't written it down because I wanted to ask
Okay.
how we would deal with it.
And this will be a recorded vote. It is cold. Yes. But I'm always cold. There we go. Okay. And passes. And seeing nothing further, back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and that brings us to item 15, items related to Public Works. Councillor Groves, if you could chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've got one item, and it was held, I can't remember who held it, Councillor Santos, and that is the 15.1 Lakeview Village Community Sustainable Urban Development Tour in Sweden to explore best practices, and there is a recommendation.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So I love the concept of the Lakeview Village community and the idea that we're going to another municipality to look at best practices. My only issue is that it specifically says as it relates to the Lakeview Village community. And I'm wondering if that does limit us to, in terms of this trip, the scope specifically for Lakeview Village community, because I would love to see the best practices and how that could also be implemented in Brampton and Caledon, et cetera.
Okay, Commissioner Smith?
Through the chair, thank you very much. Certainly, while the trip has been specifically organized around that development, any lessons learned we can bring back when we report back to council on the lessons learned, not only about what we recommend for Lakeview, but for other parts of Peel. So can some of these technologies be retrofitted in existing communities, or can they only be done in new built communities of a certain size, like that type of information? So we won't keep our learnings there just to narrow to Lakeview Village.
That would be great. So do we need to change this so that it is more broader than just relating to Lakeview, or?
I don't think so.
Okay.
We'll take that as direction. Staff are going to be looking at we've had conversations.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Parrish?
Yeah, I had a few questions, and I sent them to Janet over the weekend, and she very happily answered my questions, so if I've cut them down a little bit. Can I jump to page 4 of the report first? And I want to just answer, because I read it 3 times. As a former English teacher, I still don't know who's paying the $6,500 to $7,000, depending on the size of the group, for the internal trip, whether that is the individual members that are going, or whether that is some outside source.
Through the chair. So the costs for the 3 staff I'm recommending attend will come out of our program budget.
No, that's not the question I asked.
Oh, sorry.
Because I'm only on Part A. Part A is, it's between $6,500 and $7,000, depending on the size of the group, for the internal travel. Then you've got the flight from Canada
Okay.
to Sweden and back. If that inside travel is just part of a group and we're not paying it, we're asking a lot of questions on something insignificant. But if it's the 2 pieces together, it's a chunk of money.
Okay, I'll try again, and if I'm wrong again, please just come back at me again
Have I
through
ever
the chair.
hesitated?
I know, through the chair. So the estimate that we provided of $7,000 per person, when we wrote the report, would include the travel there, travel within, meals, hotels. Now, at the time of writing report, we estimated at $7,000 until we book flights and that, full disclosure, it could be something more like $8,000 a people. But that is the total cost for everything. There may be some incidentals at the airport or something like that. But so it could be $21,000, it could be $24,000 in that range. But until we book things, we won't know. And that'll be 100% paid for out of our program budget for our staff attending.
Okay, and I know Mississauga City staff is going as well. My other concern, and I raised it at our council, and Councillor Dasco is well aware of it, is that a large number of the people going on this are from Argo, TAC Construction, Green Park, CCI Developments, and Brandhaven Homes. And they're the guys that are building in Lakeview, and they're the guys that don't like the 8th floor heights. They want to go much higher. How comfortable is it, and how does it look to the public if these characters are on this trip? And will there be any offers of upgrading? Will there be any offers of dinners? Are we going to be able to keep that influence separate from the people that are going?
Through the chair, I don't think, from a staff perspective, there's a conflict with them going. They are going to be focused very specifically on asking a lot of questions about those 3 areas. District energy, how does it operate? Will it work? What's the operating model? Who's going to pay? Similar for the vacuum waste, and then the development around everything in one tiny right-of-way. The staff that are going will not be in a position to make any procurement decisions or anything on their own. They will be bringing back recommendations to council about what our involvement is, what we might want to invest in, will this work, what's the impact on our infrastructure. But if there's procurement or things around that nature, they won't have a decision on their own.
Okay, and going a step further, we got a memo at Mississauga that Councillor Dasco and the mayor will be going. And they are political entities, and they will be making decisions on these things. So Councillor Dasco is going to check with the Integrity Commissioner from his end, so I'm not too worried about that. I want to ask Norm through you, if I can, or ask you. I looked through the waste management report, and NVAC is the company that has been procured by this group in Lakeview to look at the vacuum waste. They operate out of Quebec, and they are actually installing a vacuum waste in a section of Montreal right now. It seems kind of odd to me in Norm's report at the Waste Management Committee that when he was listing the priorities, he didn't mention vacuum waste at all. It wasn't an issue. Is this something new and different, or is it something that kind of fits with the trip?
In our 75% diversion plan and all the work we did, we weren't proposing to do vacuum waste. It's come up in discussions with the consortium that are building Lakeview that this is something they would like to look at doing because it allows you to do a bit more intensification because you don't have to build space for big garbage trucks to go around. And the challenge with whether it's being doing some building in Quebec, it's not up and operating. And so for our staff to really look at whether it will work and what our role would be, and will it allow us to meet targets under provincial policy, because it's different in Ontario than Quebec, we really need to talk to people that designed it, that built it, and they've been operating it for a while, so we can ask all those specific questions.
Well, I would never disagree with you, ever. Except it's in operation in LaSalle, Quebec as we speak, and it's in operation in parts of Markham, and it's in operation in Disney World, which would be a fun place to go to. I'm a little concerned about that, that's all. And when we find out that one person on my street puts garbage into the recycling bin and it ruins the whole truck, I just wonder how many times with vacuum garbage collection we're going to have one contaminant destroy an entire neighborhood with the garbage. That's really the question. Okay. All right. I have my concerns about this trip, and I have my concerns about who proposed it. I have a bright idea who it was, and I hope everybody is comfortable with it. I'm not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dasco.
Thank you, and thank you through the chair. you know, this is exciting times for not only Lakeview and Mississauga, but also for the region of Peel in a whole bunch of different ways. This is building on proposal to build on an area that as I was a kid growing up, I just looked out and saw a big mountain of coal with nasty kind of smoke coming out of the stacks, and now all of a sudden we're about to put thousands of units on this, and not only that, but we're also looking to employ about 3,000 people. That's right, 3,000 people is what we're looking to do at the end of all this. This is a bit of a game changer when it comes to an area. Innovation is what was called for. My predecessor, Jim Tovey, who is also a very good friend, and a big reason why I'm sitting here right now around the table, was because after Jim passed away and was such a huge advocate for Lakeview and for this project, that we get it done and we get it done right. And I know that there was two Jim Toveys. There was the pre-Sweden Jim Tovey and the post-Sweden Jim Tovey. If you knew Jim, you knew that this was the case. So when this came up, it wasn't something, quite honestly, that was on the top of my radar. But as I started to hear of this trip gelling and people talking about the vacuum waste, district energy, in terms of our proximity that we have to the GE Booth plant, which most people have been, is immediately right beside our development that's looking to go in. So this is all coming up, and I do believe that we need to embrace and be and champion innovation, and this is part of, I think, what this is going to be. And I do believe that if we get it right, and that's what I always cross my fingers and toes on, is that we get this project right, that people will be coming to visit us to see how we've gotten it right. And so, to Councillor Parrish's point, actually, I spoke with the Integrity Commissioner, and I had a very fulsome conversation with him. The one thing that he said is he felt that there was no issue with the trip, as far as I'm concerned. For myself, he said full transparency is key, and to go along with that, I also, during my conversation with him, I said upon my return, every single receipt will be accounted for and logged appropriately. Not only that, but a full report will be given to not only Mississauga Council, but also to Regional Council here. And I will also be holding some neighborhood meetings to let people know in the community what I have come up with. Not only that, but also because I was clearly not able to, there was two people that I know to Sweden and took in this whole thing. One of them was Jim Tovey, and the other one was, of course, John Danahy, who was the co-architect, really, of the Lakeview Legacy Project, which is now, I guess, moved past Inspiration Lakeview. And he shared a lot of his findings with me as well. But he also indicated that to fully grasp the magnitude of how a community could be done, he indicated that, seeing is really the best way to go. So that's why, in terms of my own self, that's why I've looked to do what I am, because I want to make sure if something's coming into our backyard, that I make sure that it's done to the intent that it was supposed to be done. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Desko. Councillor DeMerla.
Thank you. My question is not about this particular trip, but rather a more broader question that's somewhat triggered by what Councillor Parrish said. It almost appears that we need some kind of a framework, or perhaps there is a framework, when looking at if there are jurisdictions that are closer that offer similar learnings, like do we do that kind of comparative study? And again, this is not about a particular trip, but more generally, how does the region or the city decide we need to go so many thousand kilometers away to study something? So I'm curious.
Through the chair, certainly when staff will come to me to say, we want to go down to the U.S. to see something, there's a plant that does exactly what we think we want to do, we will always go to the closest one. With some of these issues, there's areas of Europe that are farther ahead. Energy from waste is what we've done in the past. So what we do is when they are these out of ordinary, out of North America, especially study tours, we always bring a report to council explaining why we're going there, what the approximate costs would be, and then we always do a follow-up report after about what the learnings are so that council can see that it was worth the investment to go. But we don't do them on everything. It's really where are those big investments and where is the areas we can see that's most relevant to help inform our recommendations to you.
So in this particular case, because I don't know all of the background, and this is more for me to learn rather than dwell on the case per se, is given that the former counselor was obviously quite influenced, it appears, by this project. What I'm trying to understand is, so as I understand it, the previous counselor perhaps went with some staff, went and saw this particular, well, I think there seems to be 3 different sites. I don't know if he visited those exact 3 sites. He came back, wanted to replicate it to some extent. What I'm trying to understand is what are the new learnings that staff is going to get this time that they did not pick up last time? That's number one. He didn't go. And if you're not going back to the same places, maybe, then what is the imperative? Like how do we justify the further distances?
Through the chair. So to clarify, those previous tours, no regional staff were on them. So we weren't there to see. What's happening now is the developer consortium is approaching our staff and are very interested in looking at district energy, vacuum waste, and some other development issues. And they're asking us questions, can we do that? And if they go and see it and come back and say, can we do this and that, we haven't seen and been able to ask our questions. And in my previous experience on mixed waste tour, it's very interesting because elected officials will ask different questions than the technical staff because we have different contexts and lens that we're looking at. And so just to wrap up, we didn't go to the previous one. We are going to look at these 3 specific components. We want to hear what they're hearing and ask our specific questions so we can make recommendations to council on whether we should invest money, whether we think this is technically feasible. Can we take on the day-to-day operating of these types of these new systems like the garbage for regular collection, those types of questions. It's quite substantial dollars.
Okay. And my last question then would be that staff is saying that the closest jurisdiction where we would get all 3, I guess you sort of trying to get all of the 3 different systems only in Sweden and nowhere closer.
Yeah, through the chair, Norm and I have had quite a bit of discussion about the waste because Councillor Parrish is quite right. They do it in Disney World. But it's different. They have a huge road kind of network and tunnels underneath Disney World, and they're picking up waste from the park. We're looking at a very large residential development and putting these pipes in an extremely narrow right-of-way with the water and wastewater pipes and all the other infrastructures very close together. There is, I know we talked about one down in New York, but the technology is about 30 years old. So I certainly asked those questions, and we feel there would be benefit to inform the decisions if we could see what's happening in Sweden with the development consortium so we can have those conversations about what's feasible and doable and who shares risks, et cetera.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Innes.
Thank you, Councillor Groves. And to follow up on Councillor Demurla's question, I think those of us that have been around the table could agree with Councillor Dasko that Mr. Tovey was a very different man pre-Sweden versus after Sweden. In fact, I don't know if we talked about anything other than that after the Sweden trip. He was very passionate, and I think that his vision is going to leave a lasting legacy, not only for the city of Mississauga, the region of Peel, but the province of Ontario and the impacts that it could potentially have on the Great Lakes. So, and I normally don't give kudos to development consortiums, but in this case I will, because they are following on that vision and that dream. They're taking environmental and energy stewardship and leadership, which isn't something that they are required to do. And so for doing that, I think that we should give them a little bit of kudos. And the fact that they're organizing this experience so that there can be potential more buy-in to understanding the benefits to not only the city of Mississauga, but also the region of Peel. And speaking with my TRCA chair hat on, to seeing the benefits to our watersheds and our conservation is very, very important. So following up on that and Councillor Demarilla's questions, do you have all of the research and the information that Councillor Tovey has sort of gathered as part of this vision? And will you be visiting some of the similar sites that because he spent quite a significant amount of time researching it. I saw numerous amounts of video footage that he had provided to me. Wondering if you will be visiting some of those similar sites to have a good understanding of what he thought was most valuable out of that experience.
I'm just consulting with staff. Through the chair. Well, I can firmly say when Councillor Tovey came back, he's had a lot of conversations with our staff. I know Andrew's had about district energy. Because we weren't on those specifics, I can't tell you if it's the exact same. I do know the tour's been organized to look specifically at the thinking of where Lakeview Village is going, but because we weren't there, I can't tell you if it's the exact same cities or whatever. We are providing a list to the consortium about these are the types of questions and these are the types of people we as staff need to talk to and see. We want to talk to the guy who's operating it. We're going to try to make sure it's as focused and gets the information we need.
Okay, and following up on that, I would, while you've given the list of the people that you'd like to be there, I would encourage Councillor Dasko and Mayor Crombie to also give the list of the people that they would like to meet with. Given the past experience that Councillor Pleshy and I had with our mixed waste tour processing, it was very helpful and beneficial for us to speak with other politicians in the area because they gave a different perspective. And when you put on your residence lens, the questions that you're asking, the concerns that you have are very different than our technical staff and our legal staff will have. So I just offer that as advice that was beneficial to us when we had that experience. The only other thing that I would say is that I look forward to a presentation coming back, if not to council, but definitely to the Waste Management Committee and potentially the Planning Committee, which is Council of the Whole, because I'm looking at Brez. That's a lot of land and a lot of new development, and there's opportunities to district heating, which I know my area councillor has been advocating for since we started talking about Brez and the urban boundary expansion. So I'm very interested to learn about how those might transfer into other green space developments, not just intensification and redevelopments. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McFadden.
Well, thank you very much. I'm actually looking forward to Councillor Dasko going on this trip because I've already been speaking to Mattamy about implementing the same strategy along the 9th line because we're expecting 15,000 people over there. So I'm excited for you to be going, and I look forward to discussing it with you when you get back so that I can get all the insight into doing that in my new development. So good luck.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Parrish.
Well, I'm just curious.
Sorry, Councillor Dasko. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks for the comments, Councillor McFadden. I also just wanted to mention I guess, the question that Councillor Innes had with regards to each exact spot, if you want to kind of recreate what Councillor Tovey had done, I'm sure that I would be able to get a list, if you'd like me to supply it to, whoever you'd like me to supply it to, through Professor Danahy, who accompanied him on that trip. So I'd be happy to do that.
Great, thank you. Councillor Parrish.
I'm also wondering if the trip is closed. It says 20 to 30 people. Perhaps someone from Brampton and someone from Caledon should go, or the chair of waste management, or the chair of planning. Is it closed?
Through the chair, because I'm not the organizer, I don't know.
Okay. Well, I think we should keep that open.
Okay, Chair Anika.
Thank you, and I don't mean to belabor it, but I just want to make a couple of quick points because I think this is very, very important. First of all, with regards to Councillor Dasko, it's very, very clear. He's inherited this file. This was the path that was struck before he came into public office. This is a multi-billion-dollar project coming in. This is integral to it. It'd be negligent if he doesn't follow through and go kick the tires. I could go on, but I'm going to tell you just one thing. I'm very proud of my 30-year career. Let me tell you the worst decision of my life, and I'm still embarrassed about it because we're politicians being politicians. The worst decision of my life is when I was one of the councillors that approved the Mississauga Living Arts Centre. And when the Mississauga Living Arts Centre was proposed to us, it was proposed to us based on a prototype in London, England. It was about $40 or $50 million. So we were going to build this prototype here. Fast forward, we built the wrong size facility, except I'm talking to my brother who has a degree in industrial psychology, a doctoral degree, he's preeminent in the field. So what do you think, Nando? You ask, I'm telling the story quickly. Bad decisions. There was this situation with the Living Arts Centre. We made the wrong decision. Well, how did that come to pass? Well, we built it based on, okay, well, when you went to go see it, Nando, why didn't you, oh, I didn't go see it. Well, why didn't you go see it? Well, it was $5,000. So I'm sorry, you built a $76 million thing. It existed somewhere in the world, and you didn't go kick the tires? Well, but I saved $5,000. Haven't I done it? My brother said, he goes, in the real corporate world, the first thing we would assess is if you had some sort of mental defect. I go, what do you mean? What do you mean? Are you afraid of flying? I'm being deadly serious. Oh, no. Are you afraid of leaving your dog and you've never left your... Once we'd established there wasn't some materiality as to why you did not leave, in the corporate world, you'd be terminated for not having done your due diligence on a $76 million project. And what he was saying, Nando, you're almost proud, but I saved $5,000. And that's what we do to ourselves as politicians. And you all know it. Over my career, I was criticized for it. But boy, I went to go see a lot of LRTs, and when we build the $1 billion one in my old ward, I'll be proud of it because I did my due diligence. And years later, Councillor Dasko, they can criticize you like I should be for the Living Arts Centre, but when it works out well, nobody will say, $1 billion later, it's a success, but I still can't digest the fact that some politician went to kick the tires for $4,000 17 years ago. That still bothers. No one says that. So, Steve, you're doing your job. And the final point, I insisted as chair that our staff go. Because at the end of the day, we will inherit it. And the questions we asked around the table, what if it doesn't work the way they hope? Those constituents are going to want us to deal with their garbage and their water and their waste, etc. So we're in. So we are doing our due diligence for a project that is for real from your approved budgets. And as chair, I will always support you and our staff for doing so because it's the right thing to do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and we have no other speakers. Councillor Dasko, I think 3,000 jobs is very impressive. And I know that you're going to come back with a great presentation for us moving forward. And I know in Caledon, we've got greenfield developments coming up, and this is the way to go. So I'm looking forward to what you're going to bring back, and our staff. I don't know if we want to leave it open, that if the chair and vice chair of waste management, if they are, they might be included in it. I don't know. I'm looking to the clerk. No? Okay. Okay.
If I may, we're not organizing the trip. we were invited to send some staff to assess the technical merits as part of the large development.
Okay, so we'll leave it as is then. Yep, okay, thank you. Moved by Councillor Dasco, second by Councillor McFadden. All those in favor, that is carried. That concludes this section. And back.
Just a second, we'll need a recorded vote on that. I need
Okay.
a mover and a seconder.
Dasco and McFadden. A recorded vote, okay. Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and that brings us down to items related to health. Councillor Downey.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Moving on to item 17.3, an update on post-legalization of recreational cannabis related to 18.1, held by Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So if, I'd like to refer to page 17.3-6. And I just have a question in relation to the chart here regarding first payments and second payments, and a question to staff, through you, Chair. The second payment of $220,018. Just curious as to how the second payment was brought about, just because it's the exact same number as what Brampton is getting.
Through the chair, so I will just clarify the actual amounts that we received. So we've received at our first payment $563,000. Second payment was $269,000 for a total payment received of $832,000. So those are numbers we have received now from the ministry. What was presented in the report was an estimate based on the information that we had at that time. The way that the amounts are allocated for the second payment was municipalities that opted out received $5,000. Municipalities that opted in received the full amount. That is split 50-50 between the region and the municipalities.
So because Brampton opted in and Mississauga and Caledon opted out, essentially the reason why we're getting this much, because if we opted out, we would have gotten $15,000. Okay. So then my next question is whether or not we've heard any decision related from the provincial government or the Alcohol Gaming Commission. If municipalities choose to opt in now, if they will receive a second payment of funding, and will the region receive it?
Through the chair, the initial indications from the province were that funding was contingent on opting in within the original timeframe, which was the January 31st, 2019 deadline. We have not received any further information from the province that would change that.
And then according to the report, I think the predicted cost for the region and the police, just further down, is $500,000 annually.
Through the chair, the $500,000 annually is the cost for public health. So public health is responsible for enforcing the bylaws related to smoking in outdoor spaces. The cost for police is significantly higher, and the estimates for a region of this size based on FCM work that was done previously are in the millions of dollars.
So I just want to say that Brampton opting in has helped to contribute to the enforcement costs and police costs for the entire region. Oh, one final thing, because Councillor Sato is talking in my ear. So far, we've received only one application, as we all know, and that application has been brought back as not recommending to proceed for a reason specifically related to a drive-through window. But contrary to a lot of perception out there, there has not been much of an invasion. But the reality is the fact that other municipalities have opted out. It's creating furthering an illegal black market of the distribution of marijuana because consumers are still looking for it, including illegal dispensaries. So the reality is that police are now having to deal with this issue on enforcement. And the fact that Brampton opted in, again, has provided the region with an additional $220,018.
Need a motion to move to approve or receive report. Okay. Moved by Councillor Santos, seconded by Councillor Sato. All in favor? There you go. Recorded vote.
Okay, and that is done with that, and that's done with the committees, and I think I'm going to call it there for a lunch break because we still have quite a few matters to deal with. So when we come back, we will deal with other business and the in-camera, and then the special presentation with regards to the Safe Water Drinking Act. So I would hope we'll all be back for 1:30. Oh, Councillor Parrish, did you have?
Chair, my 20.3 motion, I'm just going to refer it to the new Procedures Committee. And I have to leave, so I may not be back in time, or I may not be back. So can I move that now?
If we can deal with that now, if it's just to be moved to the committee, I think that's the simplest way to deal with it. Yeah, I think that's, and we can have the discussion there at committee. Does anybody want to speak to that? If not, do I need a recorded vote? And we're ready to, Councillor Parrish, you have a seconder to refer it back, or do we require one, madam? Yes, we do. We have a, Councillor, okay, Councillor Vincente has seconded it to be referred to the committee.
Okay, there you go.
Madam Clerk, that is carried? That is carried. I will see you back. A motion to recess till 1:30. Councillor Starr and Councillor Sinclair, that is carried. See you at 1:30. Okay, everybody, we're back in session, and I want to remind you we have a handful of other business, some in camera, and then we have to deal with the Standard of Care Drinking Water Act, and that is a statutory requirement that we must have to deal with by the end of February, so it has to be dealt with today. So this is our last opportunity to deal with it. So moving right along, we will have that after our in-camera. I go to item 19.2, which is the Commissioner of Health who wants to give us an update on the provincial announcement re the new healthcare agency. Nancy, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. As Council knows, the Government of Ontario announced on Tuesday that they are moving forward on a significant transformation of how healthcare delivery is organized in the province. At this point, we only know the broad outline of the plan and its enabling legislation. What I can share is that this change is planned to be seamless for our residents. However, we do know that these changes will eventually impact our work in the region's health services department and our interactions with other care providers within the health care system. One of the most relevant changes is that the 14 local health integration networks, or our LHINs, will be consolidated into a single agency called Ontario Health. The Ontario Health Agency will provide a central point of accountability and oversight. Additional agencies slated to be consolidated within Ontario Health include Cancer Care Ontario, Health Quality Ontario, eHealth Ontario, and a few others. At a local level, healthcare providers will be organized into integrated care delivery groups called Ontario Health Teams. These teams will be responsible for delivering coordinated care across multiple services and supporting patients with navigating the healthcare system. We know that there'll be approximately 30 to 50 of these Ontario Health Teams across Ontario. At this point, however, we have no further details on the geographic regions or specialized populations that have been identified for where these teams will be. More information is expected over the coming months, certainly anticipated that the changes will begin in the spring, and we've been told by the province that implementation will happen over the next several years. Locally, the impact is definitely with our Central West and Mississauga, Halton, Linz, who serve Peel, and they will be directly impacted by the transformation. This impacts the region in a few ways. The region's 5 long-term care homes and adult day service programs are likely to be directly impacted given their existing funding and oversight agreements with the 2 LHINs. These services may also partner with one or many Ontario Health teams in some capacity, of which we don't know as yet. Public health and paramedic services are not acknowledged in the province's documentation or legislation, but local collaborative initiatives, such as our community paramedicine program in Mississauga, Healthy Community Initiatives, our Healthy Community Initiative in Brampton, and our Project Zero could be impacted. Regional staff are working collectively to review provincial documents and complete a more detailed analysis of the legislation, Bill 74, to understand how the region of Peel and Peel Region is affected. Given this change is so new and limited details are available to us at this time, we are suggesting that we postpone the Health System Integration Committee meeting scheduled for next week, March 7th. And we further suggest that staff return to all of Council with a more detailed report on provincial directions and regional implications in mid to late April. We can then continue our discussions with our health system partners who sit as our advisory group at the next Health System Integration Committee in May. And in the meantime, we will continue to work collaboratively with the Central West and the Mississauga, Halton, Linz, our other partners during this transition.
Nancy, thank you. There may be a couple of questions. Councillor Sado.
Thank you. Yeah, I was rather concerned when I heard that news a little while ago, and of course, with the Health Services Integration Committee, we've been working very closely with all of these organizations. I was just looking to see that I don't have a date in my calendar for the next meeting. I just did a search and I couldn't find it, so I'm going to have to look. Has the date been set for the meeting?
It's in May.
Okay, have we been given the date? I just couldn't.
It's on the schedule, the master schedule.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll have to look then. Maybe I was looking under HSIC, so maybe it's listed as something else in the search. What I'm wondering is, with things moving, if they're moving faster than we think, if we should perhaps be considering moving that meeting up sooner than May to have a discussion, if anything comes through. So I'd like to give us that flexibility that, you know, if you get information in April, for example, that we would be able to call a meeting of the committee in April and not wait until May when, you know, it might be a month after all the news has come out. Would that be feasible to do, Nancy?
The answer is yes, but Madam Clerk.
Absolutely, that we'll keep the flexibility open, that if Councillor or Commissioner Polsinelli tells me that the information's available, we'll try to find a date ahead of that. There isn't a chair and vice chair of the committee yet because it hasn't
No,
met
we
yet
don't.
this term.
That's
And
for the
typically,
meeting.
that's how we would do it, but through
Yeah.
Commissioner Polsinelli and myself, we'll make sure that there's a date as soon as the information's available.
Okay, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no other speakers. Madam Clerk, is that direction or do I need a motion? That was direction. Very good. That brings us down to notices of motion. The first one I have is the notice of motion from Councillor Sinclair regarding paramedic services related to item 17.2. Councillor Sinclair?
Yes, thank you. There's been particular controversy up in Caledon regarding some changes to the delivery of ambulance services up there. And that's made me pay attention to this file a lot more than I would have just coming in. And in previous history on council, when the Harris government dumped ambulance on Peel, I participated in a subcommittee on ambulance and did a ride-along in an ambulance for a day out of the volunteer service in Bolton. And I think there was a garage with some trucks in it at the back of the old Peel Memorial Hospital in Brampton, and a funeral home delivering ambulance service somewhere in Mississauga at the time. And compared to what we have today, which is a real Rolls-Royce system, what the province was operating then was a real wreck-rack. And we have some very, very good people as paramedics, and I have great confidence in staff. And looking at the budget, I became just amazed at the size of dollars involved. And for example, said ambulance facilities alone, they're running out to $49,796,000 over a 10-year period, and paramedic services over the next 10 years forecasted to be $116,131,000. So I thought that there had been a consultant report back in 2006-07 recommending the current rollout of the service and facilities. And it looked to me, given that that was 2007, it might be useful to have outside consultants take a look at what we were doing. Were the assumptions back in 2007, are they still valid? Are there ways to reduce the number of calls and look for efficiencies? So the motion is requesting the CIO offices to take a look at outside consultants and do a review, working with, of course, regional staff and looking at the numbers. So given the volume of dollars we're coming at us, I think this might be a prudent thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. On that, I'd like Nancy perhaps, and then the CAO to respond. Your first take on that.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Absolutely. When we look at paramedics, it certainly is a growing service because the region of Peel is a growing community. I can tell you what we've done to date. Currently with the dispatch, with the divisional model, it has just been implemented across the entire organization, across the entire region of Peel, following our implementation or our opening of our 4th reporting station, Streetsville. The divisional model, just for everyone as a reminder, means all paramedics start their shifts at one of the 4 reporting stations. And all paramedics now have access to their supervisor, their colleagues, and a fully stocked vehicle. That was, the divisional model in of itself was an opportunity to ensure efficiencies across the organization, but certainly improve our service across our system or across the region of Peel. As part of the implementation of the full divisional model, a number of things are being done. We've started again our next 10-year capital plan, which will include a multidisciplinary team with a number of inputs and data that will support our plan that we will bring to council as part of our 2020 budget, and it'll help look at what we need to do in the next 10 years to support our growing region. In addition, we have an extensive or a comprehensive internal review being done or being led by a team separate from paramedics, but this review includes the advancement of a comprehensive measurement and reporting framework to determine whether we are achieving key objectives now that the full implementation of the divisional model has been put together. And this is, as Councillor Sinclair said, this is to ensure that we are continually monitoring our processes, our progress, and ensuring that we are continuing to improve our system, first and foremost, so that it supports our residents, but also that it supports our taxpayers. And that's where we are today. Our goal is to come back to council with our first report on the divisional model in late spring, early summer, and that time, that 6 months since its start on January 14th, is to allow us to collect the reliable data, the information we need to analyze it, and to bring it to you so that we are able to have that discussion.
Very good. I don't know if the CAO wanted to add anything to that. I don't think so. Okay, just quickly as I go to my next and I see the logic in that. Here's the new divisional model. And by the way, we were there for the opening on Thomas Street in Erin Mills. What an amazing facility that we walked through. It's quite something. But back, Councillor Sinclair, you still have the floor. What I'm hearing is early days, we're just implementing it. We're going to come back in April, May with all of the data. What's the state of affairs? And that might be the appropriate time when the information's come forward and we know what the true state of affairs are then and there, that you might like to make the motion to say, great, it's either working or it's not, or it needs to be tinkered. Do we want an outside agency to look at it? Councillor Sinclair, you still have the floor?
I'll pass it to others.
Thank you very much. Councillor Innes.
Thank you, Chair. So to Nancy, the request based on the study, it sounds like we're already in the process of doing that. In my understanding from 2006, 2007, the health analytics, which this was all based upon, we went out to the consultants to do the work, probably either A, because we didn't have the internal staff capabilities and technical work to be able to do that, or because we didn't have the time to do that. That's usually why we hire consultants. Are you suggesting then that we do have the internal staffing that would be able to provide some of this information now?
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you. We do have a health analytics team that is supporting us as part of this review right now. Yes.
Okay, so the way that I sort of see this is, I understand where Councillor Sinclair is coming from. I think all the councillors in Caledon in particular heard lots of concerns raised from our residents. I know I, for one, have been meeting with you very regularly since I was first elected in 2014 to go over every few months the response rates and those types of issues within my ward, the wards that I represent. And I think that while we do need to have some information, I think that it's a little bit premature to be asking for this to be done without having that information come back to us in the spring. Like you have said, you've already indicated it was coming forward. I think when this issue was last on the council floor, I did make similar request that we prepare for the 10-year review, and actually I asked some other things, that we looked beyond the 10-year planning horizon, especially for facility procurement and that type of thing. And so at this point, I understand where Councillor Sinclair is coming from, but I think that it's more prudent, not just based on cost, because that's an obvious reason why we should hold off until you come back later this spring, but for the fact of we don't have a clear picture. The full divisional model has only been implemented since January. That's not enough time to actually review it and give us good information to make a decision based upon next steps and how we spend money in the future and the types of data and results that we need to make a better decision. So at this point in time, I'm not going to put a deferral on the floor because there are other people that want to speak. I'm going to put a referral that this item be referred until, that this motion be referred until after staff have presented their findings and given their report in late spring.
Thank you. Councillor Demerla.
Thank you, Chair. My question, Nancy, is more general, but somewhat related to the issue, which is I wanted a clarification on what a multidisciplinary team means. And I'm coming at it from the idea that often we have fire and ambulance show up at the same residence because fire gets there before the ambulances do. And when I was looking at your target time statistics, it shows that 70 to 75% of the time, this is on page 3, ambulances will get to the place within the time that they should. So that would suggest that it's only 30% of the time that fire needs to get to the place before an ambulance does. But what I hear is fire gets to those residences before ambulances much more than 30% of the time. So I'm just trying to understand what the region is doing to work with the municipalities, because fire is at the municipal level and obviously ambulance is at the regional level, to try and reduce some of the duplication. If fire is getting there because ambulance can't get there, is that part of the strategy? I'm new to this. I know it's a sensitive issue, but I'm kind of curious. And my second question was, at one time, there was a lot of talk about co-location, and I'm curious but I don't think I'm hearing much about that lately.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for those questions. I'm going to try and answer them, and please let me know if I've missed the target, and I may even call upon Chief Dundas. So with relations to the 10-year capital plan, a multidisciplinary team would include a number of experts to help support the development of where we need to put our new reporting stations, or if and where we need to put reporting stations and satellite stations over the next 10 years, given the growth in the region, given call volume, given complexity of care. So in that regard, multidisciplinary team may include representation from paramedics, representation from finance, representation from planning, purchasing, health analytics, and all the rest. Your question about fire and paramedics. Fire does have a tiered response policy with us with paramedics. And what I'd like to do is I'm going to ask Chief Dundas to come down and give you further understanding of that tiered response and what it includes. Because based on the call or the type of call, there is an agreement that fire does go to those calls. So I know it at a very high level, but if you'd like some more detail, we can have Chief Dundas provide that to you. Chief, you can sit here.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillors, question with fire. So we do have established tiered response agreements with all 3 municipal fire services to go to what is deemed obvious immediate threats under the dispatch policies for their priority index. So things like a sudden cardiac arrest, severe shortness of breath, et cetera. They are tierable calls where they get notified when our paramedics do, both go to that scene. The report that went through on consent on the dispatch advocacy is speaking loudly to the real important needs of change at our provincial dispatch centers, which this council has been advocating for close to 16, 17 years, for a different triage tool, because we're going to calls in that fashion which we shouldn't be going to. A chest pain call, which is really, somebody hit me in the chest. Well, that's not a need for red lights and siren and all the boots that have to come into that house or the side of the road. So we're working very hard on that for the new triage tool that we're hoping the provincial government will continue to move forward to be able to lessen the amount of responses. The other thing that's critical in the model of tiered response is looking at paramedics and fire in a model situation. Paramedic service delivery is very fluid. It's like a police model. We're on the road all the time, moving around, providing coverage, responding to calls, staying at hospitals, whereas fire is a very fixed model where they go to an incident and go back to the hall. So the likelihood of them being closer to something, there's a very good possibility of that. But our model, with the way we deploy our resources, and that's different than the divisional. The divisional is about the buildings. Deployment is about moving the resources. We're moving those resources throughout the region of Peel every minute of the day through an organized plan and responding to that. So that's where the fire and paramedic model, includes for those life-threatening things to be able to respond to.
So for me to further understand this, I just need to understand, for instance, the prescribed response time for an SCA is 6 minutes for an ambulance?
The provincial time designated for a sudden cardiac arrest is 6 minutes, and the region is responsible for establishing the percentile of time that we will get a defibrillator to the patient.
So my question is, does fire get there under 6 minutes?
I couldn't tell you that. I don't have fire data. That's not shared amongst the agencies. What it does with the sudden cardiac arrest, the measurement that stop the clock for sudden cardiac arrest is when the first defibrillator gets to the patient on a sudden cardiac arrest. So it could be paramedic, it could be bystander, it could be fire, it could be police. that's when the clock stops. It could be from any agency that has access to an AED and is in the process of applying it. That's when the clock will stop.
So does your
Councillor
70?
DeMerla, I'm just going to, in the interest of time, all appropriate questions, but not necessarily speaking to the
Fair
matter
enough.
before the chair. But please, all very important that whether offline or at another point in time, but they're not speaking to the motion that I have before the chair at this moment.
I think I agree with you, Chair, about that, so perhaps I can speak offline.
Wonderful. Thank you very, very much. Councillor Groves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Councillor Sinclair summed it up well. And I would be interested in having the an independent review, because I'm sure that we've got some data that we've done in-house from 2007. I think it was 10 years to 2017. So I will second Councillor Sinclair's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Raz.
Thank you very much. And I guess the challenge for me reading this motion is that we've been working towards this divisional service delivery model for the last few years, making those investments. In my ward, we have 2 new satellite stations just about to open. And I know that there have been some questions in the Caledon area, but we have been taking a true regional review or approach to this. And it seems to me a little premature to go and hire a consultant, which A, hasn't been budgeted for, but B, I don't think we completely would have that data set yet to proceed with an independent review. So I'm not saying no, I'm just not saying not right now. So I would agree with the referral to staff, and I don't think I can support this motion as is at this time, Mr. Sinclair. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Raz, to be clear, you're asking for a referral or a deferral?
Referral was already made.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Madam Clerk, just to be clear on what process that leaves me with?
Actually, well, Councillor Innes said a referral. Her words were actually describing a deferral, which she didn't want to make at the time because she didn't want to cut off the other speakers. But are you just referring it back to staff, or are you deferring it until this exact motion, till staff comes back?
Councillor Innes.
So my understanding of the deferral and the referral is basically the ability to speak. So I had said referral so that the speaker list could continue. But I'm suggesting that it comes back, so a deferral. So I'm suggesting that there's a deferral, that it comes back in spring with a staff report so that we have more information so we can make a better decision moving forward. I don't want the motion to die. I'd like the motion to come back in a few months when we have at least 6 months of data that we can review.
Yeah, and just to try to be helpful through the chair, you've hit on the fundamental point I think the clerk and I are grappling with. If I take the main motion and it loses, it died. If I defer it and we come back in April, maybe that's the appropriate time to put the motion and life goes on. So I think everybody's trying to be helpful to everyone. So that's what our thinking is. But if I only have a referral, I'm taking the main motion now.
So I'll deferral then.
Exactly, but if I only
I don't
have
want
the-
it to die. I want it to come
And
back.
I
I
think
think
we
that
all
we need to
agree
have
on
that
And I
discussion.
think we all agree on that.
Yeah.
As a courtesy, I'm going to, Councillor Innes, I'll take you off. As a courtesy, Councillor Sinclair, I will allow you one more opportunity to speak to. I think you understand the sentiment around the table, but if I call the question on the main motion you've put, I'm not sure it'll pass, and then I've killed it. If it is to be deferred, it will be coming back in April or May, I believe, and I think there's more sympathy around the table, but that's all I can say. I'll leave it to you.
Well, is there a date when it is coming back, or?
Very good.
For sure, or?
Great question. Commissioner Polzinelli, when do you think you're in a position to come back and report on how the rollout and the data has gone?
Through you, Mr. Chair, sorry. We're looking at June, so late spring, early summer. It allows 6 months of the process to be in play and allows us some months to pull reliable data together.
Okay, my question would be, I thought there was going to be a new 10-year capital plan for our paramedic service brought forward in the fall. Is there going to be sufficient time to take a review after June? That's probably only going to give us about 3 months turnaround. Thanks.
Yep, fair point, Mayor Pozzanelli. Commissioner, I keep downgrading you. My apologies, Commissioner. Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair. The 10-year capital plan has already commenced. That will proceed. It is a process that is underway and will be reported back in the fall because it will have an impact to the 2020 budget. The review of the divisional model is that. It's the review of how we are managing our staff, how we're scheduling our staff. But the 10-year capital plan does continue.
Okay, with that explanation, I think we've had a good conversation. The motion that I have before me is one of deferral, moved by Councillor Raz, seconded by Councillor Innes. Is that a recorded vote, Madam Clerk? So if you will announce at this time if we'd like this deferred for now, knowing the understanding is we'll be dealing with Councillor Sinclair's motion in June after we get a report at that time. Please vote. And that is carried. Thank you to all. The next item I have is motion 20.2, motion from Councillor Medeiros regarding establishing a proposed labor relations committee. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, Chair. Members of Regional Council, I've shared a motion. I believe Councillor Parrish was a seconder, but she is not here. Seconded by Councillor Santos then. Essentially just to speak to the spirit behind this motion, which I understand will be referred for staff report according to the city clerk, which I'm fine.
Mr. Chairman, sorry.
Yep.
Sorry for interrupting, but if your motion is what Councillor Parrish had, then I need to declare a conflict of interest. I didn't declare at the beginning of the meeting because it wasn't clear.
Sure.
But my understanding is that your motion is also relating to non-union staff?
Possibly. Depends on staff report.
Okay. Well, I'm going to declare because I have family that works for the Region of Peel, non-union. So I'm going to declare my conflict. I worked it out with the clerk, but I have to do it before you continue. So.
Very good. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Sato. Councillor Medeiros, you still have the floor.
Yeah.
And I want to be clear because I think you're being helpful in terms of it. So this is to be referred back to staff?
Will be referred back
Very
to
good.
staff. And again, the spirit around it, just for my colleagues' benefit, was that during the last couple of years, I've had the pleasure and opportunity to meet with various labor groups, and I know they bring their concerns. The problem is the information sometimes shared doesn't match up with what we hear from our staff here. So I was trying to, and essentially this is a resurrection of what Councillor Parrish had brought forth a couple years ago, and it's just trying to find a venue, a forum in which we can come in a transparent manner, discuss some of the issues that are important to staff, are important to the labor groups, and with staff's guidance. So I'm hoping that you will support the referral, and I'll wait back for staff's report. Is that fair?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm happy to support a referral back to staff. I would suggest that if we do strike a Labor Relations Committee, that no member of that committee shall meet with any member of the bargaining unit, because that's two-ended bargaining, and that doesn't work for anybody. So I think we look at things here after it's been negotiated in good faith by the region and our bargaining units. But once that other door opens, people will use that other door, and that's my only caution. So I'll be happy for a referral.
Thank you. Councillor Innes.
Thank you. I'm happy to see it referred. I think we did have a good discussion about it in the last term of council, and parts of it are still pretty vivid in my mind about the roles and responsibilities of those members around this table. In regards to the report that comes forward, I'd be interested to know how this would impact our lobbyist registry, because I do think that there will be implications to having a labor relations committee and the way that our lobbyist registry works. Thank you.
Yes, again, something else to be considered through the referral. Very good point. I have no other speakers. The motion is one of referral from Councillor Medeiros, seconded by Councillor Raz. I require a recorded vote. If you could vote at this time on the referral back to staff. Actually, I'm sorry, I think it was Councillor Santos that might have seconded. For the record, let's be clear, it was Councillor Santos that seconded the motion back. And that is carried. Thank you all. That brings me to item 20.3, which has already been dealt with. Bylaws, Madam Clerk. There are no bylaws, so that brings me to the in-camera for now. We will deal with the in-camera, and then, so I need everybody to leave, and then when the in-camera is done, we will deal with the last piece of our day's meeting, which is dealing with the water situation in the Walkerton presentation. So if I could ask at this time anybody who is not required to be in the room to temporarily vacate. And we are officially back from in-camera. The one and only resolution emanating out of in-camera has been moved by Councillor Mahoney, seconded by Councillor Raz, and it reads as follows: that the February 14, 2019 Regional Council closed session report be received, and further that the recommendations contained within the confidential reports relating to items 22.2, 22.4 inclusive, listed on the February 28, 2019 Regional Council agenda be approved and become public upon adoption. And finally, and further, that the direction given in camera to the Director of Human Resources related to item 22.5 listed on the February 28, 2019 Regional Council agenda be approved. You've heard the motion. I need a recorded vote. All those in favor? Madam Clerk, can I call the vote? That is carried. Thank you. I have the confirming bylaw. It has been moved by Councillor Mahoney, seconded by Councillor McFadden. All in favor of the confirmatory bylaw. That is carried. Okay. Okay. Finally, and thank you for your patience, we now turn to the presentation that we have, responsibilities under the Statutory Standard of Care Safe Drinking Water Act, training for municipal drinking water system owners and decision makers, an oral presentation by Brian, Job Manager, Walkerton Clean Water Center Training Institute. And Brian, thank you for waiting so patiently. Welcome, come right forward. And I don't know, Brian, if I've understood correctly, but you've been at this a while, and is this the last presentation of your long, illustrious career? Wow. Okay. 40 years. Wow. Please sit down. Welcome. And I will let you know, I was told that the regular version might take up to 3 hours. The shorter might be 2. We normally end it all at 3:30, so you will, mindful of the time, move right along as best you can, I'm sure.
Yeah, I did streamline this a little bit for this group, and
as best you could, I understand.
It is actually about 3 hours, but that includes a test and questions. I do encourage questions, but questions are going to take longer. So.
Understood. Okay. And Jeanette, did the commissioner need a moment before we introduce the subject? Commissioner Smith?
Yes, through the chair. So just to let council know, this workshop has been organized to help you understand your legal responsibilities and duties under the Safe Water Drinking Act. You'll see in it as Brian goes through it, they'll say you should know this, you should know that, etc. We are bringing a report to the next meeting of council. We bring you annual reports on kind of the state of our drinking water system and all the inspections that have been done, et cetera, and so that will be coming on March 28th. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you so much. This is typically I like to have a sort of an informal discussion as opposed to like a lecture, but I'm sitting here and hopefully you have the presentations in front of you. Just a little bit of background on myself. I'm a longtime resident of Bolton, 20 years now, and I can honestly say that it is, and the water is absolutely fantastic, absolutely top notch, and I can say that with some sort of professional confidence. So I've been in the business for, 40 years, started in the Ministry of Environment as a summer student in 1979 and worked for the Ministry of Environment, worked for a chemical manufacturer, worked for a consulting company, worked for an equipment manufacturer, and then came back to the Walkerton Center, which of course we're We're an agency of the Government of Ontario, doing research, training, technical advisory, primarily training for our operators. And this was a group of people being decision makers that we hadn't really done much training for in the past at all. We realized how important a group this is in terms of the effectiveness of the water systems and the ability to properly resource and maintain the systems that are out there. So this is a presentation just broken down into a couple of different stages. So I've been told that it's the, oh, no, this doesn't work. I was told that the mouse was the only thing that would work. This is you should have a copy of this presentation in front of you. This should be coming up on your screens. In addition to that, there's a guidebook for elected officials published by the Ministry of Conservation Parks, MECP now, that is available, will be available within probably the next few weeks. Should be within the next month. And this will be available for download online, and I would recommend anybody interested get a copy of that download. You might want to circulate it amongst staff. It's a good high-level document for looking at what the typical council or elected official should know about their water system. This was also, I should mention that the guidebooks and the training we're doing today was developed by a large group of, an advisory group of mayors, councillors, AMO, Ontario Municipal Water Association. So a whole bunch of people had a hand in this, large systems, large municipalities, small. So this wasn't something that somebody dreamed up. This was a concerted effort of what do we figure people need to know at this level. And plain language, high level, short course. So that's essentially what we're talking about here. Course is broken down into a quick introduction, risk management, case studies, and then some practical steps you can take to what do I do now. I can't do risk management justice in half an hour, but it sort of touches on some of the more risks in context. The legislation itself is quite succinct. It's quite short. The case studies make it real. This is what brings it home. And then the last bit is just a sort of a final touch-up. And apologize for going quickly, but I understand that there are time constraints. So I'll try to fly through this. Stop me if I'm going too fast. Okay. So clearly, safe drinking water is vital to the health of the community, public health. Also critically important to the economic health of the community. We saw the property values in Walkerton plummet for the better part of 12 or 15 years, back up to normal now pretty much. In addition to that, though, residents of Ontario expect clean, safe drinking water. They expect it. They demand it. And municipal officials, councillors, managers do have a direct legal responsibility to ensure the drinking water is safe. I do apologize to the people behind me, but it's very important that we recognize that there's legal responsibility here. Three main messages here. It is your duty. It's a requirement of the standard of care of the Safe Drinking Water Act from 2002. It applies to anybody making decisions over municipal water system. Typically, mayors, councillors, as the owner, as representative of the owner. And there are legal consequences I'll talk about more in a minute. In your case, too, it applies to anybody who's overseeing an operating authority. You have the Ontario Clean Water Agency running your 2 plants down the lake, and anybody who's signing off on that operating authority is also caught by the standard of care. Next thing, you need to be informed. This is a little bit tricky because there's no expectation anybody on council is going to have expert level knowledge of water systems. In some cases we do, but it's very unusual and there's no expectation of it. But you should be asking questions and getting answers to satisfy your questions. There's a requirement for staff to be bringing things to you, and I would, without exception, trust the information that staff is bringing you. So this is not telling you to not trust that information that's coming from staff. This is just telling you that if you're not quite sure, and to be honest, when you look at the decisions that the council is making at any given time, there are some pretty tough decisions, especially when it comes to managing, balancing budgets. And I don't envy anybody in the position of making some of these decisions. But if you're not sure about a decision you're making, you're actually encouraged to get expertise, outside advice. It doesn't have to cost money, but it could be a consultant, a lawyer, a peer municipality. Get some outside expert advice from that other source. And if you act on that advice and something goes wrong as a result of it, you will not be held accountable under the standard of care. So that's only fair. So again, trust information from the staff. If you're not quite sure, get some expert advice. The final thing to remember is be vigilant. We will look at the history of waterborne disease outbreaks. We see complacency is very often a factor. Sorry, sir? Sure.
So if the staff advises that the water supply is safe and we make decisions based on that, are we legally responsible if it is not?
No, and you, so it would depend on the questions you would ask of staff. Staff comes forward and staff says, here's all the things to prove that the water is safe. The annual water quality reports, which I just noticed in the elevator today, and Justina gave me a copy of your 2018 water quality report. High-level summary of that, fantastic. That'll sum it up. In addition to that, we'll talk about later on, but there's reports that the MOE will produce from their inspections. Every year they'll do an inspection. There'll be a high-level summary. Look at that high-level summary paragraph at the start of that report. Satisfy yourself that there's nothing that they've said needs attention. If there is something that needs attention, put a plan in place to deal with it. That's the first place I'd start, because if anybody's going to get charged with anything, it would be from the ministry, right? So make sure you're satisfying what the ministry is asking for, absolutely, unequivocally. But the summary reports produced by staff that will list all the issues that are potentially there. What we're finding these days is the number of systems that are running at near 100% perfection are astronomically high. We have come so far since 2000, since the Walkerton tragedy, way farther than I would ever thought possible. So we're doing extremely well, but we can't let down our guard. That's the message, is we got to keep doing better. So obviously recognizing that the health of the community depends on your oversight. And again, this is legal responsibilities. But just don't assume all is well. And this is where, and this goes back to the Walkerton tragedy, where the general manager would come to the council meeting. They say, how's the water? Everything good? Yep, everything's fine. Okay, next item. Well, that's great, but you should be digging a little deeper, looking for some of those summary reports, looking for some proof to satisfy yourself that yes, in fact, everything is absolutely fine. And this goes back to the reports produced by staff and the ministry. So, when we talk about things that have gone on in the past, so we're actually here to talk today about the statutory standard of care, but the statutory standard of care was actually part of the Safe Drinking Water Act in 2002. So there are a number of things that were put in place, legal responsibilities of the owner that have been in place since 2002. And not too many people are actually aware of these legal responsibilities that have been around that long, but they are, you have to make sure the water meets the standards, meets the Safe Drinking Water Act. You have to make sure the system's properly maintained. You have to have people in place that are properly staffed, qualified to do the work that they're doing. And you have to do sampling, monitoring, testing, notification, and reporting. An example of that is this summary report that Justina just gave me a copy of that is available as of today, or I think it was today. This is your 18 water quality report. The reason that you have it on the website and available in the office here is because you have to. And it's part of the requirement of the Safe Drinking Water Act. So that's been in place since 2002. So there's nothing really new there. What is new, or newer, it's not new anymore, I suppose now, because the enforced date was December 31st, 2012. But this was the specific legal responsibility. So it defines a little bit more clearly as to exactly what you're responsible for and what you should do about it. And it talks in terms of requiring the level of care, diligence, and skill that a reasonably prudent person would be expected to exercise. And that's a little bit vague. It's because the courts ultimately decide on any penalties, if any, are assigned. It also asks for honesty, competence, and integrity, which I think the electorate expects anyway. So this is what's new, is this very specific legal responsibility. Typically applies to the owner, most commonly. We have some situations where we have corporate ownership. Part of the city of Greater Sudbury, their water supply is actually owned by Valet. In the recent past, the whole town of Iroquois Falls, the entire water system was owned by Abitibi Bellwater. When the Safe Drinking Water Act came out, they handed it back to the town. No surprise there why. But if it's every officer and director of the corporation is caught by the standard of care if it ends up being, if it's corporately owned. Also, as I mentioned, anybody who oversees an operating authority would be caught by the standard of care. So anybody who signs off on it, that would typically be council signing off on a contract with Aqua, for example. Anybody overseeing that would be caught by the standard of care. The provincial officer can lay a charge if he thinks there's been an infraction, and the maximum penalty is $4 million and up to 5 years in jail. I can guarantee you the ministry is not just sitting waiting to lay this charge. It has never been tested yet. It's been enforced since 2012, hasn't been tested. And quite frankly, we all hope it never is. Despite that, though, it is still there as a maximum penalty that could be assigned. If something bad were to happen and, God forbid, people were to die, the penalties would be quite likely to be more significant than if something happened and it was of minor significance. So the courts decide on what actually happens there. I was talking with the legal people at MOE, and I cannot provide, and the way that this would typically work anyways, is it can't provide you a list of, if you do all of these things correctly, everything will be fine. It doesn't work that way because there's so many different ways things can go. So the approach we decided to take on this training was to lay some basic information, some sort of basic groundwork, some ground rules, let's say, high-level plain language of how water systems work and what's involved in our water systems. So we have this concept called the multi-barrier approach, and this is an important sort of a basic concept. It sort of takes the water systems and divides them up into 5 little chunks that look all nice and neat there on a page, but they all work together. They clearly all flow into each other. Starting with source protection, the second one is treatment, the next one is distribution. The fourth one, of course, is monitoring, and the fifth one is management. When we look at the history of waterborne disease outbreaks, again, it's when 2 or more of these barriers, we call these all different barriers to waterborne disease. When 2 or more of these barriers break down, we have a problem. If one single barrier breaks down, we hopefully will have enough power or strength in the other barriers to prevent something bad from happening. In the case of the Walkerton tragedy that we'll see in a few minutes, all of these barriers broke down. Source protection, I'm not going to dwell on this too much. Peel has very specific source protection plans. Source protection is a particularly challenging area in a sense. While it makes perfect logical sense to keep the contaminants out of the water in the first place, then you don't have to worry about them. It sounds like a no-brainer, but politically it can become very, very difficult. We have Nottawasaga watershed area has 22 municipalities within the single watershed, and these source protection areas are watershed based. Can't remember you have down here, but it wouldn't be that many. Trying to get 22 municipalities to agree on something that involves cost sharing is extremely challenging. So while it makes perfect logical sense to keep the contaminants out of the water in the first place, very, very difficult to implement in some cases. However, we're making a lot of progress here. Province has really driven a lot of this, and we are in a situation where municipalities are implementing most of these policies and plans. It's important to recognize that if you don't implement some of these policies, you have the potential to put your water system at risk. That's sort of a given. Another thing that I will point out that's new, and you're probably already aware of this, to some degree staff would be aware of this, any new or extended municipal drinking water system needs to be subjected to source protection planning prior to putting that into effect. So it's just something that came out last year, just a heads up. There's a lot of information available through Conservation Ontario on this already. There is legislative requirements for risk managers and risk inspectors within the municipality, which you would already have. So that training is being provided to these folks that are looking at trying to reduce the risk to our groundwaters and our surface waters. So again, challenging issue, but makes perfect logical sense, but challenging politically. The second of these barriers is treatment. And I've had the pleasure over the years of being in touch with staff at both the Lorne Park and the Lakeview plants and watch them evolve. And quite honestly, without exaggeration, the technology you have in place now at those 2 surface water plants rivals the very, very best in the entire world. You are not going to find other systems that would do any better than those 2 plants down there now with the sophisticated technology. It doesn't get any better. So I take some comfort in that, knowing that from the point of view of council or anybody drinking the water, including myself and my family. Yes, sir.
In terms of disinfection, I know you use light systems. Do you also use chemicals for disinfection?
Here you're using ozone, which is generated on site. It's probably one of the best oxidants, one of the best disinfectants out there. The residual doesn't last very long, and the residual is just, it's O3, right? It just breaks back down to oxygen. So there's no significant after residual. So you do have to still use a tiny bit of chlorine at the end, and that's there for very good reason. And it needs to be there, absolutely. The ultraviolet light is also, and you're hitting it, two ways that are extremely effective at controlling certain microorganisms that are hard to control, and we'll talk about those more in a few minutes.
Thank you.
But you got a double or a triple whammy. So the critical role of treatment is really to remove or inactivate pathogens. On that point, inactivation is really what ultraviolet light does. Ultraviolet light doesn't actually kill the organism, but it inactivates it. It alters its genetic material. It can't reproduce. It doesn't matter if it's dead or alive. It can't reproduce. It can't make you sick. So that's how UV actually works, as opposed to other disinfectants that actually burst the organism open. There's a couple things I want to point out too as we go through the presentation where recent changes in legislation have made things a lot safer for the public. But as far as I'm concerned, it's not just the public, it's the operator, it's the counselor, it's absolutely everybody. It's made things safer for everybody. I'll call them like little fail-safe mechanisms that have been put in place that came into play with the Safe Drinking Water Act. And one of them was this: disinfection requirements are specified for every facility. Earlier on, and most of the stuff is prior to Walkerton, when the disinfection rules were written, it was sort of a one-size-fits-all solution. So all drinking water systems sort of had a one size, do this for that long and it'll be good. The engineers' reports were then required for each and every municipal residential system in Ontario, all towns, all cities, right down to the very smallest of small municipalities. And from that point forward, every operator running those systems knew exactly what they had to do to get their own specific system to produce water that was properly disinfected. And it was not a one-size-fits-all solution. They were all over the place. But every operator knew what they had to do. So that's been put into place. That's been in place for 20 years now and has been very effective. And it's one of these little fail-safes that's been put in place. I'll point out others as we go through because I think you should take some comfort in knowing these things are in place. We have very, very tough legislation in Ontario and rivals best anywhere in the world. And there's a lot of things that go along with that I think we should take some pride in, to be honest. The third barrier I've got out there is distribution system. This can be a little bit challenging for municipality. We have to recognize that when we have leaks in pipes, and this comes back down to making capital decisions. Leaks in pipes, sure, you've got water loss, you've got energy, you put a lot of money into producing that water that you're losing, potential property damage, works damage to your roads. There can be all kinds of issues associated with having a leak in a pipe. A lot of these leaks, similar along underground, you don't even notice them, they don't even surface. So that's the sort of the economic side. The other side of it is when you have a leak in a pipe, you actually have a potential entry point for pathogens to get back inside the pipe. Now, when you've got a system that's pressurized to 60, 70 pounds per square inch, entire system, you would think that there's no point in that system where you would ever have negative pressure, or you'd ever have a point where the pressure would get so low that would suck things back into the pipe, but it happens all the time in every system to some extent or another. You wouldn't believe it, but it does happen. So if you have a leak in a pipe, you are very susceptible to having contaminants enter back inside the pipe. So just something to think about when you're looking at the decision to dig up Main Street, spend $10 million and replace a piece of water main, which is a tough decision because you've got people that are talking, screaming at you, shutting down businesses, creating parking chaos, So these are the decisions I'm talking about that are really tough. But knowing that those distribution systems that aren't quite intact really have a potential public health risk, I think that maybe would help with those decisions. Somewhere around, 18% of waterborne disease outbreaks in the U.S. in the 1990s, I don't have the same data for Canada, were caused by problems in the distribution system. And it's a fact that we do have these pressure transients happening all the time, everywhere. So keep that in mind. This also talks a little bit about the issue of lead service lines and lead service line replacements. I'll get to that when we get a little bit later on into the Flint case study. But I'm not sure where you guys are do you have many lead service lines in the region? Probably not a lot based on the number of the age of most of the developments. So that's a good thing if you don't, because that's a nightmare. So that's a distribution barrier. The next barrier is monitoring. We have, again, a whole bunch of things that are in place now that the Safe Drinking Water Act put into play. One of them that it's important to recognize, I think, that they increase significantly the amount of sampling you have to do and monitoring you have to do as part of the Safe Drinking Water Act. But testing doesn't do anything unless we're taking action on the results. So we encourage operators to go looking for trouble all the time. We actually, as you get more meaningful information from this, so we actually like to get that information out there to operators. A couple other fail-safe mechanisms have been put into place is continuous monitoring of certain critical parameters. So there's now a requirement for monitoring the chlorine residual, which is the disinfectant we put in, and other parameters such as turbidity, which is really just a surrogate measurement for water clarity. The larger plants would have had these requirements prior, but this is new for most of the smaller systems. In addition to that, we have in some cases alarms and automatic shutdown devices where the system just stops producing water when the water quality gets out of whack. And this is, again, fail-safe mechanisms for everybody's protection. The management barrier is the fifth barrier. It kind of has sort of two sides to it. One of them is the regulatory management. The other side would be the management by the owner and staff. I don't think that Ontario really had a lot of choice but to come up with some pretty tough legislation given the regulatory neglect that was obvious in the Walkerton tragedy. All the fingers pointed to the province as not doing what they should have been doing in the Walkerton tragedy. That's no secret. It's all throughout the Walkerton inquiry reports. They had to come up with some tough legislation, which they actually did. So that's, again, a little bit of protection there for us in some respects, but also to the manager, the owner has to provide effective oversight in order for this to work properly. So those are the different barriers we have in place. One other thing I'm going to add in here is the Drinking Water Quality Management Standard. You probably have seen this before. I would expect you would have seen this from staff somewhere along the way. This is a requirement of all drinking water systems in Ontario. We have a ton of training available on this, including workshops. But the owner is ultimately responsible for this drinking water quality management system that you develop to meet this standard. They often call it the DWQMS, but I promise to do no acronyms. So but the council does have to sign off on this. This is a requirement of commitment from senior management and the owner. So somewhere along the way, this would have to be signed off on. And this is sort of like an ISO registration, ISO standard. It's a quality management, top to bottom quality management, and it's actually designed, and you have the freedom, your staff have the freedom to set it up the way it's going to help them best. So there's a bit of flexibility in here. And staff have worked really, really hard on this over the last 10 years to make this work. The whole thing culminates in a license. Your drinking water license, but this is where your water works permit is now included. Your permit to take water is included in this now. Your financial plan, that's a requirement, is part of this license. And the operational plan and the accreditation of your operating authority are sort of tie into this conformance piece of the drinking water quality management standard. Again, staff could give you, I know would just love to give you a whole lot more information on this because these pieces are quite specific to the region and the individual water systems. So I would suggest if you wanted a quick update from staff on this, I'm sure they'd love to talk more about it. But this.
I may have missed it, but who's doing the licensing?
Ministry of Conservation and Parks. MECP, it's the old Minister of Environment. Sorry, it's Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. Sorry, I keep getting, it was Ministry of Environment, Climate Change for a while, and yeah, so I believe it's now MECP, which is Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. They operate, they've always been the regulator of our water systems. All the provinces are regulate the water systems in Canada, so the federal government takes a sort of a higher level position. So that's a drinking water licensing program. I think it's important to just recognize you are signing off on this, and this is it's all good stuff because it forces you to document what you do and do what you document. So there's no surprises. It's a quality management. It's actually been long overdue in the waterworks industry. Larger municipalities have an easier time with it. It's much more difficult for some of the smaller municipalities that don't have a lot of staff because it does require some man hours, person hours, I should say. So we're going to switch gears here and talk about risk management. This is going to talk some of the more common risks facing our drinking water system. And at the end of the day, what it's all about is reducing risk. That's what we're trying to do, is reducing risk. One thing to recognize that's important here is the fact that most waterborne disease outbreaks go undetected. This is fact. This is something that has been discussed and back and forth for many years. But the peak on the left, which is the detected outbreak, and the peak on the right, which is the undetected outbreak, approximately the same number of people getting sick. But the peak on the left crosses that threshold of detection by the healthcare system. So, and again, this is theoretical. These numbers aren't, there's no numbers on here because this is all theoretical. When we look at the Walkerton disease outbreak in May of 2000, that was the peak on the left. Whole lot of people getting sick over a very short period of time, and of course the hospitals were flooded. However, when we look back at the history of the Walkerton water system, there were a whole series of these small undetected outbreaks that lined up perfectly with the weather patterns. So not only was Walkerton, all the barriers failed, it was a ticking time bomb. It was a bomb that went off many times, but it was just a much smaller bomb, which is really hard to tell the people that work at the Walkerton Clean Water Center, most of them who raised families in Walkerton. Difficult to talk to them about this in some cases. But this is from my experience in 40 years in the water business, I would have seen this happen many times. We went to an issue with 1993 in the Temagami, the pristine wilderness of Temagami. We had an outbreak of an organism called Giardia, which is known for beaver fever. You might have heard of that before. Pristine wilderness, it was a wildlife that triggered it. But it was never really made the newspaper. Another one that was originally in this presentation, we did take it out, was Regional Waterloo in 1993 as well. Massive outbreak of an organism called Cryptosporidium that we're going to talk about later on. Never made the news. It flew under the radar. It was reported, but it was only ever reported in one proceedings from a conference. So these are virtually totally undetected in a lot of cases. So just keep that in mind going forward. There's a lot of things that have happened over the years that we really don't know that much about. So we're talking about risk assessment. I want to point out there, and I mentioned earlier, the drinking water quality management system that you have in place. Part of the requirement of that is you have an operational plan, and part of that operational plan is a risk assessment. So in other words, your staff will already have done on an annual basis in Peel risk assessments for your water systems. Another little fail-safe that's been put in place. Every year, you're sitting down and looking at, okay, what are some new risks that might be facing our water systems? What do we have in place to deal with them if anything's coming along? And this is reviewed every year, and that is included as part of the operational plan and the requirements of the Drinking Water Quality Management Standard. So the risk assessments have been done. You could ask for a high-level summary of the risk assessments if you want. More often than not, there are no new risks and threats, which is great. But if there are any new risks or threats, it'd be a really good idea to look at them and have a plan in place to deal with them and the standard of care doesn't say you have to fix it tomorrow. It says have a plan and put a plan in place to deal with it. If there's something that's significant, put a plan in place to deal with it. Really quickly about risk and risk prevention and what risk really is. Just to point out that there's sort of two parts to risk. One of them is the degree of hazard of something in the first place, and the second part of it that is equally important, in some cases more important, is the probability of it actually happening. I use the Ebola virus in the case here just as an example. Horribly nasty disease, kills 70–80% of the people it comes in contact with. But in terms of a risk to our water system, it doesn't occur in this part of the world. It doesn't survive that well in water anyway, and we're very unlikely to see it as a real threat to our water system. So the probability of it happening here is very low. So those together would actually make Ebola virus in our water system a very low degree of risk. Compared to a large water main break where you might have a high level of risk, maybe not quite as high as Ebola, but certainly a high level of risk, but also quite a greater likelihood of happening, greater probability of occurring. So the risk of a water main break would be much higher than that of an Ebola virus, just sort of to put it in context. Some guiding principles in trying to reduce risk, and again, that's what we're trying to do, is reduce risk, get risk down to negligible levels. Recognize that pathogens are the greatest tangible risk. Pathogens are biological organisms that make us, human pathogens, make us sick. They are not pesticides, they are not disinfection byproducts, these are bugs. And we'll talk more about these. We have to have these multiple barriers that I talked about before. We have to have them in place. They have to be tough. Trouble is usually preceded, not always, usually preceded by some kind of change. And this goes, a lot of these things go to the operations part of things, but it's good to recognize. We have to have drinking water professionals that are accountable. And if we are going to be making good informed decisions, we need to have reasonable information to back us up, to help us make those decisions. So individually, we look at pathogens are the greatest risk. We know pathogens cause it. You can have a whole lot of people sick in a very short amount of time with a waterborne disease outbreak. Pathogens are going to be anywhere people and animals are. Virtually any pet you would have in your house, including snakes and lizards and rats and cats and dogs, are potentially carrying or have the potential to carry pathogens, human pathogens. Livestock, wildlife, so human to human, obviously. So these pathogens are going to be potentially everywhere. They're never going to be far from water because they need a host to survive that needs water. Good news is we know how to deal with them. We know how to remove or inactivate them, so they are rendered harmless. Quick summary from World Health from 2004 of the hit list of pathogens. This pretty much still holds true. There's one more we could add to this list under the middle column there, where the middle bacteria, and that would be Legionella. Legionella bacteria, which causes Legionnaire's disease. That is now the #1 problem in North America for our water systems. And what's even more interesting or troubling about Legionella is you could drink a glass of water with Legionella in it until you're blue in the face and it wouldn't make you sick. You have to inhale it. So you wonder how that relates to the water systems, but it's through inhalation, through showering or volatilization of the water, splashing up into the air and inhaling it, clothes dryers. So it's becoming more and more of an issue, whereas all the rest of these are really ingested. So the first one here is norovirus. The next two are Campylobacter and E. coli. These are implicated in the Walkerton tragedy. Everyone heard about E. coli. Nobody heard about Campylobacter. About 40% of the illness was Campylobacter. There's Giardia. I mentioned that. This causes beaver fever. And there's Cryptosporidium. These two are protozoans. They call them protozoans. And why that's important is because they are able to form a cyst or an all-cyst that is extremely resistant to any form of disinfection we can throw at it. Now, having said that, if you look at the very last one there, Cryptosporidium, there's no amount of chlorine that we could put in water that would kill Cryptosporidium oocysts. However, ozone is probably the single most effective disinfectant for Cryptosporidium, and so is UV. Those are probably the top 2 disinfection methods for killing these, reducing or inactivating the Cryptosporidium. And you've got both here, so I think that's fantastic. I can't think of any other plants or any other municipalities that have both. I've got a personal experience with Campylobacter myself. My daughter, I picked up an infection of it myself 20 years ago. I was in Moosonee when it hit me, and not a good place to get sick. I managed to limp back to the Timmins, where I was, my car was in Timmins, and got myself back on my feet again, took a couple of days, and then managed to drive back to Toronto. I found every single washroom on the Trans-Canada Highway between Timmins and Toronto. Awful, awful, awful. Went to the doctor, took antibiotics, thought I was cured. Almost about 8 weeks later, my 4-year-old daughter picked it up. Probably from me, we don't know. She developed Guillain-Barré syndrome, which is an autoimmune disorder, if you've ever heard of that. It paralyzes you from the extremities upwards, and we spent 10 days in Sick Kids Hospital. And it was horrible as a parent. So this is an example. Now, I don't know whether I got it from the water. All of these things have flu-like symptoms, and most of these have 2 to 5 to 6 day incubation periods. So where we got it from, I have no idea. But to see your child go through that, I can just imagine what was happening in Walkerton during the tragedy. Just horrible. So that was my own personal experience. The good news is it took about 2 full years to recover, but she's fine. She's over in the UK right now, and I want to work ancestral work visa. But she did work out well for her. But it does affect people sometimes to the point where they hit their respiratory muscles and they die. So the other thing about E. coli I should mention here too, you've got a little EH in front of the E. coli. The EH stands for enterohemorrhagic. So there's good E. coli and bad E. coli. We all have good E. coli as part of our mammalian digestive systems. In this particular case, this is a mutation of that good E. coli that causes hemorrhaging. You sometimes see it listed as a specific strain. So those two are responsible for the Walkerton tragedy. And if there's one thing that's really tragic about the Walkerton tragedy is the fact that these are so easily controlled by chlorination. Had that operator just done his job, this was so easily preventable, like most tragedies are. This was just so easily preventable. So that's a summary of the organism. One more thing on Campylobacter too. The University of Waterloo sent their students out all around campus there to pick up samples of poultry off the shelves in the grocery stores. 6 grocery stores around campus, brought them all back. Over 80% of that nice vacuum-packed chicken and turkey breast was contaminated with Campylobacter. So it's there. It's very difficult to get rid of in terms of handling when you're slaughtering an animal. So that's why they tell you to cook your chicken, I suppose. But it's everywhere. You often see it associated with sausages as well. So yeah. So those are some things we have to deal with in our water system. All these can survive in water, so they're an issue for us, potentially concern. But that last one there is the one that's the whole industry is, has been worried about, concerned about, and that's why, again, if you look at the data, that's almost certainly one of the reasons why you have both ozone and UV in place here. Some of the lesser risks, and I guess I want to point this out. So pathogens are the greatest risk, no question. There are other things, and we have regulations we have to meet. So it's not the only thing that we're concerned about. And we have to be worried about things like arsenic, selenium, nitrate, lead. We know these are all toxic to adults and children. Sometimes pesticides are an issue in some cases. Sometimes disinfection byproducts are an issue. However, when we look at the low levels of these contaminants, they're usually based on consumption of 1.5 liters of water a day for 70 years. And they usually have a bunch of safety factors built in too. So their long-term exposure to low levels, and they're not going to kill anybody tomorrow or the next day or the next week. So put it in perspective. Sure, these things are a concern, absolutely. And as we get more and more information going forward, these numbers will be adjusted. In some cases, they'll be adjusted to higher levels because they're not as toxic as they were previously thought. So we have to meet these, absolutely. But recognizing pathogens are the greatest risk. We have to have these barriers in place. They have to be tough. I think it's important to recognize too that don't just have these barriers in place because the government said you had to. You need to look at, from your own point of view and safety point of view, optimize those barriers, get them working properly and effectively. And it doesn't even necessarily mean spending money, because it actually usually means saving money. You can quite often save money by having optimization of these different barriers. And we really do need these barriers all to be working together if we get down to these negligible levels of risk we're looking for. So that's an important tenement in reducing risk. The problem that might arise from this, though, is the perception of unnecessary additional costs because of redundancy. Sometimes people will look at that and say, well, that's not necessary, that's just too expensive, we can't do that. And I suppose if we are really truly trying to get down to this negligible level of risk, that we do need to have a certain amount of redundancy and a certain amount of optimization of those barriers. Trouble usually preceded by change. Again, this is really operational. However, it's a mindset. We look at the history of waterborne disease, 70% of outbreaks have occurred after some extreme weather event. But it's not just weather. It could be a change in staff. It could be a change in equipment. And this is where, and the reason I mention this here is these are the kind of things where sometimes you can only get from exchanges amongst operational staff when they're out at conferences and events and training situations. So it's really, really important for operational staff to get the opportunity to get out, to talk to people about problems, because it's amazing how effective that can be in getting them to understand what, you know, the entire water systems and understand the other people's problems, learning from other people's mistakes. It can be really important. So again, trouble is usually preceded by change. Really good idea to have staff have the opportunities to learn from those changes and those problems and experiences elsewhere. We need to have operators that are capable and responsive. We know people are going to make mistakes. This is it's a no-brainer. But if you went to your operator and you said, Bill, what are the chances of us having a cryptosporidium outbreak in our water system? And Bill said, well, don't worry about it. Never happened here before. Never happened in 100 years. You know, it's not an issue. Not going to be an issue at all. I'd be asking Bill some more questions. Whereas if Bill said, well, we're doing this, 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 and this. We know it's out there. We know what's, and we're, you know, that much better answer. Much better answer. If the former sort of suggests a bit of complacency. We can't, this is something we really got to watch for, especially in a large unionized environment. Complacency is something that actually can set in and often does, and is usually not too healthy certainly for a water system, or probably most other systems as well. Also learning from past mistakes and failures. I think as an industry, we need to, and every top to bottom in this industry, and again, you're part of that as well here, obviously, any municipality running a water system, we need to make a commitment to not making these same mistakes again. If something new comes along, great. You didn't really know about it, that's fine. And I'm getting a lot of buy-in from operators on this. I really, really am. Let's dig our heels in and say, okay, we're going to make sure that we learn these lessons that other people have learned the hard way, and make a commitment to not making those same mistakes again. So it's actually getting a lot of traction with that. The operator certification program we have in Ontario, this has been in place since, well, it started out in the 60s really, but it's been improved and improved and improved. We have among the best trained operators in the world as well. I should point that out. Again, a little bit of comfort. There's no other jurisdiction that has more rigorous training requirements for operators. And from my personal experience, 15, 20 years ago, I would not have thought we would get to the point we're at now with operational staff in Ontario. I would not have thought it would be possible, and I'm very pleasantly surprised. We're going to still have issues with small systems. That absolutely is going to continue to be a problem. I don't think you have too many. I know you've got some groundwater supplies here, but they're part of the larger system. It's the First Nations and the trailer parks and the campgrounds and the really small systems that we continue, especially in the north where there's vast distances. So we're doing a lot to support them at the center, but that's going to be continuing to be difficult for us. It's tough. Tough for them for sure. We need to have drinking water professionals that are accountable. We have seen in a lot of situations where we've had disease outbreaks, there were consumer complaints that came in that were never recorded or never dealt with. If there are consumer complaints, and most municipalities have a mechanism to deal with consumer complaints, make sure you're looking at those seriously. Probably 95% of them, maybe more, would be like not something, you know, with any basis. However, that 1 or 2 or 5%, if there's any basis to it at all, then you might have an early warning there's actually something going on. Not to mention the fact that it's good public relations to be, you know, dealing with customers about complaints they might have. Most municipalities, and I'm sure you do have something in Peel here already. Obviously, a really good idea for management to document incidents and to learn from the past. And this is top to bottom. These issues could be high-level management issues. They could be operator issues. But there's also something that's important here is there is a legal requirement of your staff to report up to council, to the owner. There's a legal requirement on your staff to report things that are going wrong. So if there's something going wrong at the operational level, they hide it, they will be legally responsible under the standard of care. So, and this goes again back to the Walkerton tragedy. It's sort of a fallout of that. So again, you will be hearing about things from staff. Failing everything else, you should be hearing about staff if there's something going wrong, so. We need to be relatively reasonably well-informed if we're going to make effective decisions. And again, you're faced with some really tough decisions, and I don't envy you one bit. You've got to try and figure out, something where, well, what's a greater risk, what's a lesser risk. So again, this is what we're trying to do, is get some basic knowledge to help, and then staff would be really, really helpful getting this information to you. And I guarantee staff would just love to sit down and talk with anybody. I would always suggest a tour of the water plant for council. Happy to do it all the time. Go for a quick tour. Doesn't have to be 3 hours. It can be a quick high-level tour just to see what goes on, see what people are doing. It's like the staff love it because they're taking an interest. This is great. So, and you've got some, like I say, you've got among the best plants to look at down there on the lake. Yes, sir.
I think it's interesting to me, your invitation to visit the water treatment plant, I guess, before the Twin Towers terrorist attack. Marilyn Morrison and I, there was a sort of a field trip to orient us to the water treatment plant at Lake Ontario and also the sewage treatment plant. So we went down. Marilyn at the time had a MGB sports car, red convertible. Beautiful sunny warm day, so we drove down there in that, and we miscued. We went into the water treatment plant first, but we were supposed to start out at the sewage treatment plant. So we drove in the gates, got out, thought it was office doors, banged away in the doors, couldn't find anybody. Across the laneway, there was an industrial-looking building. We went in there and started hollering and wandered around a bit and saw big pools of water and realized we were in the wrong place and went around to the sewage treatment plant. Then we had all our orientation, eventually came back to the water treatment plant, and were shown out onto this area where all the water pools was. And that was the final charcoal filtration area.
Right.
And we're from Caledon, and we became a little worried that such a vulnerable location was simply complacently, based on trust, no idea of threats, open. So we came back to the region next available time, had a little word with Emma Kolb and the then CAO Roger Maloney, and said, really we should tighten up the security there, because if some vicious people had a 40-pound bag of agricultural chemicals, they could throw that in there and poison 800,000 people real quick. So I think in this kind of presentation, physical security of the water treatment plants and facilities might be stressed a little bit more. Anyway, that was our experience, and I, as a counselor, going walkabout, just driving into the public works yard, introducing yourself, and wandering around getting oriented. Yeah. You might see something that is a little off, or everything's great, but same thing with water. So that's just my point there. Thanks.
No, that's actually a really good point. And if I'm just sort of thinking through that, and there's a possibility that staff had put a request in, or there had been requests put in for tightening up of security, but somebody didn't think it was all that important, so that's why it's not there. So you showing up and suggesting that, hey, this is something we should be, would probably see things change. So absolutely, I mean, there's so many different fronts. I remember back to the distribution slide I was talking about, back in one of the barriers is our distribution systems. This is quite terrifying for Homeland Security in the U.S. because the utility owns to the curb stop, to the shutoff valve, and everything beyond that is owned by the place of business or residence. Somebody could get a barrel of contaminants and pump it back in. All they need is a pump big enough to overcome the pressure in the line, and they can pump it back in. So Absolutely. And you can't police every place of business or residence. It's impossible. So we're trying to sort of think about the reality, and one of the, I don't know, the possible reasons why we haven't seen this, or we hopefully won't see it, and we're less likely to see it in Canada, I suppose, than we are in the U.S., but nevertheless, could certainly happen, is the fact that water is not a very good way to disseminate poison. We only consume about 1% of the water that is actually produced. Believe it or not, we drink 1% of the water that is produced. The rest goes for toilet flushing and washing cars and everything else. So it's not a good way to distribute a poison if you wanted to do that. So I guess that's one way to look at it. But no, absolutely, the security is something that has been beefed up quite a bit. It does depend a little bit on the sensitivities of the actual location and their commitment to it. Most of the larger systems, like the Toronto Waters, and I would imagine now, South Peel plants have pretty good security systems in place. It's just grown with, whereas you could probably still go to a water plant in Northern Ontario, somewhere in the back, rural, and absolutely no problem at all walking right into the water plant and turning some valves if you wanted to. It's just something that you absolutely need some attention, but often depends on available resources and mindset, I suppose. This is where the DWQMS comes in, is we're trying to get some of those issues dealt with in a more concrete, easier way for people to get their minds around. Some best practices, things that you probably shouldn't be doing, so.
Just wanted to thank you for the entire presentation. It was very easy to follow, so it was in layperson terms that you've given so far. My only question was, given that you're talking about preventative rather than just reactive, which makes sense, I just wanted to know, is there any legislation around early warning triggers or systems?
Legislation? Again, all of these
or
things,
regulations?
all of these things we're talking about are designed to help you prevent something from happening. The DWQMS, the Drinking Water Quality Management System that you have in place, would be one area where you would see some trends and some patterns developing, and you'd be able to head that off before it became a bigger problem. So there's a lot of different examples but there's not. I don't know if you can really legislate early warning. I'm not exactly sure how that would work in terms of legislation or requirements. We have all kinds of requirements we have to meet regulatory wise.
So I'm just trying to understand the communication chain between councillors and the mayor, who would be as directors of the owner, the company, the municipality. What is the system for ensuring that staff who are the experts do their job in giving those early warnings, if there are any?
All the way from the operator level, all the way up to, again, the owner, the council. But on the operator level, there are a whole series of requirements. And actually, I should have probably mentioned this earlier, but the statutory standard of care that we're talking about here today applies to everyone except the certified drinking water operator. The certified drinking water operator has his own set of rules and penalties that are as strict or more strict in some cases than the statutory standard of care. So it applies to, and it even applies to an operator if he's acting in a supervisory capacity or a manager capacity. So there are requirements all the way through, and one of those requirements, as I mentioned before, is if anybody, and even the operator for that matter, if anybody notices something that is not right, a trigger, something that's going wrong, they are legally required to report that up to the top. So there is a legal requirement for staff to report those kind of. Now, I guess it depends on how big the problem is, because if they don't perceive it as being a big problem, they're not going to report it. So there's some gray area there. But there is a requirement, yeah, absolutely. Okay, so again, in order to make these informed decisions, we do need to have some sort of an idea of understanding of our system. Just to summarize risk management, we have an operational plan. It does have an assessment of risk to public health. In Peel, those will be done every year. I would, again, have a look at this high-level summary of these risks, if any. Hopefully there are none. If there are any, put a plan in place to deal with them. That's as simple as that, and it doesn't need to be much more than looking at a paragraph at the summary of a report. That's again, when you leave at the end of the day, what I'm going to suggest is you look at about 5 or 6 paragraphs, as in terms of getting your mind around what needs to really be done here. Not a whole lot, not a crazy amount. So now we get into the case studies. I don't know, do you want to take a quick break or want me to just keep going? I'm happy to keep going if in the interest of time. Yeah, so how are we doing time-wise right now? Oh boy, okay, I'll go faster. I'll try. 3 case studies, Walkerton, North Battleford, and Flint, Michigan. We're going to look at this from the point of view of the barriers we talked about earlier. You remember the 5 different barriers I mentioned? Also a little bit from the point of view of council and council's responsibilities in both of these, and with all 3 of these case studies. So everybody's heard a lot about Walkerton over the years. About half the population of Walkerton is sick with Campylobacter and E. coli. 7 people died tragically. 65 hospitalized at the time. There are currently about 85 people who will not lead normal lives. They're on premature dialysis. They're waiting for kidney transplants, and that's today. So a lot more people than even just the 7 you heard about were affected by this. In fact, the entire community and surrounding area was affected by this. There was a very interesting and expensive public inquiry led that I thought was very good. Well done. Justice O'Connor did a great job. So what actually happened in Walkerton? Well, they had heavy rains during this particular week in May. The lab that did the analysis of the water phoned the general manager in person and told him the water samples had failed. They were bad. On 3 occasions after that, when the health unit, who were trying to figure out where this was coming from, when the health unit called the water department, the general manager of water, he said the water test results were fine. So he even though he knew, and not only did they phone him, they also faxed him the results, but he was told in person that the test results were bad, and he assured the health unit that the results were good. So that was, this was a big storm, major storm. However, the operators testified later on in court. Then from some of the testimony they did give, it was really clear that these guys were not operators. They were actually linemen for Hydro, and they really didn't know what they're doing. But the reality is, if you've got a deep, secure groundwater and you've got a big storm going on the surface, it should have no effect whatsoever on your water quality coming out of a deep, secure groundwater. And if there is an effect on your water quality, it's not a deep, secure groundwater. There's a connection with surface, which means it's treated by a whole different set of regulations. So what happened what happened in Walkerton, this well number 5, it was contaminated during initial testing in 1978, and every single sample following that, it was contaminated. It should really have never been approved in the first place. However, the ministry said at the time, they gave it a conditional approval. They said you can use it as a backup well, but you must chlorinate, and not all plants had to chlorinate in 78. But it really shouldn't have been hindsight. I mean, hindsight's easy. It should never have been approved. So despite the problems that they knew that were occurring with that well, they didn't do any inspections at all throughout the 1980s. They did actually, from DNA analysis, determine that the cattle from the farm, the manure from the cattle on the farm, were actually what was causing the human illness. They also determined that the operator was not measuring the chlorine residual properly. We add chlorine to water, some of the chlorine gets used up. What's left over is called the residual chlorine, and that's what does the disinfection. So that you base your calculations on what's left over, what's the residual chlorine. He was supposed to be measuring his residual chlorine at the water plant. He falsified all those records. He filled out his clipboard with all the results for the month ahead and put it back up on the wall. Don't know why, but but he testified at the inquiry that he had done this after having been threatened, of course, with civil action. So, also, it became really obvious that the operators didn't know what they're doing when they were saying that they were using well number 5, which they didn't even need to use this well at all. They had other wells that were capable of producing good water. They were actually using this contaminated well because they could get soft water at a lower cost. So they didn't even really need to use it. Well number 7 was absolutely fine. So it's just sort of further emphasizes in my mind the importance of operator training and the importance of the certification program that we now have that's very robust. It's very tough. I won't dwell on this, but this is the well here, well number 5. The manure was being spread on this land here. The water didn't go right over the top and down the surface into the well. It percolated down to the bedrock, shallow overburden there, and it went in through a broken well casing because the well hadn't been maintained, in addition to the other issues that were going on there. So this had been happening for 22 years. So this was susceptible, and small mini outbreaks have been happening for 22 years. So the contamination occurred somewhere around May 12th. People started getting sick a few days later after the incubation period. This is just sort of a chronology. This is what the health unit, after the 3rd attempt to try and figure out if the water was bad, the health unit was very frustrated because it was a matter of there's nowhere else this could be coming from. Based on all the patterns of occurrence, they have a sort of a checklist. They look at things like, potato salad at the church picnic, person-to-person contact. What's the source of this problem? They kept coming back to water. So out of desperation, they took their own samples, and sure enough, it revealed massive contamination. So to look at this from the point of view of different barriers, we have the source protection barrier. Again, the well water was contaminated for 22 years, and they knew that, and it was highly vulnerable to contamination in the first place. So you could say the source protection barrier failed. The treatment barrier, the only barrier they really had was for treatment was chlorine, and in this particular case, the operator wasn't even measuring the chlorine. And it turned out that he testified that he wasn't. He was falsifying all these records. So the treatment barrier failed. As it turns out, there were no contributing factors from distribution and storage. However, they did find all kinds of deficiencies in distribution and storage during the investigation. None of them contributed, but there were all kinds of deficiencies. The monitoring barrier, so not only was he falsifying all the test results, as I mentioned before, typically in a municipality, an operator will take samples throughout the town. He'll go to the extremities of the distribution system, Mrs. Smith's house, the Esso station, whatever, take samples throughout the town to make sure he's getting that measurable chlorine level out in the distribution so it continue to disinfect where you need it. He would take all his sample bottles, label them up as though he was taking from the different locations in town, and then fill them all up in the same sink in the PUC office. Why? The question keeps coming up. Why? Don't know. Complacency, laziness. Some people suspected there was alcohol involved. I don't know. I really don't know why why that was happening, why he would do that. Another thing, again, this is another one of those little fail-safe mechanisms. Prior to the Walkerton tragedy, the Ministry of Environment would do all the testing of bacteriological samples. So all the testing in Ontario was done by labs in London, Toronto, Kingston, Sudbury, and Thunder Bay. All your samples were sent to those labs. They did the bacteriological work. They would tell you if the samples were bad. They would tell the local health unit if the samples were bad, and they'd tell the local ministry office if the samples were bad. When the labs were all shut down and all that work was sent out to private industry, private labs, that requirement for the private labs to report to the ministry offices and the health units didn't follow. All the private lab did or had to do was report to the client with the expectation that the client would report it to the appropriate authorities. If the client chose not to report it, no one else found out about it. So in this case, that's exactly what happened. The client chose to hold that information, even though they knew about it. Nobody else found out about it. So again, one of the fail-safe things is that has resulted from this is This is absolutely no longer a possibility. Any laboratory doing any testing of any drinking water sample in Ontario now has to automatically report a bad result to the health unit, to the MOE office, and to the client. So this can't happen this way again, because this would have prevented things from getting worse as well, had this been reported directly to the health unit. At least they'd know what was going on. So the monitoring barrier failed. The management barrier, this is where the suggestion was from the ministry that there were some previous times the ministry had told the council that there were some things they should be paying attention to, especially maintenance. And so the ministry had informed them in writing, but council didn't follow up, but the ministry didn't follow up on their inaction. So it was kind of a stalemate. It just sort of hung there and nothing really happened. Suggestion is, though, that council should have acted on those orders from the ministry. Fair enough. They probably should have. I would suggest absolutely, if the ministry says you do something, then you look really hard at it and put a plan in place to deal with it. However, they didn't, but the ministry didn't follow up. So you kind of look at both of them and say, well, somewhat responsibility of both. The maintenance of the system, absolutely, the council should have been aware of maintenance needs. But the water manager comes to the council meetings and says everything's fine. This is where you need to be digging a little bit deeper. If he says everything's fine, but I don't need any money, then the question would be, well, how are you going to do training? How are you going to do maintenance you need? So this kind of, sort of almost common sense. The other side of this, though, is when you look at the regulator, the ministry definitely should have followed up on those issues. They should have never approved that well in the first place. So the regulatory management side of it is definitely a factor.
Yeah, the system not maintained, Region of Peel, I think they set on I don't know, 2 or 3 sizes of water main. And they standardize swabs for pulling through and cleaning the pipes. And Peel staff were volunteered and went up to Walkerton to help out, check out the system and finding problems there. And they were trying to swab a pipe up a street and couldn't get the swab through.
Right.
So they saw cut the road, backhoe, dug it up, and they found a bunch of 2x4 construction debris jammed into the pipe. And it was, of course, a way for pathogens to hold on to and then recontaminate if the residual weren't high enough. And that indicated that they'd never swabbed the pipes, ever. So I just found that astonishing. Thanks.
And there are probably a number of municipalities that have never swabbed their pipes, but that's an interesting, you can imagine the trouble that would cause from the point of view of water flow too, not to mention contamination. Very strict requirements on new commissioning of water mains now. And again, that's quite recent. In the last couple of years, the rules have changed on new commissioning, newly commissioned water mains. So it's very strict requirements, no visible contamination whatsoever, and flushing and swabbing with chlorine to make sure that the pipes are clean. So I'd like to say that can happen again that way. But now the funny thing that I see here, though, is the gray area here. The council was said to be held responsible for the falsified data and lack of staff training. Training you can sort of see. I don't see how you could actually hold council responsible for fraudulent, deceitful behavior on the part of an operator who's not even a direct report. So to say that council was responsible for this behavior, I don't think that would, again, if we were put it to the standard of care test today, we don't know because this won't be subject to the standard of care. But if you were to put that to the test, how could you say that someone who's not even a direct report, their behavior of, not normally prudent behavior you'd expect from someone, how could you be responsible for that? So there's a bit of gray area here as to how much responsibility council did have. Suggestion from Justice O'Connor was failure at all levels, complacency at almost all levels. A whole bunch of factors came together to cause this problem. Vulnerability for 22 years. And so easily preventable. So easily, that's the tragedy of it all. It's so easily preventable. Last I heard, it was $72 million was the cost. It will be higher than that because there's still some lawsuits that haven't been settled. As was pointed out, the social costs are incalculable. Property values have pretty much recovered for the most part. But really the cost of fixing this problem was essentially nothing. Turn the switch and don't turn that pump back on. Maybe $1,500 to cap the bad well. But, you know, this didn't need to happen, and it's tragic that it did. And that's, again, we're learning from that now. So I want you to hold that thought, though, about that, you know, the council's responsibility in the Walkerton tragedy. And I want to contrast it with this one here, which is North Battleford, Saskatchewan. It happened a year after Walkerton, and I'm going to really try and talk fast here. Sorry. So I got about 15,000 people population, about half the people sick with cryptosporidium. This is the organism I talked about before, very hard to kill. Public inquiry, just like in Walkerton. Water was coming from Alberta, flowing down through the North Saskatchewan River through North Battleford, Saskatchewan. The sewage effluent, the sewage outfall for the town was here, about 3.5 kilometers upstream of the drinking water plant. If I was writing a book on engineering, it would say locate sewage plant downstream of the drinking water plant, but that's an aside. The city argued that let's get this mouse to work. The city argued that the water from the sewage effluent would go out here, it would go upstream and down here around the island. Now, last time I checked, sewage doesn't usually flow upstream, but in fact, what was happening is it was quite clearly coming downstream and going all the way down right into the drinking water plant intake, which is down there. So this is a picture from compliments of Dr. Steve Rudy from University of Alberta, who studied this intensely. And this was sort of a shallow, fairly sluggish sort of a river. And it wasn't a big blast of sewage outfall, it was a trickle. And it just trickled down the bank and hugged the bank and came right into the water plant intake. And this was proven later. History of problems they hadn't learned from in North Battleford. They did call a boil water advisory in September, probably in reaction to the Walkerton tragedy. And inexperienced operators did some maintenance early in that part of the year that caused the problems. The chief operator and foreman took a stress leave and then formally retired early because he couldn't convince management and council to invest in upgrades that were necessary at the water and the sewage plant, citing something bad is going to happen, not on my watch. This is really going to be a bad situation. And he took a stress leave, came back for a while, and then he retired. So there's a little bit of a warning for. This was all documented too. This was all written up. The plant actually used conventional treatment, so they had filtration, but they didn't have anything other than chlorination, and the only thing they really had in place was particle removal by filtration. They compromised the ability for that filtration plant to work properly by junior staff, and that's what ended up causing the problems. So here's a chronology of the events. There's two dashed lines there. The first one was when they did maintenance on the water plant. The second dashed line is when they issued a public drinking water advisory. There's a period of 6 weeks between those 2 points. So this problem persisted for 6 weeks while the city argued with the health unit, who argued with the province about whether or not they issue a boil water advisory. So, and this is inexcusable, really. People didn't need to be exposed to this for that's a long time. Walkerton was only a few days. This was 6 weeks that people continued to get sick. What's even more gross is more and more people got sick, more and more oocysts going through the sewage plant that wasn't working properly, coming in the drinking water plant that wasn't working properly. So it was a positive feedback loop. It's horrible to think about, but it was pretty much proven to be reality. The operators were actually trying to improve things, so there wasn't any neglect or any fraudulent, deceitful behavior on the part of the operators. The senior operator left. The junior operators were trying to do the right thing. They thought they were doing the right thing. Again, it goes back to training. if they had been properly trained and educated and experienced, it would have been less likely to happen. Problem is, though, that senior management and council rejected any attempt that the former operator had made to make improvements at the system. So again, really quickly, the barriers, no source water protection plan in place at the time at all. Long history of problems that they hadn't learned from past mistakes, and they fought and continued to dispute the sewage theory. I think they maybe had advice from their lawyers to not admit it could be coming from the sewage plant. I don't know. I don't know why they were fighting it. Look, and even after it was proven, they still didn't agree with it. So, problems with the treatment. There was things that they. The only thing they really had in place was filtration, and they compromised the filtration by making the changes that they did during the repair of the water plant. So, without going into a whole lot of detail about the process itself, the treatment system was compromised. There weren't any problems noted with distribution and storage for this case study. There were some tests they were doing that were kind of outdated, and some other tests they should have been doing that they weren't doing. So the monitoring barrier failed, and then the management barrier. The owner didn't provide sufficient resources to run the system. They were not meeting the requirements of the water flowing out of the sewage plant or into the drinking water plant, and the operators knew it, and they're trying to do the right thing, but they just didn't have the equipment or the ability to do it with the equipment that they did have. Certainly regulatory neglect was a factor as well, not unlike Ontario during the Walkerton tragedy. Like the Walkerton tragedy, the failure at all levels, or almost all levels, a little different though in that the operators were trying to do the right thing. But they certainly hadn't learned anything from past mistakes, because this had happened many times before in the 60s and 70s and 80s apparently. And this is what gets me the most about this one. They had a big pot of money set aside to make the changes. They had put money aside for upgrades at the water plant and the sewage plant, and they chose not to spend it. This is the same council that said, we had $700 in our training budget and we didn't spend a penny. And they're very proud of the fact that they didn't spend a penny of that training budget so this is a situation where, again, I want to contrast the Walkerton tragedy with the North Battleford tragedy and think about sitting as the judge looking at, is the standard of care going to apply here or not, or how do we apply this? In my mind, there's one situation that's pretty obvious, and one there's a lot more gray area. But again, province hadn't inspected, so it was regulatory neglect for sure. Operators that weren't able to heed the warning signs so that goes back to training and experience. And again, out-of-court settlements were involved in that as well. I'll fly through Flint, Michigan. There's a couple really major points here. You've probably all heard about this because it's so recent. I think a couple things are really important here, and even the Time magazine, the failure of Flint's politicians, which is not really true, because this was not locally elected officials that made the decisions that caused the problems in Flint. And I think as a councillor, you'd probably want to know that. It was not locally elected officials. Who made the decisions were these emergency managers who were appointed by the state. They made all the financial decisions concerning the Flint issue. They went into bankruptcy, as we all, probably anybody that read anything on this at all heard, about half the population, lost half their population. They were buying water from the city of Detroit. There's a whole bunch of other things that happened in the meantime, but to make a long story short, they ended up ending the contract to buy water from the city of Detroit, decided to go back to treat water through the river that was running right through their town, the Flint River, and it was for financial reasons is when they went back to the Flint River. However, they didn't recognize or weren't listening to any of the people, any of the scientists that were saying this water is completely different. You can't just do that and expect nothing to happen. And I would say that 95% of water operators in Ontario would have looked at this and said, this is going to be a disaster. So it's not a surprise. In addition to that, the plant wasn't even ready to be started up. And it turned out that water was being sent to consumers without appropriate treatment. Now, we can say, okay, well, bankruptcy is not a likelihood in Canada. But bottom line is there's always going to be pressures, financial pressures on any council. I don't care which council you are. There's always pressures on you financially. So that's how it impacted the decision here. but it wasn't locally elected officials, at least it wasn't locally elected officials made those decisions. So again, really quickly from the different barriers, they received, Flint River was a industrial cesspool, again, not unlike a lot of rivers that, were from the 1900s through the 50s and 60s. But that wasn't the problem here. The contamination and past contamination of the Flint River wasn't the problem. The problem was a naturally softer water, more chemically aggressive. When you get up into the Muskoka Lakes, for example, you've got the Shield Lakes, where you've got a granite basin and there's no buffering capacity in the water. That water is much, much softer, much more chemically aggressive, and dissolves things that now normally buffered water like Lake Ontario wouldn't dissolve. So it was the problem was putting that water into the pipes in Flint that were used to water from Detroit, all of a sudden completely different water and completely different reaction to that. It actually dissolved lead in the distribution system plumbing. The treatment barrier, they looked at the data from when they're running the plant, and it was obvious that they're using trial and error quite extensively, which is probably not a good thing when you're running a municipal drinking water supply. I mean, trial and error is generally speaking not the way you would want to run your system. There were all kinds of issues with the water plant, including contamination episodes and boil water advisories. The equipment wasn't hooked up in some cases, wasn't even installed. So the treatment barrier certainly failed. The supervisor of the plant said if the water is distributed for this plant in the next couple of weeks, it'll be against my direction, which is interesting because that's the supervisor. And if the supervisor is saying that, then, there's something wrong. Distribution system, again, they switched from a more chemically aggressive to a more chemically aggressive water, and that more acidic water leached the lead from and iron from an old distribution system. Flushing was going to do nothing, even though they did attempt to flush. That would do absolutely nothing. And also, unfortunately, as well, a fairly large percentage of the homes had lead service lines. It was also predominantly impoverished community, and it just checked off all the boxes for a tragedy. And then the media just picked up on this. Now, I was thinking about this. If this had not been an issue of lead, if this had just been dirty water, like rusty iron water, we might not have ever heard about this. So it's what really triggered this was the lead issue, and having to sit down with parents, telling them their children have high lead levels in their blood, and they're probably never going to amount to what they could have been, knowing what we know about lead in children. Like, what a horrible situation. And again, we can't let this happen again. It's just absolutely horrible. So the monitoring was interesting. There was a bunch of experts involved in this, and the experts' test results, these experts were every bit as qualified as absolutely anyone in the world to be doing these tests. They were dismissed as being inaccurate. As far as the water plant goes, there was monitoring equipment that was in place but hadn't even been installed yet. They didn't have a good way of keeping records. So the monitoring barrier, as a barrier, failed absolutely. But the management, this is where it really gets interesting, is the management level. Every single level of regulatory management failed here. And this was I just couldn't believe when I was getting through this. The equivalent of the Ministry of Environment is the first one there, the Michigan Department of Environmental Quality. The equivalent of the Ministry of Health is Michigan Department of Health and Science Services. The equivalent of the local health unit is Genesee County Health Department, and the US EPA would be the equivalent of the Health Canada or the guidelines for Canadian drinking water quality. Every single one of those failed miserably, and not only that, but the finger was pointed so strongly at the MDEQ, the Department of Environmental Quality, that these people, next slide, some of these people were criminally charged with things like involuntary manslaughter. Like these were not minimal slap in the wrist charges, and this is still in the courts. Some pretty high-level, horrendous charges were laid against these people who are the regulators. So I found that just unbelievable. And brings back the question, why? Like, why? It's an impoverished community that no one really cared about. And that's, like I said, another reason I just can't imagine that happening. So to go back to us here in Canada, thinking about what Flint really means to us, and it means a lot of things, but one thing we can maybe take home, and I think you're really lucky if you don't have a lot of lead services, because this is really a difficult thing for a lot of municipalities. But the federal government released a reduction in the amount of allowable lead level in water in Canadian systems from 10 down to 5 micrograms per liter. So they proposed a drop. That proposed drop has not yet been put into place. It's still a proposal. It's going to be coming in very soon, apparently. Typically what happens when the federal government proposes a regulation or a guideline, I shouldn't say regulation, the federal government's our guidelines, they're not legislated, the provinces automatically adopt those numbers. That's usually what happens. They don't have to, and in the past Ontario has lagged, and in some cases Ontario's are more strict than the federal governments. In this case though, provided the federal government's going to come ahead with that reduction, the province will almost certainly be at the very least pressured to make the same reduction. And if that does happen, or when that does happen, could it be as soon as this year, are you prepared to deal with it? Can your municipality deal with it? And this is a big question for a lot of municipalities. There's an estimated, I've heard 200-300 municipalities in Ontario, and that's a lot of municipalities that won't be able to meet 5. So it could be one of those things where you read the newspaper on one day and you realize you're out of compliance as of midnight last night. You don't meet the 5, so that's oversimplifying it a little bit. But bottom line is this could be an issue if you don't have a lot of lead service lines or lead problems. Now lead can actually come from fixtures, from plumbing fixtures, even come from lead-free plumbing fixtures, believe it or not. So just a heads up. Great if you don't have them though, because there is a real potential problem. So to summarize case studies, fecal contaminants are everywhere. We know that some of these contaminants are difficult to treat. Cryptosporidium is one that we talked about a little bit here and there. We can't let down our guard. We can't become complacent. We got to stay active, and we're talking with operators about this all the time. Don't let down your guard. Be vigilant. We did talk as well about possibilities of leaks entering, where you got a leaky pipe, contaminants could enter that pipe, so that's a potential source of contamination we got to be concerned about. We didn't talk about cross connections. That's another thing that was normally in this presentation. However, you already have cross connection control program, which is fantastic. A lot of municipalities are struggling with that as well. So backflow prevention, cross connection control. One thing that's really, we talk about operators all the time is, when you have an issue that's you're doing on a regular basis, day-to-day basis, it doesn't seem like a big deal. But when something goes wrong, that little shortcut you took, or that maybe the smallest, seemingly at the time, the smallest little thing you did comes under intense scrutiny. So be really careful and make sure you dot all those T's and cross all those, dot the I's, cross the T's. Make sure you do all that stuff just to make because they'll come back to haunt you potentially. So, just really quickly, some final steps here. Communication's really key. We saw that in North Battleford. Mentality, continuous improvement. If you have your staff thinking they're encouraged to do better all the time, and it might mean a few bucks here and there, but it doesn't necessarily even have to mean that. There's lots of different ways this could be promoted and implemented. Making sure staff know, and I'd like to make sure staff know what their systems are not capable of doing. What are the limitations of your systems? It goes more operationally, I suppose, than anything. Maintaining these more robust barriers, absolutely. Committing to learning from past mistakes. I've said that 10 times. I still feel really strongly about that. Make sure staff get the opportunities to recognize new risks and threats. In the words of Justice O'Connor, operational personnel should be given the status, the training, and the compensation that compares with their responsibilities. And there was a time not too awfully long ago where the custodian in the Owen Sound Library was making more money than the water plant operators were. Money's not everything, but it's often an indication of responsibility. That's changed now, by the way, but it was just a sort of a mindset. My experience in the 80s and into the early 90s in the water systems were quite often the operators were told, just keep that water system running as cheaply as you possibly can. We don't want to spend a penny on it. Don't do any better than you have to do. Just keep it running as cheap as you can. And like, what kind of a message is that for the operator, right? Like, so So we've come a long way since then, and we don't see that really at all anymore, which is absolutely fantastic. I mentioned in MOE, they do an inspection every year. They're going to look really closely at your water system. I think it's a really good opportunity. You're paying for it anyways indirectly. Really good opportunity to look at the summary of that inspection report. If there's anything I've identified in there, I would put a plan in place to deal with it. Hopefully there's nothing. But this is the level of detail. Like, they're looking at things like whether or not someone has filled out their logbook in pencil instead of pen. And if it's in pencil, it's an infraction. It's a non-compliance issue. So, or compliance, one of the two. It's an issue that would be identified in here as not giving you your 100%. So have a look at those reports. Also, the reports would give you a bit of a report card. You know, did you do better than last time or not so good? And hopefully you're continuing to improve to the point where you can get 100%. You can't improve anymore. And my experience with your plants, the plants here and the staff here is absolutely top notch. Absolutely top notch. Have a quick look at the high-level summary of that report, and hopefully there's nothing you need to do. But if there is something you need to do, put a plan in place. Succession planning. You probably are well aware of this already. We've got a lot of staff a lot of people retiring from this business in general, and I'll leave it at that. I'm sure that's a factor for your you've been considering already. And then finally, we want to foster competence, eliminate complacency. That sounds so easy. Snap your fingers, eliminate complacency. That's a challenge. That's a tough one. Go with this culture of prevention. Try to instill that. Learn from mistakes, good practice, continuous improvement. Missed one. Sufficient resources. It's really important to give, if you want to make an operator complacent or make staff complacent, tell them they can't have the tools to do their job properly. Well, that's a great way to, you can take a good operator and make them complacent by saying, no, you're not important enough for me to want to give you the resources you need. And it doesn't mean you have to buy them a new truck every year, but it's just sort of, you know, in perspective. So, yep, it's your duty to be informed and be vigilant. And I don't know how I did on time. I do apologize, but, well, that was pretty fast.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for coming again. I kind of forgot. I'm glad you came because as you went on and you started speaking, I was like, oh yeah, I remember that. We talked about that. That's good.
Well,
because,
yeah, that's good.
Because that's what you need as especially as an elected official that responds to this. What do we know? Just a question, really quickly for staff. Do we know when that inspection is happening? And if so, if not, that's okay. But if we can get the summary report back to council for just for review and information.
Would March 28th be okay for you?
100%. That'd be great.
We have our annual water quality report, which has all of the inspection results and all of the corrective action we took for anything that went wrong during the year. It's coming March 28th.
Okay. And then just really quickly, we're good, right?
I sleep at night.
Good. Question for you. With regards to the tremendous amount of raw sewage that was dumped maybe 2 years ago in Montreal down the St. Laurent, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, just be thankful the water flows that way and not this way. I mean, that's one way to look at it. Quebec has always had a little bit of a different outlook on wastewater, and it's funny because they have had a tendency to go more overboard on the drinking water and less emphasis on the wastewater. Just historically, they've always done that. They're between a rock and a hard place. I mean, it was they could have trucked that water off site somehow and dehydrated. The cost would have been astronomical. So from the point of view of anyone downstream, I would be, pretty upset about it.
Mm-hmm.
But all things do. I mean, we have, if you look at the ability of our wetlands to deal with contamination of virtually all types, even some things that are incredibly nasty that you wouldn't think they would. Yeah. Nature is very resilient given enough time and the right conditions. So a municipal sewage spill, to me, is not that big a deal as opposed to some kind of industrial chemical or something, which would have been part of the mix too, I'm sure, but to a lesser extent. But the pathogens, don't get me wrong, the pathogens, we talked about that, they're incredibly dangerous until they're dissipated, gone.
So,
They don't
yeah.
last forever in water.
No.
Now, having said that, the Cryptosporidium and Giardia that form those cysts, Cryptosporidium was North Battleford, those cysts can actually survive, and they could freeze and still be viable. They could survive for possibly up to a year in a lake bottom or river sediment. So, ultimately, they would be degraded over time.
Yeah.
But they survive, and they survive better in cold water than they do in warm water, because in warm water, they're attacked by bacteria and stuff that would eventually kill the cyst. So I wouldn't want to be living downstream of that sewage effluent, but that's a political decision.
Well, again, I thank you for coming. I thank the members of council for sticking around, sticking this out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a quick question. The presentation talks about our duties under the Safe Drinking Water Act. You mentioned a little bit about the use of chlorination to get rid of pathogens. You never discussed fluoride, which is commonly added to the water, not to defend us from disease, but for other reasons. Does that fall under Safe Drinking Water Act?
No.
Do you have any other comments besides that? I'm just asking, out of curiosity. Yes.
Fluoride is really is a public health issue that is really something that is up to the discretion of the public health experts. I'm not a public health expert. I have some opinions, but they're my own personal opinions, and it's really more operational. It's not a treatment, whereas chlorine is a treatment chemical that we add to water for very specific treatment purposes. The fluoride really has nothing to do with treatment. So that's probably why it doesn't really fall under the. There was a call for the ministry to come up with, guidelines, but they don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole.
We've lived it for 8 years.
Yeah, we had a couple of years ago. We did a session in CWWA, the Canadian Water Wastewater Association. We did a session in Whistler on fluoride, and we hired the best people. Not hired. We brought in the best people we could find. And there's a book called The Fluoride Wars by Dr. Alan Fries from UBC, and he gave the keynote in the opening comments. We had the fluoride engineer from the Centers for Disease Control in Atlanta come up and talk, and we had just to lay out the facts. It wasn't taking a side, because I have to be a little bit careful. I have personal opinions about operations, but to take a side, I mean, all of the information, the health information points to it's better for kids' cavities. And that's, now what's happening right now is interesting between Calgary and Edmonton. Are you familiar with what's going on there? Essentially, and unfortunately for the kids in Calgary, I'd say, it's a long-term study on the effects of fluoride on children's teeth and dental cavities, because Calgary voted to remove it and Edmonton voted to keep it in. So this is a real-life study. I think that'll be really interesting to look at the results of that. The preliminary results are pretty obviously in favor of fluoride. But again, the province doesn't take a position on it. At the Wakarton Clean Water Center, all we can do is present the facts, present the information. But it's another tricky one.
I want to thank you for your presentation. It really was very well delivered and complete, and thank you. And I echo Councillor Pellecci's points that for those of us who stayed,
yes,
we love clean water.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just want to echo the same thing. Thank you very much for the presentation. I think what stood out most for me was the theme, not theme, but throughout the presentation was promoting understanding of the entire system. And for us at the a local, so regional, and then also municipally, it's very important that we have that, we're doing that due diligence ongoing. And also the fact that all orders or levels of government need to be working together. You mentioned resources, and it's tragic that councils or operators were in a position where they said, well, we just don't have the resources, so we're not going to do anything about it. I think that is, it's obviously not acceptable. So doing the due diligence is extremely important. We had an item on the agenda today, Region of Peel submission on preserving and protecting our environment for the future. And I highlighted that I think we need to, when it comes to water, we need to take as strong of stand and send as strong of a message to the province and the federal government that we possibly can, that we have to be working together to protect our water, and whether it be to protect the water, but also the systems, whether it be for our clean water, and source protection, groundwater, wastewater, everything. I think it's ongoing. Yeah. It's never ending. One quick question: with all of the change, with all that's happening around climate change, do you foresee any, or what do you think impacts are when it comes to climate change and how that?
There's so many different. I think we're very lucky here to be in amongst millions and millions and millions of hectares of fresh water. Because that's probably the biggest concern is, flooding is a concern for sure, but if you got no water, you got real problems. Mm-hmm. So I think we're very lucky that way. Probably things like frozen service connections, which you may have seen increase a few years ago. We had some real significant number increases. We had water mains that were 8 and 12 or 8 and 10 feet down that were freezing, which was just unheard of. So it's temperature extremes. Pretty hard to put your finger on. I mean, it's, you can almost get a dartboard and start. So it's really challenging for municipalities to try and predict where this might be going. But I think the main thing is staying flexible and have the ability to adapt when like humans are very adaptable. We do a really good job at that. And we need to exercise those skills at times when they need to be. But it was interesting, one thing you mentioned, and you recognize, you talked about the whole, and there's just everybody and how it's important to, and you're absolutely right. And if council takes ownership of this as well, recognizing the fact that you are every bit as integral to this safe water as the operator is as anybody else, which you are, because you do have this ability to, control things and make decisions and spend resources or not, then you're recognizing that. I think that's fantastic that yes, we're part of this. Yes, we're in this too. We're all in this together. And I think we saw a change with the Ministry of Environment a number of years ago when a gentleman named John Stager took over as the Assistant Deputy Minister looking after all these things. And instead of wanting to take people to jail and cart them off for infractions, he said, this isn't really going to work. Let's work together. And he opened the dialogue up, and I was heavily involved in the Ontario chapter of the American Water Works Association, and we met regularly with the ministry at the time. And I was there for that transition, and we went from this big boots approach to hey, let's work together approach. And they wanted our input. They would call us regularly for our input that's been a pretty smooth road since that time, and it's only getting better. And we're why make it more difficult? Why spend more? Why waste more resources on those battles when we can be working collectively together to win them? So it's I like the mood. I like the situation we're in now.
Good. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Brian, thank you for your time. I think we can all agree, the members of council who were able to stay into the later part of today, that it was a worthy time investment. Thank you for your time. I understood that this is one of your final presentations that you're going to be delivering. I don't know if on this subject matter, but I hope you found it worthwhile yourself. And to Madam Clerk, would there be a way to acquire the slide deck, perhaps for those members of council who are not able to stay and observe the presentation? Thank you for that.
Brian, I too am going to thank you, and if it was to be your last presentation, you've served us well. My thanks to everybody that stayed. The thought that came to mind with me is, as I recall, and I've been at this 30 years, what I remember, and tell me if this aligns with your memory, it was a seminal moment, the Corbels and what happened at Walkerton, not just in water, but in governance. Because on other boards that I was sitting on the time, and I'm a lay, I have a lot of different training, but I'm not a lawyer, it was this whole adage of, whereas before, I'm an elected official. Well, okay, I'm a farmer. What the heck do I know about engineering? I'm a lawyer. What do I know about what do you expect of us as lay people that are, and I remember being told emphatically at one of the governance courses I went to, after Walkerton, if you do not know, you have a duty of care that you ought to have known. So you either have to step away from the job and say, I really can't do this, or you had better perform your due diligence. And I'm not talking about Walkerton or water. They pounded it into us at Electra. They pounded it into us at the police force that you, if you accept the role, you ought to have known. The last line that I remember too, when they were dealing with Walkerton and talking about the Kerbals, I don't know if this is anecdotal, you might know. One of the reasons why one of them wasn't punished as severely is in the testimony, some of his neighbors said, I think it was Jeff Kerbal, one of them, every night he'd be watering his lawn and he'd go, he was poisoning himself. That's how dumb they were. I don't know if that's anecdotal.
Yeah, they were regularly drinking the water to show people that they weren't afraid of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's. I think the why. I'm kind of I lose sleep at night sometimes because I can't answer that question why. Like I'm trying to think is why would they do that? And one of the things I think of is that they really were convinced that the water was truly safe, like you suggest.
Yeah.
And they thought this was just a stupid government making me follow these stupid rules.
Yeah.
And I could kind of hear it, because I worked with these operators a lot over the years, these small town operators especially. And but there's still no really good answer. I think what I can say though is the good news is at least is we're not going to see that happen that way again.
Here.
We virtually can't.
Here.
And operators are way beyond where I thought we could even get.
Yes.
But as far as I'm concerned, from my own personal point of view, 40 years in the business, I want to continue to do some training with the center afterwards, which it sounds like that door's been open for me. As far as if I prevented one person from getting sick, then it's been worth it.
Here.
So.
Here. Last thought I'll leave you with this. I don't know if it's humorous, but perhaps it's a little bit of a funny. One pundit said at the time, and it stuck with me. He said, the Kerbal brothers and the way they ran it, it was like Forrest Gump without the good luck. Oh, sad but true. Isn't that a good one? I thought you'd appreciate that. To my colleagues, thank you very much. Brian, you served well. That was under the circumstances to have engaged us the degree to which you did. Thank you. Staff, thank you very much as well. We stand adjourned. Have a good afternoon all. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.